Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start. 1 Evening. Manhattan, New York. In a 3-story building with the New York branch of Nadutong Express Logistics Company, the lights in the storage room on the top floor suddenly turned on. The storage room is very ordinary, but the things in it are not ordinary at all. The most conspicuous is a disc-shaped round shield. The outer coating is composed of red, white, and blue, with a white 5-pointed star in the middle. It has a name that can be called out at a glance: Captain America's shield. Below it is a double-headed machete like a propeller, called the Tyrant Skyblade, the weapon of the cosmic tyrant Thanos, with an amazing record of smashing the shield above it. In addition to Captain America's shield, Thanos' sword, and many others, all kinds of things are distributed in different positions in the storage room. I didn't find Mjolnir again. Sukwon opened his backpack sadly and put the scavenger harvest into the safe. More than $30,000 in cash, some gold necklaces and rings, some jewelry that I don't know if it's worth anything. Like everything else in the room, these were scavenged by Sukwon from the void. The void is the end of the timeline and the junkyard of the timeline. The time crimes and time branches cut by the Time Mutation Authority in all parallel universes in the sacred timeline will be teleported to the void like garbage to meet the fate of being swallowed by Helios. Helios is a living storm, huge in size, devouring matter and energy, specifically everything that is cut into it. Except for Loki from different universes and different timelines, almost no one can survive in the void, let alone leave it. Currently, Sukwon is the only one who can. In his early 20s, he fantasized about punching Ancient One in the Marvel world, stepping on Thanos, and knocking out all superheroes and villains. Black Widow. Advertisement. Scarlet Witch. Mine. It's all mine. Wake up and take control of the world, drunk on the knees of beautiful women. Fang lives up to the challenge. As a result, he crossed into a void that was even more dangerous than surviving the doomsday. If there is no system, if there is no ability acquired by confusion when crossing, the best result for him is to live in hiding, and only when Loki and the female Loki Sivir come to the void to settle accounts with those left behind can take a ride out of the void. Omniscient Almighty System. By watching or participating in battles, there is a chance to drop the target's ability, equipment, or system points. Note 1, each time you watch or participate in a battle, each target can only get 1 drop reward. Note 2, the stronger the target, the more chance to drop high-quality rewards. Note 3, the detection range can be increased by system integral. Character Panel. Host, Sukwon. Points, 35. Ability, Dimensional Teleportation, Inconceivable. Equipment. Advertisement. Detection range, 100 meters. Dimensional teleportation is the ability he acquired in Confusion when he traveled through, from Marvel's Cold the God of Door level character Incredible Man. Incredibles can transform into all Marvel characters and have their abilities, even Marvel writers and comic narrators. In addition to OAA, he can even change characters at the level of Life Court and beyond. If he becomes a Marvel editor and comic narrator, he can change the settings of all Marvel things, such as modifying Thor's hammer into a toy hammer, completely stripping the ability of transcendence, etc. Incredible People Start is another combat power of Almighty Universe level. Regarding the Incredibles, Sukwon is most impressed that he once traveled to the DC world to bring Superman to the Marvel world. What it uses is the ability of dimensional transmission. Sukwon guessed that when he was traveling through, he should have just watched the Incredible People fight with other people, or shot himself. So I got the drop reward of dimensional teleportation. Although he didn't get all the abilities of the Incredible Person, the novice gift package of dimensional transmission made his starting difficulty from hell to easy in an instant. Using this ability, Sukwon turned the void, the timeline garbage dump, into a cornucopia of his own, and he went in to scavenge from time to time. New York branch of Nadatong Express and Logistics Company is the result of his hard work in scavenging waste. Although it is still an empty shelf with no employees, and the so-called headquarters does not even have a shadow, he has already bought this building. A single thread does not make a thread, and a single tree does not make a forest. Power comes from below. If Jin was not an underground emperor, rich and powerful, he would have been arrested by the police long ago. Thanos has no dark order and army, and it is impossible to slaughter the other half of life in the universe and achieve the name of tyrant. The person left behind, that is, the variant of Kong the Conqueror, if the time variation administration is not established, can he stay at the end of time safely and control the free will of everyone in the multi-universe through the sacred timeline? Advertisement. Speaking of the Time Variation Authority, its existence has both pros and cons for Sequan. The good thing is that they will always cut time offenses and time branches, and there will be a constant stream of garbage appearing in the void, waiting to be discovered by themselves. The downside is that the free will of everyone in the multi-universe has been taken away, and everyone has been planned from birth to death. For example, Loki. In the setting of the sacred timeline, Loki should be strangled by Thanos during Avengers Alliance 3. But Avengers Alliance 4, the Avengers traveled through time through the quantum realm and returned to Battle of New York to borrow gems, but Loki got the space gem by accident and ran away. His run changed the fate that should have been escorted by Thor back to Asgard, thus changing the subsequent series of events. The Temporal Mutation Authority defines Loki as a time criminal, captures him, and cuts off the branch of time created by his escape. Reset the timeline and let Loki in the past timeline continue to develop according to the original path. Sequan didn't want the time branch related to himself to be cut, and then the timeline was reset, and the self who looked at the past timeline followed his own footsteps and continued to be cut. The cycle repeats, and finally comes up with a whole bunch of different timelines of yourself. So the first small goal he set for himself was to become the Lord of the Void, to rule the time variation administration. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start too. Friday. Sequan called after closing the safe. Light and shadow flickered, and a holographic image of a young girl appeared in front of him. This is the artificial intelligence created by Iron Man Tony Stark, who took over from J.A.R.V.I.S after he was destroyed by Ultron and eventually transformed into Vision. Obviously, this is also what Sequan scavenged in the void. Good evening, boss. Friday greeted Sequan sweetly. This version of Friday is more human than the one in the movie, and it's not much better than J.A.R.V.I.S. It also has a holographic image that even J.A.R.V.I.S doesn't have. What's the matter? Everything is normal. Sequan nodded, then asked, how about the person who asked you to investigate? Isaiah Bradley, Super Soldier Serum Injector, codename, Captain America. Current residence, Baltimore, Maryland. A holographic map was called up Friday, with detailed locations and real-time locations of targets. Jessica Campbell, now known as Jessica Campbell Jones, lives in Midtown Manhattan with her adoptive sister, Patricia Tracy Havoc. The holographic map also shows the marked location and her real-time location. Somewhat unexpectedly, the red dot representing her real-time location is nearby, on the same street to be exact. Luke Lucas. Friday continued to report the findings without pausing. Sequan interrupted, the rest don't need to be reported for the time being. Advertisement. He wants to become stronger and gain more ability, and there are not many targets to choose from at present. Bruce Banner hasn't become Hulk, Tony Stark hasn't become Iron Man, and the future Scarlet Witch Wanda is still a 13 or 14-year-old. Moreover, to deal with the Time Variation Authority, Strength-type melee combat is the preferred target. Because the Time Variation Authority is forbidden, infinite gems can only be used as paperweights or still eat ashes in the drawer. However, the time guards who are responsible for catching time criminals and maintaining the safety of the Time Variation Administration are all ordinary people. They were all time criminals. After being arrested, they were brainwashed to forget their original identities, tampered with their memories, and transformed themselves into guards for catching time criminals. In the main field of the Time Variation Administration, those who play magic and energy are not necessarily more threatening than ordinary field agents of SHIELD. Outside the home court, Time Guard mainly relies on equipment. Weapons that clip to the void on hit, controllers that can traverse any timeline and location in the multi-universe, time collars that prevent targets from escaping, timeline resetters, and more. Relying on these devices, they can arbitrarily cut time offenses and time branches. The opponent is too strong to fight. What should I do? If you can't fight, don't fight. Cut the time branch directly, reset the timeline, and you can solve the opponent without knowing it. Closer to home, Sequan, who had recovered his thoughts, had already come outside and saw Jessica Jones, who was arguing with a blonde girl on the roadside not far from the door of the bar. It's a pity that the blonde girl is her sister Trish Havoc. No matter how loud the noise is, it is impossible to do it. There is no chance to be a melon eater who will get a drop reward. You know what? Jessie, I'm so proud of me tonight, even if you don't think so. Trish Havoc looked at her dissatisfied, and turned to get in the car and leave. You don't want to be together, whatever, I want to be with my friends. You think they're your friends? They're just leeches who just want to suck your money, your drinks, your food. Jessica Jones didn't want her to get lost and depraved in this vanity advertisement. But this annoyed Tracy Havoc, who was already on top, and she asked directly, aren't you? Why don't you pay for your own tuition? Jessica Jones looked at her in surprise, because you insisted on paying for me. Trish Havoc, and paying the damn rent myself, not rubbing against me. Jessica Jones was also mentioned, and retorted anxiously, do you think I need you? Do you think I can't get what I want? I don't need anything from you. Jessica Jones turned and strode towards the ATM next to her, pulled it away easily, and took out the money inside. Seeing this, Trish Havoc looked helpless. Look, it's all done. Jessica Jones showed her the money. That's great, don't call me when you're arrested and need bail. Don't call me when you overdose and need to go to the hospital. Jessica Jones fought each other, but Trish Havoc didn't want to say anything more and got into the car with her head shaken. Bang. The door closed and the car drove away. Damn. Jessica Jones cursed weakly and crouched down to pick up the scattered money. Picking it up, a pair of feet stopped in front of her. Looking up, it was an Asian boy with broken hair and a short head, some cool and handsome. Sequan glanced at the boy across the street with a bottle of wine. There is a scene in Jessica Jones' personal drama, and it is from here that the two became boyfriend and girlfriend. This boy was her first boyfriend, and Jessica Jones later wore a black leather jacket and black leather boots because of him. Advertisement. This guy was a scumbag and was hammered to death by his mother-in-law, Jessica Jones' mother. Why quarrel, can't you give each other a few slaps calmly? Sequan said lightly, his tone full of regrets. Jessica Jones. When I type? It's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. She's my only relative. Jessica Jones said angrily. Not now. Jessica Jones almost couldn't help asking him, are you polite? You have all the bamboo shoots. Sequan blinked, your mother is still alive, is it surprising, is it surprising? He looks handsome, but his personality is so bad. Jessica Jones got up and put the money back into the ATM, simply and rudely pressed the pulled apart places together, and turned to leave. Hey! What? Jessica Jones turned to look. Sequan pointed to the sign not far from the New York branch of Nadutong Express and Logistics Company, and asked with a smile, Do you want to work for food and housing? Jessica Jones looked at the company's brand, and then at Sequan, and Yi Jae-orin nodded boldly, go. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 3. The first floor is the office area. The company has just been established and has not yet started business. You are the first employee. For the time being, your job is to follow my arrangement and do whatever you want. The second floor is the rest area. It's all empty rooms. You can choose which one to live in. The third floor is my private area. Sequan briefly explained the situation with Jessica Jones, who was conscious of fearlessness. Your internship period is 3 months, with food and housing, no salary. The internship period is over, the monthly salary is $3,000, benefits and bonuses also. Is there a problem? Keep it short, and resolutely. Jessica Jones, who was working outside for the first time, was at a loss and subconsciously shook her head in response. No, no problem. Although there is no salary during the internship period, food and housing have solved her immediate needs, not to mention that there is still a high salary of $3,000 per month after the internship period. She wants to prove to Trish that she can live just as well without herself. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Looking at Jessica Jones, who was thanking her earnestly, Sequan smiled lightly, get some rest early, and come out with me tomorrow. Okay, okay. Jessica Jones nodded, looking at Sequan, who had turned upstairs and suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked in a low voice, I don't know your name yet. Sequan said without looking back, Sequan, taken from, let Jinan Chaozheng be tyrannical, and after Yun Ni gets his wish, Sequan. Jessica Jones didn't realize it, and felt like she was being pretended. My name is Jessica Jones. Got it? A soft voice came, and Sequan's figure had disappeared from her sight. Jessica Jones downstairs chose a room to rest, and Sequan upstairs had already taken a shower and lay down. He slept peacefully and soundly this time. Not because a powerful girl downstairs gave him a sense of security, but because no one from the Time Variation Administration appeared. This means that although the current fate of Jessica Jones has been changed, there is no time branch. Advertisement. In other words, the general trend cannot be changed, the small trend can be changed. As long as the keynodes and the final fate do not change, the changes of the side branches will not produce time branches. Sequan will not have to worry about anything in the future, and be careful. Baltimore, Maryland. Jessica Jones stood in front of the door of a dilapidated wooden house, her expression sullen and her eyes blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Didn't you just go out with the boss in the company? Why was he tapped on the shoulder and appeared here in the blink of an eye? Boss, you. Jessica Jones suddenly looked at Sequan beside her. Sequan looked as usual, and pointed to the door with a rare and strange expression of disgust. You are not the only one, go knock on the door. Jessica Jones suppressed her shock and curiosity and knocked on the door. Bang 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 dash. The door opened and there was a little black boy. We're here to find Isaiah, Sequan said. Isaiah is not here. The little black boy said and was about to close the door. Jessica. Sequan called out. Jessica Jones pushed the door open with gentle force. Advertisement. Elijah Eli Bradley, lying is not a quality you should have. Sequan glanced at the little black boy who was retreating on guard, and Shiren walked in. In the living room, an old black man with white hair stared sharply at the intruder. You are not welcome here, please leave. Isaiah Bradley. Sequan looked around and sat down on the sofa casually. You don't need to make the scene so tense. I know who you are and what you've been through, so you don't have to worry. I'm here just to let you play a few games with her. What? You asked me to fight him. Jessica Jones' eyes widened. He's so old, I won't fight him. Sequan took out a pile of cash and put it on the table, looking at Isaiah Bradley, who looked confused. Here is $50,000, regardless of the outcome, the money belongs to you, and I promise not to disturb you and me in the future. Your family. Isaiah Bradley glanced at Jessica Jones. Since this person knows her identity and wants her to fight him, I am afraid she is not as simple as she looks. What if I refuse? Sequan shook his head with a smile, and said indifferently, perhaps, you can try. Isaiah Bradley knew this fight had to be fought. He can refuse to do it, but he can't refuse others to do it to him or his family. You better keep your promise. Isaiah Bradley glanced at Sequan, and suddenly rushed in front of Jessica Jones with a speed that should never be expected for his age, and threw his fists violently. This punch was powerful and heavy, like a tiger waking up from sleep, powerful and strong, which surprised Jessica Jones, who originally disliked him as an old man. She was careless and didn't flash. Jessica Jones, who was punched, stepped back and looked at the unremarkable black old man in front of her in shock. This old man, you don't talk about martial arts. Sequan watched Jessica Jones and Isaiah Bradley fighting together, who were fighting back, and opened the system with a smile. Advertisement. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super strength, Jessica Jones. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super soldier serum strengthening, Isaiah Bradley. The two of them dropped their best reward and Sequan's most wanted reward. Needless to say about super strength, Jessica Jones is like a girl with infinite power. After acquiring her ability, Sequan can clearly feel a significant increase in strength just by clenching his fists. Super Soldier Serum Strengthening, to put it bluntly, is equivalent to injecting the same Super Soldier Serum of Isaiah Bradley. Strength, physical fitness, speed, stamina, and reaction ability have been strengthened in all aspects, and his abdominal muscles have quietly changed from 1 to 8. The fly in the ointment is that the serum that Isaiah Bradley injected was the result of the military's replication of research after the assassination of Dr. Erskine, and the success rate was extremely low, and it was not as effective as the original serum injected by Steve Rogers. Sequan wasn't greedy either, and it was the best he could get until Steve Rogers came out of the freeze. After all, Isaiah Bradley was Captain America for a while after Steve Rogers was frozen, and he also played against Winter Soldier during the North Korean War. Take a break and continue in 10 minutes. Sequan, who was not at all greedy, clapped his hands and called to stop the battle that had gradually flared up. As for why? It's definitely for brushing drop rewards. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 4. The rules of the system make it very clear that each time you watch or participate in a battle, each target can only get 1 drop reward. Focus on it, every time. That is to say, even if the monster girl and the black captain fight for a whole day, Sequan will not get additional drop rewards. Stop fighting, exit the battle state, and then fight again. This is the correct way to open the system. Now there is no opportunity and conditions, and there is no absolute strength. Otherwise, like the Marvel event Avengers Arena or Championship Battle, the superhero and the villain will be caught together and fight with each other, and the drop rewards will fly up without brushing. It was morning when Sequan and Jessica Jones arrived, and it was almost dark when they left. Call out. After returning to everything, Jessica Jones complained with a dark face and a stinky tone, "This is the first and last time. I can work for you, and I can teach anyone a lesson for you, but, Locke, I'm not a joker to please you." She was so angry for a reason. Fighting, it's not a big deal, but, rest after a few minutes of fighting, rest after a few minutes of play, especially if at the end it's a 3-hour break and a minute of fighting, who can stand that? For Jessica Jones, a strange girl with a temperament, it is not very harmful, but it is extremely insulting. Give you a chance to reorganize the language. Sequan took out a stack of dollars and looked at her with a smile. Jessica Jones looked ugly and silent. $10,000 was still very attractive. Take her foster sister, Kuishi, for example. Even though she signed a record company, released a single, and was sought after like a star, she really wanted her to spend $10,000 in cash. Hee. If you think about it, it's nothing, it's just a boxing. It's just that the rest time of each round is a little longer and the game time is a little shorter. Advertisement. That's right, that's it. Jessica Jones found a reason to enlighten herself, and took the money viciously under Sequan's half-smiling gaze. Me, what shall we eat? Jessica Jones asked in a low voice, looking left and right. Chinese food. I'll go and buy. Jessica Jones turned and hurried out the door. The face is still not thick enough. When money stands up and speaks these days, even the truth has to be silent. Make money, it's not shabby. Sequan opens the character panel of the system. Character panel. Host, Sequan. Point 63. Ability, Dimensional Teleportation, The Incredible Man, Super Strength, Jessica Jones, Super Soldier Serum Strength, Isaiah Bradley, Super Endurance, Jessica Jones, Super Jump, Jessica Jones, Anti-Physical Damage Ability, Jessica Jones. Equipment, Super Soldier Serum. Detection range, 100 meters. In just one day, the character panel has undergone a lot of changes. A total of 10 drop rewards have been obtained, and all the abilities and 28 points of the Strange Girl and the Black Captain have been obtained. What surprised Sequan was the Super Soldier Serum that appeared in the equipment column. He really didn't expect the serum to be swiped in the form of equipment. With a thought, the serum appeared out of thin air in his hand. Advertisement. Isaiah Bradley's injected serum can be brushed out. Steve Rogers and Winter Soldier, even the Red House Control Black Widow serum and Extrema serum should be able to brush out. And it's a steady stream, and it takes no effort to get it. What does this mean? It means to deal with and replace the subordinates of the Time Variation Administration. Legion of Super Soldiers. Legion of Winter Soldier. Black Widow Corps. Extremis Legion. Just ask if you are afraid. Are you scared? If these serums can coexist, the Super Soldier Serum and the serum used by the Winter Soldier will mainly strengthen the body, the Red House will control the serum of the Black Widow, and the Extremis will restore the body. Is there any take-off in Woohoo? I don't know if the success rate of the serum produced is 100% or the effect varies from person to person. There is a chance to find someone to try it. Sequan tried to get the serum back into the system, and it was successful. It didn't take long for Jessica Jones to come back with the food, saying that it was bought at a high-end Chinese restaurant that claimed to be authentic. Sequan expressed doubts about this. After a few bites, he put down his chopsticks calmly, glanced at Jessica Jones who seemed satisfied, and took out a few keys and handed them over. I'm leaving for a few days. You clean up the hygiene. Just buy what you need, and I'll reimburse you when you come back. Jessica Jones took the key in surprise. She didn't expect him to trust her so much. It's been less than 24 hours since she realized it, right? He actually dared to give himself the key and let him look after the house? Advertisement. Is he not afraid of losing things, not afraid of running away? Although sometimes you speak harshly and do bad things, but I will not betray your trust in me. Jessica Jones solemnly expressed her attitude to Sequan with a small face. The previous sentence doesn't need to be said. Sequan got up angrily and slapped her head lightly, then used the ability of dimensional teleportation and disappeared. Jessica Jones touched the place where her head was beaten. The pain was definitely not painful, but it gave her an indescribable sense of closeness, like family. The weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. In the blue sky, a figure dressed in blue tights and the stars and stripes on his shoulders passed quickly, causing people on the street below to cheer roar. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the upper floors of the hotel, Seok-won watched the disappearing figure of the replica Superman and the various superhero billboards on the streets and buildings, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised upwards. He is no longer in the Marvel world, this is the world of the Black Robe Picket. In the Marvel world, keep yourselves and accumulate strength, and in other worlds, attack with unscrupulous punches. When he would become the Lord of the Void and rule the Time Mutation Administration as his first small goal, he had already planned the development route of using dimensional teleportation to other worlds to obtain ability and manpower. I just didn't expect that the first cross-world teleportation came to the world of Black Robe Pickets, which is known for its dark and heavy mouths. Superhero shows off people under the spotlight and sets up hypocritical shows, just like a star, capital commercialize a superhero, and makes wanton profits through publicity and marketing. Behind the hero image, most Superman classes have an unknown dark side. For example, the remake of Superman just now, a native of the motherland, he has almost all the abilities equivalent to Superman, and is the leader of the most powerful and most well-known hero group Super 7 in the world. His dark side makes people unable to believe that there is light in this world. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 5. Seok-won didn't have the idea of becoming a light in this world. On the contrary, he felt that this world was very suitable for him, because he was not a good person. After all, being a good person means automatically laying down his weapons and letting others be slaughtered. It takes 81 hardships for a good person to become a Buddha, and a bad person just needs to put down the butcher's knife. If you don't want to feel wronged, don't want to hear anyone and any form of apology, then you can't wait for others to arrange your life. What you want, fight for yourself. The Superman class in this world was created by a serum called No. 5 compound mastered by the Walter Company, and the ability varies from person to person. Water Corporation is an international company spanning pharmaceutical, security, scientific research, food and other fields, with amazing assets and strong strength. It owns countless superhero, among which the most popular and strongest is the Super 7 group led by the Motherland. The members are Motherland, Queen Maeve, Locomotive, Black, Transparent, Deep Sea, Lamplighter. How to get their ability, Seok-won has a preliminary idea. Manhattan, Water Corporation Headquarters Building. Queen Maeve, who was originally expressionless, changed into a positive, sunny, and heroic smile the moment she walked out. It's Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve, you are the best. I love you, Queen Maeve, I love you, and I will always support you. The sound of taking pictures came one after another, and under the dazzling flash was Queen Maeve's unaffected smile. She took a few poses as usual, waved apologetically to the fans who rushed over to get autographs, turned and walked quickly to a Hummer parked in the exclusive parking space. This is the brand she endorses. The brand requires her to drive or ride this custom Hummer with elements of Queen Maeve when she travels. Advertisement. Get in the car, close the door. Queen Maeve turned to pick up the casual clothes in the back row, but suddenly widened her eyes and found that there was a strange man in the car. How did you get up? Fake, get off, you dirty my car. Queen Maeve cursed angrily, reaching out and grabbing the other party and trying to drag him over. Just as soon as she reached out, the other party grabbed her wrist. Why do you dare to resist? My mother is Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve grabbed the opponent's wrist with her backhand, and her slender and white arm burst out with powerful strength. Then, the other party didn't move at all. Queen Maeve was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously tried again, but she still couldn't move the opponent. Not believing in evil, she gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength. Her arm muscles were tense, slightly bulging, her delicate and beautiful facial features gradually distorted, becoming hideous and ugly. The result was desperate. This young uninvited guest is like a mountain with many mountains, which made her feel an unshakable sense of despair. Queen Maeve looked at the young man with a smirk on his face. In terms of strength alone, the people of the motherland may not be able to match him. Jessica Jones's super strength and the strengthening of the super soldier serum on all aspects of the body may be close to crushing Queen Maeve, but it is absolutely easy to beat. Now, add the drop rewards that Queen Maeve had just done. Coincidentally, it is also super strength. So just talking about strength, the people of the motherland may really not be as good as the current Sukwon. Queen Maeve let go of her hand and glared at Sukwon angrily. Who the hell are you? The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable, so bad, not good. Good. Advertisement. Queen Maeve couldn't help sneering, only idiots who don't know the truth would think the world is beautiful. Let's drive, let's move to a quieter place. Sukwon ordered, leaning back relaxed. Queen Maeve stared at him unhappily. Why? Just because you have been hiding the little emotional secrets that you don't want or dare to let someone know. Sukwon gave the panic-stricken Queen Maeve a confident look, took her as the driver, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Seeing him arrogantly and determined his attitude, Queen Maeve could not wait to punch him in the handsome face to let him know the price of threatening her. It's a pity that she didn't dare to turn her face, at least not yet. Boom. The Hummer was like a fiery wild horse, catapulted to start, and rushed out furiously. Half an hour later, the Hummer drove into an abandoned factory building. Queen Maeve viciously turned her head and said to get out of the car, but she was suddenly surprised to find that the person had disappeared. What about people? Where did it go? The panicked Queen Maeve's first reaction was that the person was taken away by the motherland. The motherland has super hearing. Even if he is far away, he can hear clearly, and he may have heard the previous conversation. As for why the first thought of the motherland? Because someone who doesn't want or dare not let someone know is a native of the motherland. Although in front of the camera they are close friends who help each other, and the two have formed a CP for a short time, but Queen Maeve is very aware of the true face of the motherland. With his selfish and violent character, once he knows the secret, he will definitely not. Bang 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 dash. The sudden knock on the window made Queen Maeve tremble with fright. She smiled stiffly, and turned to look at the motherlander outside the car window. Advertisement. Native people? This is not a native of the motherland at all. After reacting, Queen Maeve first let out a sigh of relief, and then her stupidity of fighting wits with herself made her angry. She opened the car door directly, rushed out, and punched her fist at the handsome face that was half smile but not smiling. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super defense, Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve is equivalent to a weakened version of Wonder Woman. Like Jessica Jones and super soldiers, she is a physical strengthening, and has no other special abilities. However, her defense resistance ability is stronger than Jessica Jones, especially in penetrating wounds and cuts. Jessica Jones can't resist bullets. Queen Maeve's fist got closer and closer, and Sukwon's smile deepened. Without dodging, without blocking, he just looked at Queen Maeve's angry eyes and said a name. Irina. Fist, stop abruptly. Sukwon pushed her fist away with her fingers, raised her other hand triumphantly, closed her fingers and clenched her fist, and slowly hit Queen Maeve's dark gray breastplate. Boom. Queen Maeve hit the wall dozens of meters away like a cannonball that flew out. The walls were cracked and dusty. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 6. Cough 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 cough. Queen Maeve put her hands on the ground in pain, staggered to her feet, and glared at Sukwon with fear. Don't say that name if you don't want to get nothing. Sukwon looked at her warning eyes and smiled. Interesting, your eyes tell me that you are afraid. But your fear is not that I will hurt her or threaten you with her, but that someone will hear her name. Tisk tisk, you're pathetic. There was nothing special about the name Irina originally, especially her identity. She was Queen Maeve's ex-girlfriend. Yes, ex-girlfriend. Therefore, Queen Maeve dared not let people know about their relationship, because it would damage the character and public image arranged by Water Company, and she dared not let the people of the motherland know of Irina's existence. Although her short-lived CP relationship with the motherland has long since ended, but with the arrogant character of the motherland, she will definitely kill Irina when she finds out, and even Queen Maeve will kill it together. Superhero, a household name with countless fans, can't even protect his ex-girlfriend, saying she is sad. Is there something wrong? No. There is nothing wrong with it. Sad? Humph. When you face him, you know how small and ridiculous courage is in front of him, everyone will bow to him, and you will not be an exception. Queen Maeve sneered and retorted. There is no doubt about the strength of the motherland, not to mention how scary and terrifying a blackened Superman is. Queen Maeve is afraid of him, the rest of the Super 7 are afraid of him, and even the staff who serve him are afraid of him. You should be afraid of him too. People from the motherland are actually the correct way for Superman to open up in the real society. Like Clark Kent's self-restraint, he bows his head and is willing to be a bully. It is completely wronging himself and pleasing others. Advertisement. Sukwon agrees with Queen Maeve's statement that she will bow her head to the people of her motherland, when he kneels in front of her. Tell me, what do you want? Queen Maeve confessed, she did not dare to risk Irina's safety. The corner of Sukwon's mouth was slightly raised, revealing a somewhat unruly smirk. Originally, he planned to coerce Queen Maeve to notify him in advance when the members of the Super 7 members were in action, and then obtain their ability easily and low-key by watching the battle. But now he has changed his mind. He wanted to see what Queen Maeve would look like when she found what she thought was the incomparable human Mephisto kneeling in front of him. Can you get in touch with the people of your motherland? This time, Sukwon didn't use someone's name Roar to refer to him, but just used Roar's name. Queen Maeve suddenly felt a strong sense of unease, gritted her teeth and roared, no matter what you want to do, I will agree. Fake, don't make things more troublesome. Boom. Accompanied by the voice, the ceiling of the abandoned factory building was suddenly smashed through by gravity, and the Star-Spangled Banner danced. After the native landed, he brushed off the invisible dust on his shoulders and looked at Queen Maeve with a blank expression. Transparent told me you were in trouble, but now I'd rather know what would make it more troublesome if I knew. The voice of the motherland is like a skating blade that counts 9 cold days, without a trace of ups and downs. The person listening is shivering, and the sharp eyes seem to hide the ice and snow for thousands of years, and there is no temperature at all. Under the gaze of the motherland, Queen Maeve felt that she didn't even dare to beat her heart, and the fear surging from the depths of her soul made her seem to have seen the violent picture of the angry motherland killing Irina and killing herself. She lowered her head and couldn't speak. Fear made her brain unable to operate at all. All she thought was that Irina might be killed by the motherland because of herself. She doesn't say it, you say it? The native looked at Sukwon with indifference in his eyes, the kind of indifference that in his eyes you are just an ant. The daffodils don't bloom. What are you pretending to be, breaking garlic? Sukwon replied directly. The terrified Queen Maeve suddenly raised her head and stared at Sukwon with wide eyes in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Advertisement. How dare he talk to the natives like that? Isn't he afraid of death? Doesn't he know what fear is? Fortunately, Queen Maeve didn't ask, otherwise Sukwon must have told her, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it, Ollie. Queen Maeve didn't expect Sukwon to be so brave, and neither did the motherland. Her eyes, which were cold and indifferent, had gradually turned red. Heat ray. I think you're courting death. The eyes of the motherland were hot, but the tone was cold, pure ice and fire. Sukwon, who should be cooperating with the performance, sneered without face, you think I should be like this, you think I should be like this, you just think I got it, you think it's a you think. Call out. The eyes of the natives stared in anger, and the red-hot laser shot almost instantly. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, heat ray, Motherlander. The power of the heat ray of the Motherland is strong, but not strong. Not as good as Superman. A person with a high defense such as a Centenarian Storm will also fail. Sequan's defense is not low now, and there should be no problem with the short-term hard resistance of the Motherland's heat ray. If the super defense of the Motherland has just been obtained, he may choose to resist hard. Now, I definitely want to give the Motherland a surprise. Dimensional teleportation was launched instantly when heat ray was about to hit, and the wall of the abandoned factory building in front of the Motherland was directly pierced and collapsed. Sequan disappeared strangely. What about people? Advertisement. The popularity of the Motherland was desperately looking for Sequan's figure, but a familiar sizzling sound suddenly sounded in his ears. The native turned around suddenly, and what caught his eye was a pair of red eyes like Mephisto. This is my heat ray? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The shocked and stunned natives were hit by heat ray coming over before they had time to react, and Dengdenden took a few steps back. Heat ray did not cause substantial harm to the Motherland, but completely made the narrow-minded and small-bellied people of the Motherland run wild. He would never allow a second person to have the same ability as him. You are dead. The Motherland looked at Sequan with a frosty face, and heat ray blasted out directly. Sequan also released heat ray. Bang! The identical crimson rays collided together, and the tzitzis a burning sound instantly sounded, and the light was extremely dazzling. For a time, it was comparable. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 7. Queen Maeve was stunned, and the dazzling light of heat ray shone on her shocked face, making her stunned expression a little funny. Dare to provoke the people of the Motherland has made her unbelievable. She never imagined, this guy actually has the same ability as the people of the Motherland. Joker is me. Looking at the two who were evenly matched, Queen Maeve suddenly had a bold idea. The power and teleportation ability shown by this guy is very powerful and strange, and with heat ray, he already has the strength to not lose to the Motherland. This made the despairing woman like a drowning person grabbing the straw for life-saving, and hope suddenly rose. Maybe he can save himself and his ex-girlfriend's life. Queen Maeve's eyes gradually returned to life, and she looked at Sequan subconsciously. Call out. The figure flickered, and Sequan, who was originally fighting heat ray with the Motherland, suddenly disappeared from Queen Maeve's sight. The next moment, he suddenly appeared behind the Motherlander, clenched his fist and swung it straight, hitting the back of his head with a heavy punch. Boom! The punch with the strongest power output caused the unprepared Motherland to be directly beaten to the ground and slipped forward to go all the way. It is impossible for the evenly matched heat ray to defeat the Motherland whose defense is stronger than himself, and Sequan does not expect to win with heat ray. His greatest advantage is the strength that has been verified by Queen Maeve. The Motherlander who was punched shook his head on the ground and knees and slowly got up. The pain and the embarrassment of being knocked down made him furious and completely lost his mind. Advertisement. Die, I want you to die, everyone has to die. Sequan was not frightened by the hysterical anger of the Motherland. He was just incompetent and furious. He shouted death to your mother, and instantly appeared in front of the Motherland, directly riding his face to output. The heat ray shot out of his eyes made the native who was still unsteady after getting up to stagger backwards. Sequan followed with a stride, raising his fists to his face and arching left and right. Bang bang bang, bang 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 dash. The thunderous fist sound was like a gust of wind and rain, and it came in an instant. The Motherland tried to regain the rhythm and counter-attack several times, but they were all beaten back by Sequan's unstoppable offensive. Gradually, the anger of the people of the Motherland was beaten, and the power to fight back was completely lost. For the first time he felt the pain, the first time he was so badly wounded, the first time he felt the approach and terror of death. The mentality of being superior to me was completely shattered. He panicked and was afraid. Hot and humid tears flowed from the eyes, and there was a clearly visible begging in the fearful eyes. Sukwon stopped his bloody fist in surprise. Are the natives crying? The people of the motherland were beaten and cried by me? The mental state of the people of the motherland is indeed abnormal and unsound. He grew up in a laboratory and lacked love and care. He is strong and has not experienced social beatings. He is a giant baby with a love affair and violence and cruelty. But it is too exaggerated to be beaten and cry so easily. What about Black and Superman? What's wrong with Queen Maeve and the others who are so terrified of you? Think about the fear Queen Maeve had for him just now, and the despair and darkness when she said, "Everyone will bow to him, and you will not be an exception." Then look at the motherlanders who are crying bitterly and begging in front of their eyes. Advertisement. It's funny how F. King opens the door for the funny, it's home funny. Sukwon tugged at his cloak in disgust to dry the blood on his hands, and wiped a few more hands on his face, wiping away the blood and tears. You can roll. Such humiliating actions and words did not make the people of the motherland go into a rage, but instead showed their gratitude and happiness for the rest of their lives after the catastrophe. With a complicated look in her eyes, she couldn't close her legs. No, it was Queen Maeve who couldn't close her mouth, and the natives flew away with a bang. At this moment, Queen Maeve understood it, and Sukwon understood it too. He wants Queen Maeve to die here. As long as Queen Maeve is dead, no one will know what happened here, and there is no need to worry about Queen Maeve appearing in front of him, always reminding him of what happened today. Queen Maeve was sure that even if she could get out of here alive, the natives would find a chance to kill her. There is only one way to go now. Queen Maeve slowly came to Su and knelt down on one knee with a plop. Etc. Sukwon took out his phone and turned on the recording mode. Go ahead. Queen Maeve's face turned red and discolored, and she said with difficulty, I am Queen Maeve, I am Maeve, and I will swear allegiance to you. Sukwon put away the phone with satisfaction. I accept your allegiance. Remember, my name is Sukwon, omniscient and omnipotent. Unfamiliar name, arrogant tone. Queen Maeve knows nothing about his identity and origin, but one thing is very clear, he broke the motherland and has the strength to protect himself and Irina. Leaving the devastated abandoned factory, Sukwon told Queen Maeve the hotel address and turned on the system. Character panel. Advertisement. Host, Sukwon. Point 63. Ability. Dimensional teleportation, The Incredibles. Super strength, Jessica Jones, Queen Maeve. Super soldier serum strengthening, Isaiah Bradley. Super endurance, Jessica Jones. Super jump, Jessica Jones. Super defense, Jessica Jones, Queen Maeve. Heat ray, Motherlander. Equipment, super soldier serum. Detection range, 100 meters, upgrade possible. In addition to the newly added heat ray, Jessica Jones' anti-physical damage ability has been merged with Queen Maeve's super defense. It should be an integrated overlay of the same ability, and the source of the ability will still be displayed. Whose turn is it next? Sukwon, who closed the panel, closed his eyes, thinking about the next ability acquisition target. Marvel, omniscient and almighty, watching battles at the start 8. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 2 points. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super speed, loco. Sukwon opened his eyes in surprise at the sudden and unpredictable drop reward, and shouted to stop at the normal Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve stopped and looked back in doubt, and saw Sukwon looking out of the window with a playful expression. She turned her head curiously and looked out the window. Just a glance made her stunned. On the curb in front of an electronic video store, a man with flesh and blood on his face stood sluggishly, holding 2 solitary arms in his outstretched hands. In front of him, flesh and blood were scattered all over the ground. Not far away, a black man in a blue uniform was also covered in flesh and blood, trying to explain with a flustered face. "I can't stop, I can't stop, I can't stop." While talking, he put on the blood-stained sunglasses in a panic, turned and ran away. Whoosh dash. In the blink of an eye, people disappeared at lightning speed and fled the scene. Advertisement. "Damn it, it's the locomotive, my God, what did this guy do, bastard, fake." Queen Maeve, who had guessed what was going on, cursed in a low voice angrily. Sukwon glanced at it before reacting to Huey, who started yelling his girlfriend's name, motioning for Queen Maeve to drive away. The locomotive's ability is super speed like the Flash and Quicksilver. The scene just now is one of the most famous scenes, and it is also the beginning of Huey, an ordinary man, joining the black-robed picket team to fight against the Super 7 and the Water Company. Huey is a huge fan of the locomotive, but his girlfriend is hit all over the place by the locomotive. I have to say, this is really ironic. Picking up the super speed of the locomotive in vain is indeed a pleasant surprise. After all, this ability is very strong and practical, but Sukwon's interest is not high. It is not hypocritical to grieve for this tragedy, but just remembered a sentence: everything is fate, and no one can help it. If you want to break through the shackles of fate and master your own destiny, you must have a strength that is beyond everything. The next day, in the morning, the weather was gloomy, and the whole sky was a dark blue. Sukwon brought super speed to the extreme, running as much as he liked. His unparalleled speed and smooth running gave him an indescribable sense of comfort. Running will secrete dopamine. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is related to human emotions and feelings, and transmits excitement and happiness. In addition, dopamine is also related to various addictive behaviors, so some people say that running is addictive. For Sukwon, super speed also has a unique benefit, which is the drop reward for quickly brushing the spectator battle. Although it's a little early, most of those scumbags who make fighting, robbing, and extortion their daily activities haven't started their day as a jerk. But running all the way down, still harvest a lot. It's a pity that he didn't get a new ability, but he was satisfied enough with the nearly 100 points earned. Advertisement. After all, points can be used to upgrade the detection range of the battle. The larger the range, the more opportunities to get drop rewards, and the greater the room for manipulation. It took 100 points to change the detection range from 100 meters to 200 meters. If the guess is correct, the next upgrade should require 200 points. Doin'. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground caught Sukwon's attention. In the yard across the street, the front of a car fell to the ground tremblingly, and was then lifted up slowly and forcefully by a girl with a ponytail and a sweater. This is Starlight. Sukwon recognized her identity with a faint light in her eyes. The super ability of Starlight is to release strong light and energy absorbing and electricity, as well as the defense ability and power far beyond ordinary people. She should have not replaced the lamplighter as a new member of the Super 7, and she has not seen the despair and darkness of the real world under the bright lights. With justice in her heart and taking the Super 7 as her idol, she will soon be fooled and persecuted by the deep sea because of the opportunity to join the Super 7, seeing the darkness of reality and compromising it. Then, the disillusioned she met Huey, who was also disillusioned, and the two who had the same illness soon came together and became boyfriend and girlfriend. Sean Guang paid the price for being fooled by the deep sea in order to join the Super 7. Although he was angry and sad afterwards, he silently accepted this fact. Huey's girlfriend just died, and she just joined the black-robed picket team to take revenge against the Super 7 to avenge her girlfriend. As a result, after seeing the stars a few times, she was with the new member of the Super 7. As the only two normal Starlight and Huey in this show, I have to say that they are also very realistic. In the real world, how can there be so much purity and persistence, and some are just weighing the pros and cons and whether the chips are enough. Duan. Seeing Guang noticed Suquan, who had been staring at him, put down the car and walked over. Hi, is there anything I can help you with? Advertisement. Suquan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, thank you for the gift you gave me. The gift I gave you? Sorry, did you make a mistake? I don't know you and have never given you a gift. Seeing Guang explained blankly. Heartbeat, you gave me the first gift. Suquan smiled and stretched out his hand. Seeing Guang smiled shyly and stretched out his hand. And Janori, you can call me Starlight. Suquan. You said I gave you a gift, what about you, do you have a gift for me? Seeing Guang looked at Suquan with a smile, his first impression of this handsome and humorous boy was not bad. Yes, but it depends on your performance. Suquan smiled and opened his arms, don't complain if you want gifts, hug me. Starlight giggled, do you use this set for every girl? Because I love everything in the world, no favorite, no exception. Suquan took the initiative to approach. Seeing Guang raised his hand and stepped back with a smile, okay, I admit that you are very humorous and charming, but I am not the kind of girl who can get it easily. What if the gift is for you to join the Super 7? Suquan smiled faintly, but his expression gradually became serious. The smile on Xing Guang's face gradually subsided, and he frowned slightly, are you serious? This is the second most serious thing I've ever seen you say. What about the first sentence? Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 9. Heart, you gave me the first gift. Starlight did make Suquan a little moved, but there are many kinds of hearts. She will definitely pay the price, instead of the cheap deep sea, why can't it be me? Isn't the biggest role of being familiar with the plot to use the benefits of foreknowledge? I believe it, but Starlight looked at Suquan, not thinking that he could get him to join the Super 7, if you want to know me, you don't need to use this kind of lame lie that can be easily debunked. I don't know who paid the price for being fooled in 3 or 2 sentences. The lie of the deep sea is not very clever, right? Ring 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 ring. Suquan's phone rang, and only Queen Maeve knew the number. Connected, turned on the loudspeaker, Queen Maeve's slightly apprehensive voice came out. It's me, Maeve, there's a task for me and the people of the motherland to handle, and I am worried that there will be trouble. Queen Maeve worries that the natives will take the opportunity to attack her when she is on a mission. She knows that this kind of thing can be done by the people of the motherland. Can you come over? She could hear her cautious and earnestness through the phone. Suquan glanced at the shocked Seeing Guang, and took her shoulders close to him. Seeing Guang did not resist. You are my person. If there is any trouble, I will definitely not ignore it. Send me the address. Queen Maeve breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. By the way, the lamplighter retired and left the Super 7, are you qualified to recommend new people to join? Suquan asked suddenly. Seeing Guang suddenly raised his head and looked at him eagerly. Advertisement. I can recommend newcomers to go directly to the check-in, as long as the ability is not too bad, there should be no problem. What about the natives? That's no problem. Suquan hummed, took a deep look at Seeing Guang, and asked if he meant something, then it should be no problem to reject a newcomer. Yes, it's easier. I see you later. See you later. Hanging up the call, Suquan looked at the Starlight with a complicated expression. Although she was somewhat innocent, she was not stupid. Suquan understood the meaning inside and outside of what she said. It's not that I want to know you now, it's that you have to know me. Suquan handed the phone over. Starlight hesitation for a few seconds, then entered his own number and dialed out. After getting through, hang up and return the phone to Suquan. Wait for your call. Suquan shook the phone and disappeared silently under the stairs' gaze. Xin Guang stretched out his hands and grabbed the place where Sequan disappeared. It was empty and there was nothing. The only remaining bank robbers were forced into a dead end. The Motherland and Queen Maeve approached with ease, and the bullets that hit them were scattered all over the place. "Don't kill me, please, don't kill me." The bank robber threw away the gun, and the intense fear made him kneel and beg for mercy. "You shouldn't be alive." The natives came to the bank robber with a cold tone and picked him up by the neck. Queen Maeve looked gloomy and turned to stare at her motherland. "What do you want to say?" Advertisement. The people of the motherland looked at Queen Maeve with vicious and cold eyes, as if to tear her apart alive. "I said, you shouldn't be alive." The icy voice fell, and his hand went straight through the bank robber's chest. For a moment, the ferocity of the motherland and the long shadow made Queen Maeve feel the same as the bank robber, as if the person who was penetrated was not him, but herself. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes dodged subconsciously, and he wanted to bow his head. "Don't be afraid, I don't need to be afraid of him now, he is no longer an invincible devil." "Yes, don't be afraid." Queen Maeve took a deep breath of roar to cheer herself up, and her gaze towards the motherland gradually became firmer. For the people of the motherland, this firm and fearless look is provocation and blasphemy to him. With a heavy snort, the bank robber who was already cold was still on the ground like garbage by him, staring at Queen Maeve's eyes gradually turning red, as if ready to kill her with eyes at any time. Boom! A scorching red heat ray suddenly hit the motherlander's leg, and the motherlander who was caught off guard knelt down directly to the Queen Maeve in front of him. "Who is it?" The angry natives turned their heads and roared with gritted teeth, and then like the surging flames met the ocean, the barking domestic dogs saw the sticks in the master's hands, and the bullying villains lost their backers instantly counseled. "It's me, what do you want to say?" Sequan slowly fell from the air, the redness in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by a playful look. The shadow that Sequan casts on the motherland is like the shadow the motherland casts on Queen Maeve. It cannot be said that it is completely similar, but it can only be said that it is exactly the same. The last thing people from the motherland want to see is Sequan. Sequan is the opposite. He is very happy to meet people from the motherland, because every meeting can get benefits. Such as the last heat ray, such as the flight just obtained. Anything to say? Then I'll say it. Advertisement. Sequan walked to Queen Maeve and looked down at the silent motherland. "She is my person now. If you face me without the ability to lift the table, don't do anything. If it's a dragon, you have to cross it. If it's a tiger, you have to lie down. If it's a dog, you should whisper to me. I think you know better than anyone that no matter who they are just pieces of meat if they are cut open and pulled out. Now, is there anything you want to say?" In the face of Sequan's warning, what can the motherland say other than silence? Picking up the bank robber's gun and handing it to Queen Maeve looked at Sequan a little puzzled. "Didn't you do this often before? After killing people, you pretended to be attacked or resisted. This time, it's your turn to shoot." Queen Maeve reacted and pulled the trigger at the motherland who had stood up with a strange expression. Da-da-da-da. The gunshots were thundering and the bullets were raining. In the past, it was the motherland who made the illusion that the motherland shot herself. I didn't expect that there would be a day in reverse. Although this would not cause harm to the motherland, Queen Maeve felt that this feeling, really cool. Sequan is cooler. The drop rewards for the onlooker battles arrived as scheduled. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 10. Advertisement. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super hearing, Motherlander. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super endurance, Queen Maeve. For the first time, Sequan felt that the world was so noisy. The sound of the shells bouncing on the ground was like drums and gongs beating in his ears. The motherland and Queen Maeve, and his own heartbeat sounded like a punctured balloon, thumping. The breeze is gentle, the voices are full of people, and the traffic is full of traffic. All the sounds are clearly audible and can be heard. It made him feel as if he was in the middle of flowers, surrounded by bees, buzzing. Adjusting his hearing to a normal level, Sequan glanced at the man from the motherland who was ashen but dared not to speak out. With a basking smile, he pointed his finger at his own eyes and then at him. "I'll be watching you." The face of the motherland was even more ugly, and he opened his mouth. He was about to say something, but Sequan nodded towards Queen Maeve, and disappeared with a bang. "Sheet." The natives breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cursed in a low voice in anger. Queen Maeve gave him a sideways glance. The 2 times the motherland's performance in the face of Sequan had completely pulled him down from the altar in his heart. He will, Sequan will. Even stronger. He won't, and neither will Sequan. And more. What do the natives use to fight Sequan? Heaven's law circulates, retribution is unhappy. In the face of absolute strength, the performance of the motherland is no different from that of other people, and they will also be afraid, and bow their heads. Advertisement. Don't think you can underestimate me if you take refuge with him. You don't have the qualifications. Baichi will always be Baichi. Feeling the change in Queen Maeve's attitude towards herself, the motherland warned with anger. Queen Maeve looked behind him silently. The expression of the motherland suddenly froze. Is he back again? Turning his head, there was nothing behind him, no one was there. The natives who reacted angrily glared at Queen Maeve. "How dare you play with me?" Queen Maeve was unafraid and gave a mocking sneer. "What if I played with you? Do the natives dare to beat themselves? He dare not. It's up to the owner to beat the dog." Queen Maeve doesn't care what the motherland thinks of her. After all, everyone in this world is like a dog, and no one can escape the various chains around their necks. Or money, or work, or life, different shackles have long deprived people of true free will. The natives of the motherland are no exception, and around his neck is the same shackle called superhero. Perhaps, only the mysterious and powerful Sequan can have true free will. Night. The lights are dimmed. Deep in a remote and dim alley, behind an inconspicuous iron gate is a magnificent nightclub. Most of the guests in this nightclub are the sanctimonious Superman heroes on weekdays. It's a place to satisfy their dirty tastes without worrying about paparazzi taking pictures. Almost all the male members of the Super 7 have been here. Advertisement. At the moment, Sequan was sitting in the box in the corner of the nightclub, drinking wine with the embarrassed Starlight, and smilingly looking at the indescribable absurd scene around him. "Why do you want to meet here? Here this place is worse than hell. I can't believe those superhero who are so bright in front of the camera are so bastards in private." Xin Guang felt that the air here was full of dirty and depraved smells, which made her nauseous when Roar sucked it. Sequan took Xing Guang's shoulders and motioned him to look at a man not far away. Iskiel the rubber, who preaches all over the country on pray for all gays to go away, is now hugging 2 men. Disgusting hypocrite. Xin Guang glanced at it and hurriedly turned her head. She felt her eyes were dirty. "Let's change places." Sequan shook his head and leaned back on the sofa. "What do you think superhero is? Protect the weak, save disasters, and bring hope and light to ordinary people." Xin Guang said his answer without hesitation. "Innocent." Sequan sneered. "The superhero in this world is just a commodity that makes money for Walter and increases its influence. Don't be too quick to deny, most people become superhero to make money and to be famous. Helping the weak and delivering love and peace is just part of the job of superhero. You are no exception. Why would you want to join the Super 7 if you just want to help others? Why would you ask me out? Don't tell me you don't know what that means." Starlight, whose fig leaf was removed, retorted with an embarrassed expression, "Joining the Super 7 is my dream, and it can also help more people." Yes. Sequan pointed his finger at the two people who had just entered in disapproval. One of the two people was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a shocked expression that seemed to be frightened by the absurdity here, and the other was wearing a black trench coat with a big beard and looked very calm. The skinny and helpless one is called Huey. Did the locomotive say that it killed a girl who ran into the middle of the road while chasing a criminal? His girlfriend. She was on the side of the road at the time, not in the middle of the road. The locomotive was high, and the flesh and blood of the people who were hit were separated. It was everywhere. Advertisement. It's ridiculous that the lawyers of the water company found Huey to sign a non-disclosure agreement and were willing to give him humanitarian compensation. Do you know how much? $45,000. Are you going to help him get justice and justice? Starlight opened his mouth, speechless. Another bearded man named Billy, a former member of the CIA's Black Operations team, her wife was a network administrator for the motherland, but she was tarnished by the motherland and disappeared. Do you want to help him get justice? Xin Guang was speechless when asked, and after a while, he whispered, How do I know if what you said is true or false? It's you who need the answer, not me. Sequan got up and walked out. Xin Guang took a step slower and hurriedly got up to catch up. At this moment, a small man the size of a thumb suddenly appeared next to him, and instantly changed to a normal file size, blocking the starlight. "Hey, beauty, would you like to play with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Elongated Man's expression suddenly froze, and he looked down at his chest in disbelief, a burning wound that was penetrated, clear and translucent. The lifeless Elongated Man fell to his knees and slowly fell to Starlight's feet. Starlight stared blankly at the Elongated Man's body, screaming loudly in horror. The sharp scream instantly attracted everyone's attention, and saw the screaming Starlight, the Elongated Man whose body was pierced and fell to the ground, and Sequan whose red eyes gradually faded away. However, no one spoke up, and no one came over to meddle in business. There was silence in the nightclub for a few seconds, and soon the original noise was restored. It was time to play and drink, as if nothing had happened. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start. 9. Heart, you gave me the first gift. Starlight did make Sequan a little moved, but there are many kinds of hearts. She will definitely pay the price, instead of the cheap deep sea. Why can't it be me? Isn't the biggest role of being familiar with the plot to use the benefits of foreknowledge? I believe it, but Starlight looked at Sequan, not thinking that he could get him to join the Super 7. If you want to know me, you don't need to use this kind of lame lie that can be easily debunked. I don't know who paid the price for being fooled in 3 or 2 sentences. The lie of the deep sea is not very clever, right? Ring 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 ring. Sequan's phone rang, and only Queen Maeve knew the number. Connected, turned on the loudspeaker, Queen Maeve's slightly apprehensive voice came out. It's me, Maeve, there's a task for me and the people of the motherland to handle, and I am worried that there will be trouble. Queen Maeve worries that the natives will take the opportunity to attack her when she is on a mission. She knows that this kind of thing can be done by the people of the motherland. Can you come over? She could hear her cautious and earnestness through the phone. Sequan glanced at the shocked Xin Guang, and took her shoulders close to him. Xin Guang did not resist. You are my person. If there is any trouble, I will definitely not ignore it. Send me the address. Queen Maeve breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. By the way, the lamplighter retired and left the Super 7. Are you qualified to recommend new people to join? Sequan asked suddenly. Xin Guang suddenly raised his head and looked at him eagerly. Advertisement. I can recommend newcomers to go directly to the check-in, as long as the ability is not too bad, There should be no problem. What about the natives? That's no problem. Sukwon hummed, took a deep look at Seeing Guang, and asked if he meant something. Then it should be no problem to reject a newcomer. Yes, it's easier. I see you later. See you later. Hanging up the call, Sukwon looked at the starlight with a complicated expression. Although she was somewhat innocent, she was not stupid. Sukwon understood the meaning inside and outside of what she said. It's not that I want to know you now, it's that you have to know me. Sukwon handed the phone over. Starlight hesitation for a few seconds, then entered his own number and dialed out. After getting through, hang up and return the phone to Sukwon. Wait for your call. Sukwon shook the phone and disappeared silently under the stairs' gaze. Seeing Guang stretched out his hands and grabbed the place where Sukwon disappeared. It was empty and there was nothing. The only remaining bank robbers were forced into a dead end. The Motherland and Queen Maeve approached with ease, and the bullets that hit them were scattered all over the place. Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. The bank robber threw away the gun, and the intense fear made him kneel and beg for mercy. You shouldn't be alive. The natives came to the bank robber with a cold tone and picked him up by the neck. Queen Maeve looked gloomy and turned to stare at her motherland. What do you want to say? Advertisement. The people of the motherland looked at Queen Maeve with vicious and cold eyes, as if to tear her apart alive. I said, you shouldn't be alive. The icy voice fell, and his hand went straight through the bank robber's chest. For a moment, the ferocity of the motherland and the long shadow made Queen Maeve feel the same as the bank robber, as if the person who was penetrated was not him, but herself. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes dodged subconsciously, and he wanted to bow his head. Don't be afraid, I don't need to be afraid of him now, he is no longer an invincible devil. Yes, don't be afraid. Queen Maeve took a deep breath of roar to cheer herself up, and her gaze towards the motherland gradually became firmer. For the people of the motherland, this firm and fearless look is provocation and blasphemy to him. With a heavy snort, the bank robber who was already cold was still on the ground like garbage by him, staring at Queen Maeve's eyes gradually turning red, as if ready to kill her with eyes at any time. Boom! A scorching red heat ray suddenly hit the motherlander's leg, and the motherlander who was caught off guard knelt down directly to the Queen Maeve in front of him. Who is it? The angry natives turned their heads and roared with gritted teeth, and then like the surging flames met the ocean, the barking domestic dogs saw the sticks in the master's hands, and the bullying villains lost their backers instantly counseled. It's me, what do you want to say? Sukwon slowly fell from the air, the redness in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by a playful look. The shadow that Sukwon casts on the motherland is like the shadow the motherland casts on Queen Maeve. It cannot be said that it is completely similar, but it can only be said that it is exactly the same. The last thing people from the motherland want to see is Sukwon. Sukwon is the opposite. He is very happy to meet people from the motherland, because every meeting can get benefits. Such as the last heat ray, such as the flight just obtained. Anything to say? Then I'll say it. Advertisement. Sukwon walked to Queen Maeve and looked down at the silent motherland. She is my person now. If you face me without the ability to lift the table, don't do anything. If it's a dragon, you have to cross it. If it's a tiger, you have to lie down. If it's a dog, you should whisper to me. I think you know better than anyone that no matter who they are just pieces of meat if they are cut open and pulled out. Now, is there anything you want to say? In the face of Sukwon's warning, what can the motherland say other than silence? Picking up the bank robber's gun and handing it to Queen Maeve looked at Sukwon a little puzzled. Didn't you do this often before? After killing people, you pretended to be attacked or resisted. This time, it's your turn to shoot. Queen Maeve reacted and pulled the trigger at the motherland who had stood up with a strange expression. Da-da-da-da. The gunshots were thundering and the bullets were raining. In the past, it was the motherland who made the illusion that the motherland shot herself. I didn't expect that there would be a day in reverse. Although this would not cause harm to the motherland, Queen Maeve felt that this feeling, really cool. Sequan is cooler. The drop rewards for the onlooker battles arrived as scheduled. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 10. Advertisement. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super hearing, Motherlander. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super endurance, Queen Maeve. For the first time, Sequan felt that the world was so noisy. The sound of the shells bouncing on the ground was like drums and gongs beating in his ears. The motherland and Queen Maeve, and his own heartbeat sounded like a punctured balloon, thumping. The breeze is gentle, the voices are full of people, and the traffic is full of traffic. All the sounds are clearly audible and can be heard. It made him feel as if he was in the middle of flowers, surrounded by bees, buzzing. Adjusting his hearing to a normal level, Sequan glanced at the man from the motherland who was ashen but dared not to speak out. With a basking smile, he pointed his finger at his own eyes and then at him. "I'll be watching you." The face of the motherland was even more ugly, and he opened his mouth. He was about to say something, but Sequan nodded towards Queen Maeve, and disappeared with a bang. "Sheet." The natives breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cursed in a low voice in anger. Queen Maeve gave him a sideways glance. The 2 times the motherland's performance in the face of Sequan had completely pulled him down from the altar in his heart. He will, Sequan will. Even stronger. He won't, and neither will Sequan. And more. What do the natives use to fight Sequan? Heaven's law circulates. Retribution is unhappy. In the face of absolute strength, the performance of the motherland is no different from that of other people, and they will also be afraid, and bow their heads. Advertisement. Don't think you can underestimate me if you take refuge with him. You don't have the qualifications. Baichi will always be Baichi. Feeling the change in Queen Maeve's attitude towards herself, the motherland warned with anger. Queen Maeve looked behind him silently. The expression of the motherland suddenly froze. Is he back again? Turning his head, there was nothing behind him, no one was there. The natives who reacted angrily glared at Queen Maeve. "How dare you play with me?" Queen Maeve was unafraid and gave a mocking sneer. "What if I played with you? Do the natives dare to beat themselves? He dare not. It's up to the owner to beat the dog. Queen Maeve doesn't care what the motherland thinks of her. After all, everyone in this world is like a dog, and no one can escape the various chains around their necks. Or money, or work, or life, different shackles have long deprived people of true free will. The natives of the motherland are no exception, and around his neck is the same shackle called superhero. Perhaps, only the mysterious and powerful Sequan can have true free will. Night. The lights are dimmed. Deep in a remote and dim alley, behind an inconspicuous iron gate is a magnificent nightclub. Most of the guests in this nightclub are the sanctimonious Superman heroes on weekdays. It's a place to satisfy their dirty tastes without worrying about paparazzi taking pictures. Almost all the male members of the Super 7 have been here. Advertisement. At the moment, Sequan was sitting in the box in the corner of the nightclub, drinking wine with the embarrassed starlight, and smilingly looking at the indescribable absurd scene around him. "Why do you want to meet here? Here this place is worse than hell. I can't believe those superhero who are so bright in front of the camera are so bastards in private." Xin Guang felt that the air here was full of dirty and depraved smells, which made her nauseous when Roar sucked it. Sequan took Xing Guang's shoulders and motioned him to look at a man not far away. Iskiel the Rubber, who preaches all over the country on pray for all gays to go away, is now hugging 2 men. Disgusting hypocrite. Xin Guang glanced at it and hurriedly turned her head. She felt her eyes were dirty. Let's change places. Sequan shook his head and leaned back on the sofa. What do you think superhero is? Protect the weak, save disasters, and bring hope and light to ordinary people. Xin Guang said his answer without hesitation. Innocent. Sequan sneered. The superhero in this world is just a commodity that makes money for Walter and increases its influence. Don't be too quick to deny, most people become superhero to make money and to be famous. Helping the weak and delivering love and peace is just part of the job of superhero. You are no exception. Why would you want to join the Super 7 if you just want to help others? Why would you ask me out? Don't tell me you don't know what that means. Starlight, whose fig leaf was removed, retorted with an embarrassed expression, joining the Super 7 is my dream, and it can also help more people. Yes. Sequan pointed his finger at the two people who had just entered in disapproval. One of the two people was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a shocked expression that seemed to be frightened by the absurdity here, and the other was wearing a black trench coat with a big beard and looked very calm. The skinny and helpless one is called Huey. Did the locomotive say that it killed a girl who ran into the middle of the road while chasing a criminal? His girlfriend. She was on the side of the road at the time, not in the middle of the road. The locomotive was high, and the flesh and blood of the people who were hit were separated. It was everywhere. Advertisement. It's ridiculous that the lawyers of the water company found Huey to sign a non-disclosure agreement and were willing to give him humanitarian compensation. Do you know how much? $45,000. Are you going to help him get justice and justice? Starlight opened his mouth, speechless. Another bearded man named Billy, a former member of the CIA's Black Operations team, her wife was a network administrator for the motherland, but she was tarnished by the motherland and disappeared. Do you want to help him get justice? Xin Guang was speechless when asked, and after a while, he whispered, how do I know if what you said is true or false? It's you who need the answer, not me. Sequan got up and walked out. Xin Guang took a step slower and hurriedly got up to catch up. At this moment, a small man the size of a thumb suddenly appeared next to him, and instantly changed to a normal file size, blocking the starlight. Hey, beauty, would you like to play with me? As soon as he finished speaking, elongated man's expression suddenly froze, and he looked down at his chest in disbelief, a burning wound that was penetrated, clear and translucent. The lifeless elongated man fell to his knees and slowly fell to Starlight's feet. Starlight stared blankly at the elongated man's body, screaming loudly in horror. The sharp scream instantly attracted everyone's attention, and saw the screaming Starlight, the elongated man whose body was pierced and fell to the ground, and Sequan whose red eyes gradually faded away. However, no one spoke up, and no one came over to meddle in business. There was silence in the nightclub for a few seconds, and soon the original noise was restored. It was time to play and drink, as if nothing had happened. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 11. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, file size expansion, elongated man. In one shot, it's not bad. Are you going to help him get justice and justice? Sequan looked at Xin Guang mockingly, and Xin Guang stared blankly at the unattended body of elongated man, silent. She somewhat regretted meeting Sequan. Whether it was the absurd and dirty sights in the nightclub or the corner of the real world torn apart by Sequan, her long-standing beliefs and cognitions were strongly impacted. Looking at Sequan who turned and left, Xin Guang hesitated for a few seconds but followed. Nightclub, security room. Bearded Billy took Huey to let the security call up a screen. In the picture, the locomotive is drinking. Wait, is the locomotive here now? Huey asked hurriedly. Once, this was taken last night, turn on the sound, Billy said to the security. In the frame, a man dressed in an apparent superhero sits down beside the locomotive. I can't believe you knocked a bitch into a meat sauce. Do you want to hear something really crazy? The voice of the locomotive sounded. I ran too fast when I rammed through him and swallowed one of her molars like a bug on the highway. Dude, that's disgusting. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two people in the picture burst into laughter, as if it were some kind of funny joke. They're laughing, it's like she's a joke, she's actually laughing. Huey gnashed his teeth and stared at the locomotive in the picture. The original timidity and hesitation had turned into anger and firmness. Billy came to him, then what are you going to do? Huey gave him a firm look, saying nothing. The alley outside the nightclub. Sukwon raised his hand and made a gesture to Huey and Billy, who came out from inside Roar. Hey, come here and have a chat. They also saw the scene where Sukwon killed the elongated man with heat ray. Now that he was suddenly recruited by Roar, Huey was instinctively scared. That is the same heat ray as the motherland. Billy frowned in disgust. He didn't have the slightest liking for the Superman class, especially since this person has the same ability as the native. A smile is a courtesy and sometimes a warning. At the moment, Sukwon's laughter has obviously become the latter. Looking at the two people who came over reluctantly, especially Billy with disgust in his eyes, Sukwon pointed at him and looked at Seungwon. He has something on him that will give you the answer. Starlight looked at Billy, who was retreating, unable to refuse Sukwon, who wanted to know the answer, and she took a few steps forward. Although I don't know what it is, please leave it to me. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't have what you want. Advertisement. Starlight looked at Billy, who didn't flinch, with some embarrassment, and a trace of lightning flashed in her eyes. The sound of crackling electric current sounded around, and the street lights that were lit in the distance even banged and went out instantly. I don't want to do anything to you, so hand it over to me. She is also a Superman class. Okay, I'll give it to you. Billy simply put his hand into the windbreaker, and when he saw Seungwon's expression relaxed, his eyes instantly became sharp and hideous. Go to hell. What he took out was a pistol. The dark muzzle was aimed at Starlight. Billy pulled the trigger quickly without any hesitation, and at the same time pulled the frightened Huey around and ran away. Boom, bang 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 dash, the bullets poured out and landed on the ground. Seungwon stared blankly at the body in front of him, completely unexpected that he would block the bullet for him at a critical moment. Inexplicably, she had an indescribable sense of trust and security. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 3 points. If you don't take action, they will run away. Sukwon didn't look back. Oh, Starlight, who reacted to avoid Sukwon, and slammed his hands towards Billy and Huey, who were running towards the alley. Zzzadash. The two lightning bolts hit the target instantly, and Billy and Huey fell to the ground screaming. Ding. Advertisement. Combat detected, drop reward, unleash bright light with energy absorbing and electricity, Starlight. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 1 point. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 5 points. Listening to the pleasant tone, Sukwon felt that the name of the system really lived up to its name. In just a few days, he has easily acquired a variety of abilities. No matter who it is, as long as ability is seen by him, he can shout, "Bring it to you." Even with the same ability, the effects can be stacked. Although only the ability in terms of physical fitness is currently determined, it can also be said to be better than Blue. Sukwon thought of a Marvel God-level bug character with the ability to copy and stack infinitely, Protégé. Except for the different ways, the final cap for yourself and Protégé is the same. No, it should be said that his upper limit is higher than that of Protégé. Protégé can't replicate his system, but he can get Protégé's ability through the system's drop rewards. Even if OAA is shot, Sukwon has the opportunity to obtain its ability. He can also travel to worlds other than Marvel to obtain more powerful and unique abilities, so bread will have it, milk will have it, and everything will have it. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start. 12. Bearded Billy has a file on his body, which is the evidence that he has investigated for so many years about Superman-type crimes and the cover-up of Vought's evidence, turning black and white. This is what he prepared for Huey, wanting Huey to see the darkness under the sun clearly, to stand up and fight against the water company and those so-called superhero. Seeing Guang looked at the file, the shocking content made her expression gradually become solemn and angry. Sequan is right, I'm so naive, these so-called superhero are really just scumbags with superficial stalwarts and justice. Starlight looked at Sequan, I don't want to join the Super 7. Whatever. Sequan's indifferent attitude made Seeing Guang a little stunned. After all, there was a conditional transaction between them. He gave up so easily. Inexplicably, Seeing Guang is a little worried about gain and loss. Sequan doesn't care because trading is only one of his goals. His real goal is to hope that Starlight can mature after experiencing the darkness of the real world. Get rid of your naivete, and you can do things better for yourself in the future. His eyes looked back and forth at the unconscious Billy and Huey, and finally stopped on Billy. This guy can be called the most unlucky person in the world in black robe. First, he was greened by the people of the motherland, and then he was forced to be a father. Don't you hate the native people? Don't you hate the Superman class? If you don't become them, how can you beat them? Sequan took out the super soldier serum from the system, aimed it at Billy's neck, and plunged it directly into it. Billy in a coma instantly groaned unconsciously, and his body began to shake and twitch violently. What did you do to him? Starlight asked in a low voice. Sequan stared at Billy without responding. Advertisement. If it is successful, it means that the success rate of re-injection of the super soldier serum brushed from the super soldier is 100%, and it will be easier to cultivate your own super soldier legion in the future. And Billy, who has become a super soldier, can also more effectively contain the Super 7 and the Walter Company to maximize his own interests. After all, it is impossible for me to be in this world for a long time, and the benefits of this world cannot be squeezed out in a short time. As time passed, Huey, who was in a coma by the side, woke up. I'm not dead. Huey was relieved fortunately, and turned his head subconsciously to look for Billy's figure. Billy was by his side, but something was wrong. It seemed that he was suffering from some unknown pain, but his body seemed to be stronger than before. The clothes that were originally suitable on the body became tight and close to the body, the muscles were prominent, and the outline was clearly visible. What did you do to him? What answered Huey was Sequan's ignorance and Starlight's silence, and Billy's gasp. Billy woke up. Super soldier serum, it worked. Are you okay? Huey helped Billy up with concern, and then frowned slightly. So heavy. Roar. He exhaled turbid air, and the sober Billy felt the change in himself. The powerful and surging power became familiar and unfamiliar, and the exploding muscles and slightly raised vision made him have a terrible idea. You turned me into a Superman. Billy glared at Sequan with some horror. Smiling Sequan, congratulations on being a member of the Superman class. Advertisement. Impossible. This is impossible. Isn't the Superman class born? How could you possibly make an ordinary person a Superman class? Huey's reaction was more excited than Billy's. The current mainstream cognition is that the Superman class is born, only the motherland is an exception, he is an alien raised by the Earth. When you rule out the impossible, the rest, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. I don't believe it. Billy, who gritted his teeth, threw his fist at Sequan angrily. Zizitsitsisa. Seeing Guang waved his electric light for the first time. However, the lightning that was able to stun Billy last time only stopped him for a moment this time. Unyielding eyes, ferocious facial features, and tight muscles, Billy stepped forward step by step against the electric light, narrowing the distance with Sequan. Starlight widened her eyes in astonishment, constantly increasing the power of the electric light, until the energy was exhausted and the electric light dissipated. She could not really stop Billy. It's not that Billy, who becomes a super soldier, is stronger than Starlight, but that the power of the electric light that Starlight unleashes depends on her absorbing stored energy and electricity. Simply put, Starlight is a power bank that does not generate electricity, but only stores electricity. The more you store, the stronger the power and the longer it lasts. On the other hand, Billy. The brave are angry and draw the sword to the stronger, the cowardly are angry and draw the sword to the weaker. Billy, obviously a brave man. He dared to use the body of a mortal as an enemy of the god of the motherland, which is enough to prove that his spirit is strong. A strong spirit with a strong physique, and an anger that is about to explode, one and the other, Billy can justify blocking the Starlight's attack. Advertisement. After all, the captain of the black-robed picket team is also a captain. He has just been injected with super soldier serum to become a Superman. Besides, who can have Sequan's system too much? Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super defense, Starlight. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super soldier serum, Billy Butcher. Super soldier serum. Starlight's fight with Billy actually dropped super soldier serum. Create a new super soldier with the super soldier serum swiped from the super soldier, and the new super soldier can also drop the super soldier serum when fighting with people. What is this? Infinite nesting dolls. The super soldier serum that comes out is very likely to have a 100% success rate. The infinite doll can not only whiten the super soldier, but also add a new target for brushing drop rewards. Even though Marvel's late-stage super soldiers are already rotten, the scene of all the super soldiers under his command still makes Sequan excited. Focus. All the subordinates are referring to the future employees of Nadutong Express Co., Ltd. That is to say, in the future, all the couriers will be super soldiers, so I will ask you if you are afraid. Dissatisfied. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 13. When Sequan imagined all the super soldiers, Billy, who had tried his best, had already rushed in front of him. Boom. Be careful. Hurry and hide. Seeing Guang retracted the reminder angrily. Sequan looked at the fist on his chest and slowly raised his head to look at Billy, whose expression changed. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Are the bones broken? Billy didn't care about being shocked, and reacted quickly with his other hand and punched Sequan directly in the face. I don't slap people in the face. I'm not a native of the motherland who gave you a hat and made you happy to be a father, and I do it in the face. Are you polite? He raised his leg, stretched his foot, and at the moment when Billy's fist almost wiped his face, he was directly kicked away. The slightest difference is the other side that can never be reached. Seeing Billy being kicked into the air, he was about to disappear from sight. Wind, up. Just as Seeing Guang was about to press down his messy hair, he was stunned to see Billy being picked up by Sequan's neck. She almost thought she was dazzled. Advertisement. How can this be? Obviously Billy was about to fly out of the alley. How come he was pinched by Sequan like a chicken in the blink of an eye? Starlight was dumbfounded, Huey was dumbfounded, and even Billy was dumbfounded. You are also a speeder. Huey shouted absently, and immediately thought of the representative of the speeder, locomotive. The same is true when the locomotive hits and kills his girlfriend, so fast that people don't even realize what happened. No, you killed people in nightclubs with a heat ray similar to the natives. Why do you have so many abilities? Why can you turn him into a Superman? You, what the hell are you? Huey questioned in disbelief loudly, and then Sukwon calmed him down with one look. The one who bowed his head, stepped back, and the one who was cowardly was called a neat, skilled movement was simply distressing. Sukwon didn't bother with Huey, and didn't plan to bother with Billy. It's not that he has a good temper, but that he is in a good mood now. Billy played against Starlight, and he dropped the super soldier serum like a doll of battle rewards. When he fought with himself, he even dropped the super soldier serum. Is it because he has a high drop rate, or is he too European? Why? Billy grabbed Sukwon's wrist with both hands, his face flushed red, his expression painful, and he growled hoarsely, "Why did you turn me into a Superman? You are an enemy, a friend. Friend or foe? This kind of question, you have the final say." Sukwon let go of Billy, walked towards the Starlight with a smirk, hugged her waist and rose into the sky with a bang, disappearing into the vast night sky. Billy picked up the file on the ground silently. He thought that the other party would kill him, or give him to the water company, but he never expected that the other party would turn him into a Superman. Advertisement. Are you okay? Huey looked at Billy, who was a little lost, and asked in a low voice, do you know who they are? Well, no. Billy shook his head. The woman was just that, but the Asian man not only has many powerful abilities such as heat ray, super speed, flight, and super defense and strength, but also you can turn yourself into a Superman class. Who is this powerful and mysterious guy, and where did he come from? He seems to know me very well and knows that I have evidence of Superman and Walter Corporation, so what is the purpose of him turning me into Superman? Confused, Billy limped out of the alley with Huey and went to a nearby bar. He needs to let Huey look at the contents of the file, to be firm in his determination to fight against the water company, and he needs to calmly consider the various situations he may face when he becomes a Superman. Sukwon chose to turn Billy into a Superman class just to verify the success rate of the super soldier serum. After all, failure will lead to dead man. He is not familiar with Billy. It is better for Billy to die than his own people to die in the future, right? With success, Billy became a super soldier and became a Superman class. If it fails, the big deal is to go back and kill the people of the motherland to avenge him. Sukwon is also preparing to verify whether the super soldier serum is also a 100% success rate on the Superman class, and whether the ability is compatible. If compound number 5 does not conflict with the super soldier serum, then the strength of the legion you want to form can go further. On the street, Guang summoned the courage to say, where are you going now? Can I go home? The feet are on you, you are free to go wherever you want. Sukwon's answer was very indifferent. Guang couldn't help but ask, didn't you say that I made you very excited? Don't you feel sorry for letting me go? Or is it that you have no interest in me at all, and everything that is exciting is fake? Starlight's reaction was very wrong. Advertisement. Sukwon looked at her with a half smile, until her embarrassed eyes dodged, and then she Shiren said, things that can be easily lost are not regrettable. What's the meaning? Because I don't want to join the Super 7, give up the deal and become something that can be easily lost? Can't talk about regret, don't care? Do you know how determined I was to come to you? Do you know how precious and important to me what you call easy to lose? You asshole. Guang is not a doll without a temper. She doesn't dare to lose her temper with Sukwon, but that doesn't mean she won't lose her temper. I'm going home. Guang stopped stiffly. Sukwon waved his hand casually, goodbye. Guang stared at Sukwon, who didn't stop at all, and walked away. Roar cursed angrily, never see you again, you bastard. Sukwon, who was far away, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Guang. Guang couldn't scold, and looked around and pretended to stop the car. It was not until she felt that Sukwon's gaze disappeared, she glanced secretly, and Sukwon was gone. Anger and grievances, as well as unwillingness that even she may not have noticed, made her stamp her feet fiercely. The ground cracked and sunken in an instant. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 14. Roar roar, the wind suddenly blew up, flying like a sharp sword in the night sky, blowing the pedestrian's hair fluttering, and the skirt swaying. Looking at the target who was unaware, the locomotive couldn't help but feel contempt. A few minutes ago, he found this man under the instructions of the motherland, followed him with super speed all the way, and observed it clearly. He didn't understand why the people of the motherland allowed himself to spy on this ordinary-looking Asian man with nothing special. But he didn't dare to refuse, and he couldn't refuse. The crashing of Dead Man has caused his popularity to decline. Although the company helped to deal with the aftermath, he was very dissatisfied with the impact on him. It seemed that he was intentionally replacing himself with another speeder, Shockwave, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. The motherland promised him that as long as he monitored the Asian man and investigated the Asian man's situation clearly, he would put pressure on the company to support him to stay in the Super 7. Looking at the target person who knew nothing, the locomotive felt that this was stable. God is fair, given you an ugly appearance, he will definitely give you a low IQ, so as not to make you look uncoordinated. Sukwon continued to pretend that the smug locomotive didn't exist, searching for someone's location with super hearing. Half an hour later, the bored locomotive's expression gradually became a little weird. This is the block where his girlfriend lives? What's he doing here so late? Does he live in this block too? Fake, how did he get into my girlfriend's apartment? Looking at the other party's clear movement into the apartment, the faintly uneasy locomotive followed with a curse. There are a lot of people living in this apartment, it shouldn't be. Wang Defa. Advertisement. The locomotive looked at the figure standing in front of his girlfriend's house knocking on the door, and the whole person was stunned. He actually came to find my girlfriend? To find this place so late and so far away with a clear goal, if he didn't know his girlfriend, he wouldn't believe it. Damn, is the demon claw behind my back? Anger instantly surged into his heart, and the locomotive just wanted to make the pair of dog men and women pay the price, but suddenly found that the other party turned his head and showed a mocking smile at him. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? You, the locomotive's eyes widened in amazement. What did he mean? Did he find me long ago? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm so fast, it's impossible for him to find me. If he found me long ago, why is it now? Who is it? A woman's voice came from the room. Then the door opened. The moment the door opened, the locomotive was horrified to find that the man's mocking smile was magnified countless times, and he came to him in an instant. Boom. The locomotive, who had no time to react, only felt that he was vacated for a short time, and then fell into the living room of his girlfriend, the Devil's Claw girl. There was a slight pain in his neck, and after realizing it, he realized that the other party should have grabbed his neck and threw him from the corridor into the living room. Advertisement. How did he do that? Is he also a speeder? His speed is even faster than mine? The first reaction of the locomotive was that it was impossible, there could not be a speeder that he didn't know, and there could be no speeder faster than him. Who are you? The locomotive? You, what's the matter with you, are you all right? A short-haired woman dressed at home first looked at Sukwon, who suddenly appeared, then found the locomotive lying on the ground, and ran over in surprise to help him up. The locomotive didn't even look at her, pushed her hand away, got up by himself, and stared at Sukwon blankly. Are you also a speeder? You ran around scratching your head and making poses all the way, don't you really think I didn't find it? No, you really think you can follow a person from the motherland without even knowing it? Follower. You don't need to ask to know that the locomotive's tracking of itself must be the arrangement of the motherland. Don't look at the cowardly group of people from the motherland who see themselves like a mouse sees a cat. Thinking with their heels, they know that he will definitely not recognize it like this, and will definitely take action, at least to find out his identity and origin. The face of the locomotive, which was already black like black charcoal, turned even blacker, and the mockery of the other party made him understand that he might have been tricked by the people of the motherland. You have a grudge against the people of your motherland? Sukwon asked. Should I ask you this? The locomotive slandered to himself, shaking his head in denial. We definitely have no grudges. What do you mean by asking? Why did I ask you to follow me? Oh, you don't know anything, do you? Poor fellow. Know what? The locomotive felt a little bad and hurriedly asked. Advertisement. It doesn't matter to you anymore. In Sukwon's hand, the super soldier serum appeared out of thin air. Compound number 5. There are some similarities, but the locomotive dare not confirm it and dare not take risks. Call out. The locomotive is going to leave here first and ask the people of the motherland to clarify. However, the other party blocked him like a nightmare, blocking his way. Quick! 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 I must be faster. Once, twice, again the locomotive was in a hurry, and the opponent's speed was on par with his own. No, the first move, the second move is controlled by others. His speed is faster than his own. Seeing that the syringe in the opponent's hand was getting closer and closer to him, the locomotive, which had already tried its full speed, suddenly felt a colic in his heart. Because of the frequent injection of compound number 5 as a stimulant, his heart has begun to take a long time to overdrive. No, my heart will definitely go wrong if I continue to stand still like this. I must create a chance to escape. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 15. The locomotive glanced anxiously and worriedly, looking left and right, looking at the Devil Claw girl who was looking for their figure, turned and rushed over, pushing her to the syringe that was already close at hand. Sukwon raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't stop. A painful scream accompanied the witch's claw girl's collapse. She looked at the door that had been opened and the disappearing figure of her boyfriend in disbelief, unable to believe that her beloved boyfriend would do such a thing. He actually sacrificed himself to escape. Sukwon did not chase the locomotive. Although the injection of super soldier serum in the Superman class has certain risks, according to previous experience, the 100% success rate is more likely. If the locomotive did not sacrifice the Devil's Claw girl to escape, but was injected with super soldier serum, there is a great probability that the heart problem caused by the injection of number 5 compound could be solved, making the strength stronger and the speed faster. Life is like chocolate in a box, you never know what the next one will taste like. This is true for the locomotive that escaped, and the same is true for the Devil Claw girl who thought she was sure to die. By the way, only 5 points were dropped against the locomotive. Advertisement. On the sofa, Sukwon, who was waiting for the result, closed the system panel and looked at the witch who had woken up from a coma. The Devil's Claw girl lay on the ground with dazed eyes, and the beads of sweat rolled off her body, and her loose home clothes became slightly tight. After the strengthening of the super soldier serum, her figure is more symmetrical and perfect than before. Good evening or bad, whatever you want. Sukwon called roar. The Devil's Claw girl seems to be immersed in the sadness of being sacrificed by her boyfriend and cannot extricate herself from it. She neither makes a sound nor moves. She seems to be oblivious to things outside the window, and she only wants to be sad. Sukwon pouted, and heat ray slammed directly on the floor next to the Demon Claw girl's face. The red and hot rays instantly burned a large hole in the floor. If you pretend to be dead again, I will fulfill you and help you free. Sukwon's icy voice and the scorching heat that had not yet dissipated on the floor finally made the Demon Claw girl react and slowly sat up. Hypocritical. Sukwon said rudely, boiled water at 100 degrees will be cold, not to mention the hearts of people at 37 degrees. The demon claw girl blinked, shook her head in a lively mood, and said in a hoarse voice, "You don't understand." Advertisement. I don't understand? Oh, I just understand it too well. Most of the feelings are, the story is not long, it is not difficult to tell, blush meets, eyes blush. These days, who doesn't leave who? Is the locomotive your first boyfriend? Isn't it? The demon claw woman subconsciously shook her head. Sukwon said angrily, "Then why are you pretending to be a walking corpse here? Get up and tell me if your current physical condition has changed, and whether your original ability has been affected." The rude scolding made the demon claw girl instinctively get up to sense the changes in her body, and at the same time she raised her wrist, and a slender and sharp bone spur slowly stretched out. This is her ability and the reason why she is called Devil's Claw Girl. My ability is fine, I just feel like my body is full of endless strength, and my strength seems to be stronger. It's just a little strange. The demon claw girl looked at the muscles of her arms and the vest line of her lower abdomen and asked hesitantly, What exactly did you inject me? At first I thought you are going to kill the locomotive, the syringe should be poison or a virus, but I didn't die, but became stronger. This is a bit like the injection of the locomotive before, a kind of medicine injected. But that kind of medicine can only improve the state for a short time, and it can also make people excited, as if they are drinking too much. But my mood is very stable now, and I still have abdominal muscles, so, what is it? The potion that Devil's Claw said was compound number 5. In order to highlight their importance, the people of the motherland secretly asked the locomotive to send compound number 5 to a terrorist organization, let them inject adults, train supervillains to carry out terrorist activities, and then be solved by the motherland, in order to increase his glorious image and more voice. Advertisement. Although the locomotive had never been in contact with terrorists, he secretly injected compound number 5 and became addicted to it. The Devil's Claw woman persuaded her several times, but it was useless. Speaking of which, one of Sukwon's goals to bring back the Marvel world from this world is the victim of the Motherland's plan to cultivate supervillains. Wolf Girl, Himiko. If she was separated from Sean Guang and was not followed by the locomotive, Sukwon was going to find her. After all, compared to Queen Maeve, Sean Guang, and others, Kimiko had less concern for the world, and only one younger brother who later became a Superman. The abilities of the siblings are very good. My sister has a strong self-healing ability, because it was an adult who injected compound number 5 to become a Superman. Her thinking and language ability were affected to varying degrees. The fighting style and style are biased towards Beast, which is somewhat like a replica of Wolverine, so it is also called the Wolf Girl. The younger brother didn't make many appearances, and was later killed by Storm Girl. Ability seems to be controlled by psychokinesis, and the fighting style is very similar to the replica Magneto. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 16. The successful strengthening of the Devil's Claw Girl means that Sukwon's speculation is correct. The super soldier serum dropped by the battle reward is not only 100% successful in injection, but also compatible with number 5 compound. In other words, the reverse is also true. That is to say, super soldier serum and compound number 5 can complement each other, making the injector's comprehensive strength stronger and the upper limit higher. And so on. The Red House controls Black Widow's serum and Extremis, and so should. This gave Sukwon the idea of returning to the world of Marvel. The Marvel world is his base camp and his foundation. His career has just started, so it is not suitable to leave for too long. Moreover, this world can come at any time, so there is no need to rush for a while. Sukwon glanced at the Devil Claw girl who was waiting for him to solve his puzzles. Life is one stupid thing chasing another stupid thing, and love is two stupid things chasing after each other. You, just do it yourself. You want to leave. The demon claw girl widened her eyes. You just left. Otherwise. Are you going to give me a knock, or are you ready to promise me? In the process of life, whether it is spring and white snow or green vegetables and tofu, you have to taste what it is like before you come and go in vain. Although she wanted to leave the best to her younger brother, Sequan would not refuse hypocritically if she had such an idea. After all, he doesn't suffer. The devil claw girl blinked her eyes in astonishment. It doesn't matter whether she slaps one or the other, it doesn't matter, she just doesn't understand why. Although I don't know what is being injected, it is clear that it can permanently or long-term strengthen all aspects of my body. Advertisement. The other party neither intends to take her away for research, nor does he intend to kill her, so aren't you afraid that others will know the effect of the serum? Like a locomotive that thought it was dead? Thinking of the locomotive, the devil's claw girl was once again in a state of difficulty. Hemp ropes are cut at the finer points, and bad luck is looking for the poor. If you are not lucky, try your courage. You have nothing, so why look forward to the future? The demon claw girl took a deep breath and stopped thinking about why, her eyes fixed on the man who changed her destiny. Stay, or I'll go with you. You're too young to hold me here. The devil's claw girl's face suddenly darkened, and then she heard the other party continue to say, pack up your things, follow me, you may not have a chance to come back here again. I'll clean up immediately. The devil claw girl was overjoyed, and hurriedly ran into the room and started rummaging through boxes and cabinets to clean up. Although her super ability is not very good, after the strengthening of super soldier serum, her comprehensive strength has been improved, and she can also generate super soldier serum and number 5 compound with infinite dolls. Sequan can't find a reason to reject her. The super hearing was activated, and after a few minutes, Sequan locked onto the target he was looking for amid the countless noisy sounds. Behind the iron door in the corner of a supermarket, the dim corridor leads directly to the deep warehouse. At the end of the corridor, in a room locked by an iron fence, the TV was on, playing music, and an unkempt little girl hid under the table with her knees in her arms, staring at the TV motionless. Advertisement. There is a round table outside the fence. Pistols and submachine guns are brightly placed on the table. A man is eating noodles, humming to the music on the TV from time to time, but he does not notice a person silently appearing behind him. Finished. A few minutes later, when the other party put down the table and chopsticks, Sequan, who had been waiting quietly, finally spoke up. The Last Supper has to be eaten. Who? The man was startled, grabbed the pistol on the table, got up and pointed it behind him. Who are you and how did you get in? Sequan turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't see the dark muzzle facing him, and the other's fingers could pull the trigger at any time. Are you full? When you're full, I'll send you on your way. The man is not stupid. The other party said this to show that the visitor is not good, and immediately pulled the trigger quickly. Boom bang 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 dash. All the bullets hit Sequan. The smoke filled the gunpowder and the bullet casings fell. The man watched in horror at Sequan, who was unharmed with several holes punched in his clothes. No, it's impossible. It's impossible. The bullets ran out, and the man threw up his gun in dismay and smashed it at Sequan. Advertisement. Ziza, the scorching rays easily penetrated the man's heart. I wonder if his companions thought it was the motherland who killed him when they found the body? After all, the wounds caused by heat ray are very recognizable, and as we all know, only people in the motherland have heat ray. The people of the motherland provided them with compound number 5, which is barely a group, so it is likely that this man was killed because he offended the people of the motherland. Tisk tisk, the motherland is a person sitting at home, the cauldron comes from the sky, and he can't escape the blame. In the comics, Xian Se, another member of the Super 7, is actually a clone of the motherland, and used the identity of the motherland to do a lot of harm. As a result, the natives who took the blame thought that they had dissociation syndrome, that they often developed another personality and led to extremely violent crimes, but the original personality was completely unaware of it. Later in the comic, his spirit has gradually collapsed, and in the end, he was completely out of the control of the water company, persuaded other Supermans to join his private organization and flew to the White House to try to hold the president hostage. After losing control, he killed everyone in the White House. Black appeared at the end and took off his hood to show that he was another clone of the motherland, and the previous photo evidence and atrocities were all done by him, framing the motherland. The people of the motherland once again lost control and fought with Black, and were finally killed by Black. Taking the blame for the cloned body to the point of mental breakdown, as a genuine copy, it was finally killed by pirated copies. I have to say that the motherland in the comics is much more miserable than the real one. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 17. Krak-Suk-Wan grabbed the locked fence gate with one hand and gently pulled it back. Duin. The fence gate slammed into the wall and slammed to the ground. The girl who had been huddled under the table and focused on watching the TV didn't respond when Suk-Wan appeared, didn't respond when the man shot wildly, and didn't respond when Heat Ray killed the man, as if everything had nothing to do with her except the TV. However, when the fence door was pulled away, she finally reacted, slowly leaning out of the table and turning her head to the door. The moment the fence door landed, she was already pounced on Suk-Wan like a wild wolf, her eyes focused and cold, her hands like claws and sharp like knives, and she quickly grabbed his eyes, throat, heart, and other fragile and deadly places. Swish! The speed of his hands was as fast as a ghost. Ding! Combat detected, drop reward, self-healing, Kimiko. It's completely unusable now. Suk-Wan looked at the clothes that were already full of bullet holes, but now they were caught in a ripped cloth, and looked at the girl who rushed over again with no regrets. What's the pity of a ragged piece of clothing? Isn't self-healing ability fragrant? If you can drop the self-healing ability every time, you can set up a clothing factory for her to grab and play with. As if with cold claws going straight to his throat, Suk-Wan, who was originally more than a head taller than the girl, instantly turned into a thumb file size when the claws hit. Advertisement. This is the ability of the elongated man he killed in the nightclub. It's so high. Looking up at the girl whose peak was so hard to see, the shrunken Suk-Wan rose into the sky in an instant, and her tiny little fist slammed directly on the girl's broad chin. Boom! The girl was slightly vacated by this special uppercut, her eyes rolled over, and she fainted. Call out. Suk-Wan, who instantly returned to normal shape, stretched out his hand and embraced the girl who fell backwards. Beneath the unkempt appearance is a handsome and pretty face, which looks familiar, exactly the same as Katana in Suicide Squad in the DC universe. It's not just her. Thinking about it carefully, Billy the Beard looks familiar too. In the Marvel Universe Thor 3, he first surrendered to Hela, the goddess of death, and then rebelled. Is there any Executioner Skullchini with 2 submachine guns? It's just that the Executioner Skullchini's beard wasn't as long, his hair wasn't as lush, well, he didn't have any hair at all, so the difference was obvious at first glance. Carrying the unconscious wolf girl Himiko back to the apartment of the Magic Claw Girl, the Magic Claw Girl has already packed up. There are not many things, only a suitcase. Seeing Suk-Wan in tattered clothes coming back with the unkempt girl, the curious Devil Claw Girl hesitated, but in the end she didn't ask. Ready? Okay. Suk-Wan held Himiko in one hand and the Devil Claw Girl with the suitcase in the other, and disappeared quietly. Advertisement. Marvel World. The New York branch of Nadutong Express Logistics Company, the 3rd floor, the master bedroom. Snapped. The soft light illuminated the dimly lit room. Suk-Wan put Himiko down, said a word to the dazed Demon Claw Girl and waited, then turned and walked out of the bedroom and went to the storage room. In the storage room, there is an artifact called the Crimson Magic Belt, which he found in the ruins of New York to Holy Place in the Void. The greatest function of this artifact originally belonging to Camartage is to perfectly control the enemy. The only fly in the ointment is that the controlled enemy will be forced to pose ashamed. In the movie Doctor Strange, Caecilius, who was controlled by Doctor Strange Stephen Strange with the Crimson Magic Belt in New York to Holy Place, has the most say. "Sukwon, is that you? Did you come back?" Sukwon came out of the storage room with the Crimson Magic Belt and heard Jessica Jones' inquiring shouts. "It's me, come up." Sukwon responded and walked to the bedroom, and after a few steps, she saw Jessica Jones running up the stairs in a cool home outfit. "I'm back at last. Do you know how I spent the past few days? I don't dare to go out during the day, and I don't dare to sleep at night, because I'm afraid that someone will come in and steal things and betray your trust in me. I tell you, don't ask me to help you watch the house in the future." Advertisement. When Jessica Jones saw Sukwon, it was a barrage of complaints. If you lose something, you can find it back. If you can't find it, you can use yourself to pay off the debt. I won't blame you. What are you afraid of? Sukwon jokingly pushed open the bedroom door. "Come in and introduce you to two new colleagues." Jessica Jones rolled her eyes and said angrily, "I have to thank you for your generosity for what you said." "No thanks, just be a cow and a horse for me in the next life. This bastard is so annoying." Jessica Jones glared at Sukwon's back fiercely, and walked into the bedroom curiously. Once inside, Jessica Jones was a little stunned. There are two women in the bedroom. One is standing next to the suitcase, with a somewhat restrained body and a nervous expression. The other looked like a homeless man on the street. His clothes were dirty, his unkempt face could not be seen clearly, and he lay motionless on the ground. This is his new colleague? Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 18. The weird wriggling sound of ka-ka-ka stopped as the unconscious Himiko was fixed and controlled by the Crimson Magic Belt. Watching the surprised Jessica Jones and the Demon Claw girl, who was obviously starting to fear, Sukwon introduced each other for them. "Jessica, this is the Devil's Claw girl. Magic Claw, this is Jessica Jones." Sukwon looked at the controlled Himiko again and pointed at her head. "Her name is Himiko. There are some problems here. I can only temporarily control her and let her adapt slowly. It's getting late, Jessica, arrange a room for the Demon Claw girl and Himiko, and I'll talk about it tomorrow." They had a lot of things to ask, but Sukwon looked like he was going to rest, so he could only suppress his curiosity and leave it for tomorrow. Jessica Jones picked up the controlled Himiko with one hand, made a surprise move to Roar, who was not surprised by this, and left Sukwon's bedroom together. There are a lot of empty rooms on the second floor. When choosing a room, Jessica Jones and Devil Claw asked each other curiously and tested each other. The more experienced woman quickly discovered that something was wrong. Jessica Jones didn't know her motherland, she didn't know the Super 7, and she had never heard of Walter Company. This made her feel ridiculous. Water Company's superhero has radiated all over the world. Even remote and backward cities have their 18th line superhero guards. How could she have not heard of it? Advertisement. What's more ridiculous is that this is Manhattan, and the headquarters of Water Company is in Manhattan. How could she have not heard of it? How could it not know? The only possibility is that this is probably not the original world anymore. The saying of a parallel world has also been heard by the Devil's Claw girl. He, a mysterious man who hadn't even asked his name, actually brought himself to another world. It's all absurd yet true. Dreamy. This night, some people tossed and turned and had trouble falling asleep, while others fell asleep soundly. The next day, early morning. If you can't get up in the morning, don't blame me, stay in bed. Sukwon began to take stock of the trip's gains after learning through Friday that she was not in the past few days. Although I only went for a few days, I gained a lot. Obtained some abilities from the motherland, Queen Maeve, Xingguang, Elongated Man, Himiko, etc., and upgraded the detection range with points. Himiko and the Devil's Claw girl came back with them, and Xingguang and Queen Maeve could slowly figure it out. The most important thing is to know that the super soldier serum can be infinitely nested, and to verify the success rate of injection and the compatibility with compound number 5. Advertisement. The basic goals have been achieved, and it is time to take the first step of development. Sequan stood up and got out of bed, breaking free from the shackles of being deviled by demons, the brilliance of everything, starting from recruiting people. More than an hour later, Sequan, who had eaten breakfast, walked around with a pen, and Jessica Jones and the Devil Claw were curiously around. Jessica Jones looked at it and said, "Recruitment notice. Post 1, Courier. Job responsibilities, 1. Be able to carry out the daily work of receiving and dispatching parcels according to the company's standard operating procedures. 2. Targeted development of customers. 3. Able to pack express parcels and fill in the waybill according to the company's requirements. Job qualifications, 1. Familiar with the local terrain. 2. Bear hardships and stand hard work, work carefully and conscientiously. 3. Obey management, dare to rush and fight. 4. Be healthy and have no bad habits. 5. Chinese people are preferred. Wages, 3-month trial period, $800/month during the trial period, and $2,000/month after regularization. The company provides uniforms and work-related equipment free of charge. Admission based on merit, first come first served. Post 2, Clerk. Job responsibilities, 1. Responsible for the management of the company's business. 2. Patiently and enthusiastically answer customer inquiries. 3. Obey and complete the tasks arranged by the company. Job qualifications, 1. Patient and meticulous, with strong computer operation ability and learning ability. 2. Able to consciously abide by post-operation norms and systems. 3. Logical and strong communication ability. 4. Good health and no bad habits. 5. Chinese people are given priority, women are given priority. Wages, 3-month trial period, $1,000/month during the trial period, and $2,200/month after regularization. Advertisement. Jessica Jones watched Sequan write down the company address and contact number, and said, "Your job posting looks very professional. By the way, what kind of work do we do? Be a courier first, and make other arrangements later. Free America, every day of the shootout, before the Super Soldier Legion is cultivated, it needs Superman classes like Jessica Jones and Devil's Claw to open up the situation, so as not to be bought for $0. Sequan has already thought about it. Before the manpower is cultivated, he will only carry out the flash delivery business, that is, fast delivery in the same area, gradually radiating from Manhattan to the whole of New York. The Devil's Claw girl, you and Himiko are treated the same as Jessica. You will be provided with food and housing during the probationary period, and $3,000 per month after regularization. I have no opinion. Although the Devil's Claw girl was once very popular, she didn't have much savings, and she couldn't even pay the rent of the apartment. $3,000 is not much, but in this new and unfamiliar new world, she is already very content. After all, it is not so easy for her to find a job with $3,000 in the original world, unless I know everything. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 19. Excuse me, are you recruiting here? An intellectual and beautiful middle-aged woman stood at the door holding a flyer and asked Sequan, who had just come down the stairs, with a smile. Jessica Jones and the Devil's Claw went out to copy and post the freshly baked recruitment notices. They hadn't returned yet, but the applicants came first, which made Seok-won, who failed to communicate with Himiko, feel much better. "Are you applying for a clerk?" Seok-won came over and looked at him carefully, but was taken aback by his appearance. "Aunt May? With good looks and good temperament, isn't this Aunt May, the guardian of the future Spider-Man Peter Parker? Doesn't she live in Queens? Why did she come to Manhattan to find a job?" "My name is May Parker, and I want to apply for a clerk position." Aunt May took the initiative to introduce herself, and she spoke of her ability and confidence in doing the job with a calm demeanor. "Okay, you've been hired." "What?" "The working hours are 8 to 5 in the morning, and 1 day off a week is acceptable." When can you go to work?" "I can do it now." "Okay, let's count you in today." Seok-won nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the empty hall beside him. "This is your future office area. As you can see, the company has just started, and everything needs to be done. The first thing you have to do is to buy computer desks and chairs, etc. office equipment." Saying that, he took out $50,000 and handed it to Aunt May. "As long as you need it for the office, just buy it, buy the best one, refund more and pay less, and get it done before dark. Is there any problem?" Advertisement. "No, no problem." "Then go." Aunt May walked out of the company in a confused way with the money. "Ive successfully applied for the job? Is it so casual? I don't need to verify whether I have ability, am I lying?" This little boss is too resolute. And he dared to hand over the purchasing task to the newly hired employee alone. Is he not afraid of running away with the money or falsely reporting the price? So this is the first time she has met such a real boss, Aunt May. To be honest, she can't help but worry about the company's prospects. The company or the small boss won't be deceived out of money, right? Although she has just joined the company, although she doesn't even know the name of the little boss, Aunt May is already worried about the company. After Jessica Jones and Devil Claw came back, Seok-won told them about Aunt May's appointment and the purchase of office equipment. If anyone else came to apply, they would be in charge of the interview. "You leave the matter to us. What about you? What are you doing? You're not leaving again, are you? You just came back last night." Seok-won was dumbfounded and chuckled. "The response is quite fast. I just went to get the funds to run the company, and I will be back in 2 or 3 hours. Real. Real." With Seok-won's assurance, Jessica Jones released him. Going upstairs and carrying a backpack specially designed for scavenging, Seok-won teleported to the void again after many days of anticipation. Advertisement. The sky was dark, and the dark clouds seemed to fall down. From time to time there is a deafening roar and a dazzling light, giving people a feeling of fear. In the distance, there are devastated buildings and ruins, like the end of the world. This is the void, the end of the timeline, and the junkyard of the timeline. At the same time, this is also the cornucopia and adventure field of Seok-won. Every time you come to scavenge, you will be full of expectations and surprises. Came here several times and found a lot. The ruins of the holy place in New York that should have been guarded by Sorcerer Supreme or Doctor Strange. The crumbling remains of the Stark building that could collapse at any time. There are also Egyptian sphinxes, Greek temples, and more in the empty wasteland. These buildings are nothing. Not sure if it is the skeleton or the life-cord head of the statue. The wreckage of the helicopter with Thanos' name written on it. The Holy Place spacecraft of Thanos. S.H.I.E.L.D's space carrier. The ship of Ronan the Kree Accuser. The crashed InSight aerospace carrier with the Hydra logo on it. Advertisement. An enlarged yellow jacket helmet. There are too many good things from different timelines and different universes. Unfortunately, most of them were destroyed by Elios the Cleaner. When Sukwon sighed, bursts of suppressed and terrifying roars suddenly sounded from a distance. A dark cloud covering the sky appeared like a tsunami in the distance. It was dark and faintly flickering with purple light, like an irresistible giant beast, giving people huge amounts of oppression. This is Elios the Cleaner, and the watchdog for those left behind at the end of time. An old man wearing a pointed helmet, a golden cloak on his shoulders, and a gold-green two-color tights ran wildly in front of Elios. The green magic light lit up, and a realistic duplication exactly like him appeared instantly, turning around and rushing towards Elios. At the same time, the deity waved his cloak, and a cloud-shaped portal emitting green light appeared in front of him. He rushed into the rolling green portal and disappeared with the portal. The realistic duplication that rushed towards Elios was instantly defeated and dissipated. Elios, who had lost his prey, was furious with lightning and thunder, and turned unwillingly to look for the next prey. Boom! The old man who rushed out of the green portal fell to the ground and groaned. The old man who was about to get up suddenly saw a pair of feet appear in his sight. The old man slowly raised his head, and the condescending Sukwon said with a smile, "Hello, Loki. Marvel, omniscient and almighty, watching battles at the start 20. The old version of Loki, the real first magician in the 9 realms. It can teleport, can create a projection duplication that can be called an entity, and can also create the same duplication for others. The most amazing thing is that he can manifest the entire Asgard according to the memory projection. This is where the slogan Asgard rises from the ground comes from. In his timeline, Thanos attacked Asgard's escape ship, he stabbed Thanos with duplication, successfully deceived Thanos, who owned infinite gems, and escaped. After that, he hid in seclusion on a desolate planet until he was old. Missing his brother, he wanted to see his brother again, and then was discovered by the Time Variation Administration. Regardless of real or fake death, as long as you follow the script of the sacred timeline, when Thanos attacks the Asgard escape ship, you obediently take the lunch and get off the assembly line. That's a good Loki. The old Loki is obviously not a good Loki that the Time Variation Authority considers to be a good Loki, because he is online again, which will cause a related event, causing a new branch of time to appear, so he is cut. Are you Loki too? The old Loki slowly got up and patted the dust on his body, teasing with a relaxed expression, no matter what the environment, Loki will always survive, just. The Loki that appears is getting weirder and weirder, and now there are even Asian Loki. The old Loki said this obviously because he has seen other Loki, which means that the Loki have been living in the void for a long time. Sukwon has not found any version of Loki in the past few times. I have to say that Loki's survival ability is really strong. Advertisement. I'm not Loki. Sukwon shook his head in denial. You're not Loki, how come you're not surprised or scared at all when you see me? After all, no Loki in that timeline can be a good guy, because that's Loki's fate. And you're not Loki, how can you recognize me as Loki at a glance? Only Loki knows Loki best. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Do you know what this place is? Void, the garbage dump of the timeline. Everything thrown here will be swallowed by the big guy Elios just now. Only Loki can survive here. There are many Loki in the void, which can basically be divided into 2 factions. One is the old, weak, and sick camp where the elderly Loki belongs. The members are the old Loki, the weak young Loki, the sick black Loki, and the crippled crocodile Loki. The other is a shoddy Loki faction ruled by President Loki, who has the same appearance as the main timeline Loki. Although there are few people in the old, weak, sick, and disabled camp, they are not really old, weak, sick, and disabled. Elder Loki, the true first magician of the 9 realms. Advertisement. The young Loki, who killed Thor, the ruthless man who has lived in the void for at least 1,000 years, is also the king of the squad. Black Loki, who has a hammer that appears to be Mjolnir, claims to have defeated Captain America and Iron Man, and has acquired all infinite gems, bragging rights. Crocodile Loki, it ate the neighbor's cat. Well, this is not the case. Its greatness lies in its bite force. Loki's personal drama bit off President Loki's arm. Although the number of President Loki's camp is larger, it is basically a mediocre motley crew. As we all know, Loki's two major skills are suspended animation and betrayal. Intrigue, betrayal and counter-betrayal are the norm in this camp. These two Loki factions and Helios are the problems Sequan must solve to control the void and its endless resources. The old Loki said to himself disapprovingly, beckoned to him, turned and walked in a certain direction. After a few steps, he turned his head to look at Sequan, who was staying where he was, with no surprise on his face. And said, "You're not Loki." "Loki, arrogant, won't trust anyone easily, I understand." The old Loki stubbornly thinks that Sequan is also a Loki. Sequan denies it, he doesn't believe it. Then, so be it. What do you do when you meet a fool in your life? Advertisement. Support all his views and train him to be a big fool. Although Sequan admires the old Loki, it doesn't prevent him from complaining. "Don't you think I am Loki? Okay, I won't deny it anymore. It's easier to get in touch with you if it's mistaken for Loki." Keeping up with the elderly Loki, the two walked over the mountains and mountains for about half an hour, and came to the wreckage of the helicopter with the name of Thanos printed on it. The dignified cosmic tyrant Thanos actually flew a helicopter? It may seem ridiculous at first, but in the ancient comics Thanos did fly a helicopter on Earth and attacked the Hellcat. Also Jessica Jones' sister, Tracy Havoc. There is a picture of Thanos being taken away by the police, the same incident. In addition, it is said that the inspiration for Thanos' weapon, the Skyblade, comes from the propeller of the helicopter. On the nearby high slope, old Loki opened the manhole cover of the underground castle and took Sequan in. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 21. The underground castle is unique, and there is another scene. Several vending machines were neatly leaning against the wall, all kinds of chairs were stacked in an orderly manner, and not-so-bright lights illuminated the hall below. At the top of the hall is a not-so-long staircase. On the staircase is a throne. On the throne sits a young man holding a crocodile. At the moment, he is looking at Sequan, who came down from the entrance stairs with the old Loki. There are several sofas below the throne, and on one of them sits a black man in armor and holding a hammer. The style and layout of the entire underground castle has a strong tune of the Doomsday Survivor base. Coming to the front, Sequan was thinking about how to rearrange the place while drinking the red wine handed over by the elderly Loki. Life didn't teach him anything, it only told him 4 words, grab it if you like it. The glory of Nadutong starts from recruiting people. The first step to becoming the Lord of the Void is to grab the throne and become the new king of this dungeon. "It's good here, now it's mine," Sequan announced as the 4 Loki watched. Sequan's words were startling, but the Lokis responded calmly. "Another guy who pursues the throne, you should let him fend for himself outside." The black Loki accused the old Loki in dissatisfaction, got up, and pointed the hammer at Sequan. "You have 2 choices, stay here honestly, or, be killed by me." Advertisement. Kind to remind you, I defeated Captain America and Iron Man and got all 6 infinite gems, so you can't be my opponent. Hand. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the golden hammer in the black Loki's hand shattered. Dunhuang. There are so many murals. Sequan's eyes were red, and he felt a little uncomfortable. It only dropped 5 points, it really is an African chief. The quickest response among the other Loki turned out to be the crocodile Loki, which quietly came to Sequan's side, rose straight up, and bit Sequan's arm with a big mouth. Crack! Arms as strong as steel shattered the crocodile Loki's teeth like small sharp knives in an instant. Ding! Combat detected, drop reward, super strength, crocodile Loki. What about Black Loki? Look at other people, a crocodile can drop super strength, and look at you, if the cowhide blows loudly, it will drop 5 points. Are you embarrassed? Sukwon threw the crocodile Loki out. You are so arrogant, is there an animal association to protect you? Advertisement. Ignoring the crocodile Loki who was screaming and screaming in pain, Sukwon came to the elderly Loki with a swish. The locomotive super speed isn't the fastest among speeders, but it's enough to scare Loki. The old Loki didn't expect Sukwon to get to this point at all. When he saw his face suddenly appear, his hands lit up with green magic light, and he instinctively waved out magical energy. Ding! Combat detected, drop reward, create illusion, old Loki. Shipped. Sukwon was overjoyed, avoiding the magical energy, directly creating an illusion duplication to take his place, and he came behind the Black Loki. Zizza, the scorching rays penetrated from the back and out of the forehead. Don't look at the righteous and stern words that Black Loki said when he accused the old Loki just now. In fact, this guy is the biggest and the only 2 or 5 boys in the old, weak, sick, and disabled. In Loki's personal drama, he secretly contacted President Loki to kill the young Loki and seize the throne. President Loki also wants this throne. How can he give it to a Black Loki? The final result can be imagined. With a slight push from Sukwon, the wide-eyed Black Loki fell to the ground. The old Loki created a duplication to confuse Sukwon, and he secretly prepared for a sneak attack, only to see another Sukwon pierced his head behind the Black Loki. Advertisement. How can this be? The old Loki preconceived that Sukwon was also a Loki, but Sukwon used a red heat ray, which made him think his judgment might be wrong. Because no matter which version of Loki, the color of magical energy is green. But just now Sukwon used Loki's best phantom duplication, which made the old Loki unable to judge for a while. Of the 4 Loki, 1 broke his tooth and the other died. Although the remaining strongest old Loki and young Loki still had the upper hand, they felt that they had little chance of winning. This guy is so evil. With the ray piercing through the Black Loki, the physical strength of the shattering crocodile Loki's teeth, and the super speed they simply can't react to, these non-Loki methods make them feel tricky. The young Loki pointed to the throne and said calmly, "I'll give you that position, let's keep peace." Sukwon walked towards the symbolic throne, and said as he walked, "Peace is not, you don't hit me, nor, you don't let him hit me. Not to mention, you can hit me casually and won't fight back. Peace is, you dare to hit me, try." The big horse sat down with a golden knife and looked down at the young Loki and the old Loki. "With your fighting power, I am afraid that you will fall before I exert any force. I suggest you to surrender. P.S. Recommend my other works: Marvel, The King's Coming, Zero Covenant, The Strongest Death God, Marvel, The Fruit of the Door, Mammon, The Strongest Villain, Kaolist, The Strongest God of War. I am in Marvel. There is a Dimension Street. People in American dramas spend money to become stronger." Thank you for reading this story at mtlnation.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 22. Black Loki gave me 2 choices, and I gave you 2 choices. We surrender. Before saying what the 2 choices are, young Loki has already learned to answer quickly. Sukwon accepted their surrender, but did not believe they would surrender. Because for Loki, surrender is just a means of protecting himself or preparing for a backstab, and there will be no psychological burden such as Shike kills not humiliated. When the enemy is strong, they bow their heads and plan secretly. Once they find an opportunity, they will betray them without hesitation. Don't look at claiming to be the number 1 magician in the 9 realms. In fact, most of the Loki are assassins, especially the backstab skill, which is a thief. There aren't many real Lokis like the old Loki, and they're purely unprofessional. Sukwon doesn't care if the Loki in front of him are really surrendering, he's not that stupid, he believes what others say, especially to Loki. Appreciation is for appreciation, but if you put aside the halo of film and television dramas, Loki is really not a good person to be trusted, and their goodness is only for Loki of the main timeline, and has nothing to do with other people. As long as they are strong enough, if they want to backstab themselves, they must always bury their thoughts in their hearts and dare not act. My name is Sukwon, I am omnipotent and omnipotent. I am a very easy person to get along with. If things are not good, find the reason for yourself. Advertisement. At this stage, I won't stay here for a long time. When I'm away, you need to collect resources that can be used outside. I mean outside, not outside the castle. Not outside the castle, that is outside the void. The old Loki glanced at the indifferent young Loki with flickering eyes. He came here the earliest and the longest, and anyone who left should have tried, so he was so calm about what Sukwon said might be hidden. Can you leave the void? The old Loki still couldn't help but ask, and it's a big deal to be disappointed again. Sure. Sukwon said casually, if you can't leave the void, what's the point of having you collect resources? You'd better keep in mind that my name is Sukwon, all-knowing and all-powerful. Omniscience is omnipotence, 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 including leaving the void. The voice of the words was light and fluttering, but in the ears of the old Loki, it was a hammer and a drum, which made him tremble. Do you have the controller of the Time Mutation Authority? Young Loki also raised hopes. The void is a place that can only be entered and cannot be exited, and can only be exited through the controllers of the Time Variation Authority. Over the years, people from the Time Mutation Authority have been cut in, but either they didn't carry the controller, or the controller was damaged and unusable. Sukwon shook his head, for you can't leave without a controller. For me, this is my back garden. Come and leave when you want. Advertisement. When the new king ascends the throne, he will give amnesty to the world. Don't say that I won't give you a chance. Let's fight. Whoever wins, I'll take them out for a breath of fresh air, so that you can do things for me steadfastly in the future. The old Loki and the young Loki looked at each other, and the young Loki said in the style of a king, I admit defeat, you go. The elderly Loki looked at Sukwon, and Sukwon's tone became colder, I'll let you fight. Black Loki's body hasn't cooled down yet, and the possibility of leaving the void is very close at hand. What to do? Only beating. The two Loki looked at each other again and shot at the same time. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, invisibility, old Loki. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, cold immunity, juvenile Loki. The old Loki has been released again, and the ability of invisibility is very useful whether it is paired with illusion duplication or onlookers. It is worthy of being the first magician in the 9 realms, and there are many abilities. Young Loki's cold immunity is so-so, just a passive ability, which should come from his bloodline of giants of Jotunheim. Bang! The flaming sword in the hands of the young Loki was shot down by the magic of the old Loki, and the two who were neither blushing nor gasping for breath just decided the winner. Advertisement. Like the Battle of Jonghulan vs Feng Bao, the fake one was ignored. If nothing else, the flaming sword of young Loki is not small, and its power is no less than that of Mjolnir. The Sword of Victory, Loki's special sword in the ancient comics, just like Thor summons Mjolnir, Loki can also summon the Sword of Victory. Teenage Loki probably used the sword to kill Thor in his timeline. The sword is not bad, prepare the supplies you don't need, and I will take them with you when you come back. Sukwon got up and walked over, explained to the young Loki, grabbed the old Loki and left the void. Call out. Sukwon did not take the elderly Loki back to everywhere, but appeared at the entrance of an alley facing the street. You actually left the void, aren't you afraid of me running away? The old Loki looked at Sequan excitedly. You can't outrun me. Sequan waved old Loki into a normal casual outfit. The fancy clothes are too eye-catching. Besides, the old Loki's uniform has an intolerable feature in addition to the gold and green color matching and tight-fitting. It is the same as the old version of Superman, which is worn inside and outside the library. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 23. Here are many high-rise buildings in a variety of poses, the streets are full of traffic, and the bustling crowd is like a tide, wave after wave. He raised his head and looked at the bright sky, without the grey and gloomy feeling in the void at all. The sun was shining, and the elderly Loki closed his eyes and raised his hands, welcoming the long-lost warmth. After a long time, the old Loki lowered his arms and looked at Sequan seriously. Thank you. I know that you miss Asgard and brother Thor, so don't make any fuss. I allow you to make waves, but I advise you to accept it as soon as you see it. Sequan reminded non-committally. The old Loki surrendered because of Sequan's mystery and power. Now that he has the opportunity to leave the void and have the opportunity to fulfill his wishes, he naturally knows what to do. The old Loki nodded sternly and asked curiously, so, the omniscient and omnipotent king, what do you want? He doesn't think that Sequan is just interested in the resources of the void. When a tattered king who picks up garbage and collects garbage, he must have a deeper and more ambitious goal. Sequan chuckled, what do I want? I want starlight, I want the moon, I want everything in the world, I want the world to surrender. This is really a great goal. If it is achieved, it will definitely be filled with glory, and the glory will be infinite. For Asgard. Sequan added with a smile. For Asgard. Old Loki whispered inwardly. Advertisement. After confirming that Sequan could indeed take them out of the void, the old Loki quickly calmed down. While shopping with Sequan to understand the situation of this timeline, ask Sequan about the requirements for the types of materials. At present, it is still mainly money and equipment. Big guys like Thanos' Holy Place, Ronan's spaceship, and Snake Shield's aerospace carrier are more valuable, but they are inconvenient to transport and have no place to park. There is no relevant technical personnel to repair or copy the technology, so it can only be put aside for a while. One bite can't make you fat, the meat is rotten in the pot, just eat a little bit. After an hour. Void, underground castle. The young Loki has sorted out the useless materials collected in the past. Holding the crocodile Loki with a broken tooth, sitting on the sofa that originally belonged to the black Loki, Sequan, and the elderly Loki suddenly appeared in his sight without warning. You're back. The young Loki stood up suddenly and looked at the old Loki. Older Loki walks up to younger Loki and crocodile Loki, whispering about his experiences after leaving. Sequan excitedly went straight to the neatly arranged supplies and picked them up. Pick and choose to throw some useful into the backpack, and soon the first little surprise appeared. Advertisement. Is this the time controller of the Time Mutation Authority? Sequan held a long handheld computer in his hand, opened the lid, tried to operate it a few times, but the screen did not respond. Broken? Sequan asked the boy Loki. The teenager Loki glanced at it and shook his head. I'm not sure, it was like this when I found it, I tried many methods to no avail. Sequan nodded and put it into the backpack. Whether it's broken or out of power, it can be fixed. Marvel World is not good, you can go to other worlds. Sequan continued to pick and choose, and the second little surprise soon came. This is a dull green gem that is instantly recognizable as the time gem from Infinite Gems. There are a lot of infinite gems in the time variation administration. If there are too many, they will be thrown into the void and destroyed. In theory, there should be countless infinite gems in the void, but this is the first one I have seen. These infinite gems cannot be used in the Time Mutation Authority or the void. But the same universe, the same timeline, and infinite gems from different time branches, brought back to the timeline to which they belong, should work. After all, the Time Variation Authority resets a timeline. Advertisement. Even if there is a deviation at a certain point in time and the generation time branch is cut, the ownership of the gem will not change. The Temporal Mutation Authority treats infinite gems as garbage because they are useless to them, useless in the void, and no one can get out of the void. But, Suquan can. Although it is a needle in a haystack, 1 in 1,000 miles, but if you can find the infinite gems of your own timeline, even if there is only one, you will earn it. If it's useless, you can stay and pretend to make fun of people like Thanos and Loki who are trying so hard to get infinite gems. Find infinite gems later, keep it for me. Suquan put the time gem close to him and explained. The young Loki and the old Loki reacted, they can't get out, infinite gems are useless garbage, if they get out, they are still one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Suquan continued to count with great anticipation, but unfortunately, apart from the time controller and time gem, he never found any other surprises. No, it should be said that there is another surprise, a big surprise waiting for Suquan to unpack. That's the Mjolnir he's been thinking about but never found. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 24. I remember Mjolnir was near Thor the Frog trapped in the bottle, find Thor the Frog and find Mjolnir. The real Frog Thor is a man named Simon Watson, who has been cursed to take the form of a frog. Later, by chance, I jumped to Mjolnir's belt and got Mjolnir's approval. But Mjolnir is too big for him, even if he has the qualifications, he can't exert his power, and it is difficult to use it normally. Mjolnir was later broken into a small piece when Thor was fighting the enemy, and it was with this piece that Thor the Frog got his own miniature version of Mjolnir. The Mjolnir that Suquan is looking for is obviously the normal version, so the Frog Thor in the bottle near it should not be the real Frog Thor Simon Watson. It's Thor, cast into a frog by Loki. As mentioned in Thor 3, Thor was turned into a frog by Loki when he was a child. Loki's cutout plot also featured Loki becoming the king of Asgard and Thor being turned into a frog. I didn't find Mjolnir a few times before, so I won't regret it this time. The super hearing is activated, and the surrounding sounds are instantly amplified countless times. Boom 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 dash. Suquan heard the crash, not far away, near the dungeon. Based on the intensity of the sound and the rhythm of the pounding, and the slow but steady heartbeat, Suquan is almost certain that this is Thor the Frog. Finding Thor the Frog is the same as finding Mjolnir. You gather supplies as soon as possible, and if you find new recruits who have been cut in, you can bring them back. Suquan put on the backpack. Advertisement. Zoom out, send. Came to a closed bottle world. The space inside the bottle is very small, and a frog in Thor's uniform is almost standing in front of Suquan with a face. Q. What would you do if an enlarged frog face suddenly appeared in front of you? A. Beat him up. Boom. The frog Thor, who didn't have time to react, was directly slammed into the face by Suquan's fist, leaned back and nibbled heavily on the glass wall. This bottle should have been enchanted by Loki, very solid. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, super strength, Thor. I miss you the super strength, what I want is the power of Odin. The power of Odin does not only refer to the power of Odin. Its origin can be traced back to Odin's grandfather, Bulli. At that time, this power was called the power of Bulli. For the Odin family, this divine power is somewhat similar to the hereditary divine power spread in the blood of the direct line, and only the blood of the Odin family can possess this divine power. At his peak, Odin relied on this power to even challenge the heavenly gods. This power will become stronger and stronger through the inheritance of generations, and it is also mixed with the power of faith. The stronger Asgard, the stronger this power will be, and if Asgard is gone, this power will become weaker. Therefore, Hela, the goddess of death who also inherited this power, will become stronger after returning to Asgard, and her strength will drop sharply when Asgard is destroyed. Advertisement. On the other hand, Thor, because of Asgard is not a place, but a people, the power of faith is still there, and the impact is not obvious. Boom. Sukwon punched the bounced frog Thor again, then teleported directly out of the void. Run after you hit someone, it's exciting. The frog Thor slowly slid down against the glass wall, only his four-fingered claws pressed against his face with severe pain, and his round eyes were blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Wrong. Someone just now? And hit me twice? Quack 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 dash. Who are you? Where are you? You come back, come back. Quack 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 dash. You come back, please, come back soon. Sukwon obviously couldn't hear Thor's croaking and shouting. He had already returned to wherever he was and put the collected junk into the safe. At the same time, prepare to put the time gem in it too. Advertisement. As a result, the originally dull time gem actually lit up with a faint green light. Time gem works. This means that this time gem is likely to come from this current timeline. Can you rub it? Isn't this more popular than Blogger's biography? I salute you, salute. Not to mention time gem's ability, Sukwon was very excited by the luck of the Emperor alone. It really hits the soul. What is the most prominent ability of time gem? Time loop. Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, couldn't stand the time loop, and could only pinch his nose to accept Doctor Strange's conditions. Isn't it just a pinch to tame Himiko who can't communicate? Other timelines in other worlds can't use this time gem, but there are many people with extraordinary abilities on this timeline, right? If you want any ability, but you can't get it at one time, then cycle the time and brush it several times. Is this an auxiliary plug-in for brushing ability? Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 25. Calm down, don't be too happy, there is still one most fundamental problem to solve, and that is how to use the time gem. Sukwon calmed down and thought of two easiest ways. The magic of Camartage, the Infinity Gauntlet of Asgard. Camartage's library has a magic book called the Book of Cagliostro. Specializes in time, and has some dark magic, and can summon Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. In the movie, Caecilius kills the administrator, steals the relevant pages, and summons Dormammu to invade the area. Regardless of whether he has magical abilities or not, whether he can learn it or not, even if he can, he has to agree to the Ancient One magician. Rather than making a rude request and taking favors, Sukwon prefers to draw related magic from the Ancient One magician. As for Asgard's Infinity Gauntlet, Hela, the goddess of death, said it was a fake, but a fake that can be placed in the treasury must be able to be used normally. Camartage or Asgard? Ancient One or Odin? Sukwon decided to take a two-pronged approach, bowing left and right. Ancient One's magic, Odin's power, are all powerful abilities. The main thing is that it won't be too much trouble to provoke these two people. With his current strength, he can still run away if he can't win. Odin is far away from Asgard and will not come to Earth. Ancient One does not intervene in the secular world, at most it is only aimed at itself, and will not affect the development of everything. Advertisement. What's there to worry about? Let's do it. Sukwon put the time gem in the safe and went downstairs. Several desks are scattered, and Aunt May is debugging related equipment with the staff. The seemingly thin Jessica Jones and Devil's Claw were carrying the shelves and placed them in the corner of the hall. The staff who saw the debugging equipment were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The originally empty and monotonous hall, at the moment, already looks like a courier company. Come here, you guys, this is the boss of the company, Sukwon. Jessica Jones beckoned and brought the 3 Asians who were helping out to Seok-won. These are the employees we interviewed, and they were recruited according to your requirements. As a courier, you don't need too high technical content, as long as you are healthy and obey the management, there is basically no problem. As for whether you can inject super soldier serum to become a super soldier, you have to observe slowly, at least in terms of loyalty. Hello boss, my name is Lee Martin. A middle-aged man introduced himself to please. Hello boss, my name is. Hello boss, my name is. The other 2 men introduced themselves, but Seok-won didn't pay attention. Lee Martin? Martin Lee? Isn't this Mr. Negative? Spider-Man's villain, the Jinbing of Dongfang City, has super strength and various physical abilities far beyond ordinary people, and is a master of street fighting. Advertisement. He can manipulate and release negative energy to catalyze the target's negative emotions, which can make the closest relatives, best friends, and most loving couples kill each other. Negative energy can also form energy waves, or transform into physical weapons, such as swords, knives, spears, etc., to directly attack the enemy. It can be regarded as a street villain with ability and skill, but his popularity is a bit low. His confrontation with Spider-Man is usually fruitless, and as soon as Spider-Man touches him, his personality is completely reversed, from pure good to pure evil. Therefore, Mr. Negative can also be said to be the nemesis of Spider-Man. Like most Orientals, he doesn't like to stir up strife, unless it involves rival gangs and his own turf. Seok-won was surprised that Aunt May came to apply for the job. Unexpectedly, another Mr. Negative came. You, come with me. Seok-won pointed at Lee Martin and walked out of the company. Lee Martin glanced at Jessica Jones, who was recruiting him, nervously. Seeing that she had no unusual reaction, he hurriedly followed. Outside the company, Seok-won walked into a nearby alley, and as soon as Lee Martin followed, he was grabbed by the shoulder and thrown to the next wall. Boom! Lee Martin grinned in pain, his face flushed, and just as he was about to speak in a panic, his throat was caught by Seok-won's hand. The scorching rays of light rolled in the red eyes, like the fire of hell, making him instantly silent. Seok-won looked directly at him with a cold voice. Heat ray was ready to go, as if it could burn through his head at any moment. The moment he started, the dropped reward had already confirmed his identity. Negative energy. Advertisement. I know who you are and what you can do. A stream of negative energy poured into Lee Martin's body through Seok-won's fingertips, and Lee Martin suddenly became horrified and struggled. Negative emotions flooded into my heart one after another, and Lee Martin's appearance also changed quietly. The skin became pitch black and slightly transparent, as if it had been taken out on film. This is also the origin of the name Mr. Negative. P.S. I saw someone talking about the problem of the Devil's Claw Girl. From the Devil's Claw Girl's point of view, she was trapped by the locomotive. Seok-won is powerful and mysterious, and she has nothing. If she doesn't follow Seok-won, the super soldier serum will bring her a death threat. After all, she is not dead, she is stronger, and the locomotive knows that it will bring trouble. From Seok-won's point of view, the Devil's Claw Girl was just a test product of the serum at first, and the Devil's Claw Girl had to follow her. From the perspective of brushing the serum and number 5 compound, plus 1 more manpower, it was nothing to bring her back to the Marvel world. Because everything is available and the follow-up plan will definitely require a lot of manpower. Hundreds, thousands, or even more legions, it's impossible for every woman to join, right? I feel that you don't need to be so sensitive. To put it bluntly, you need to rule your subordinates shallowly, and do you mind if your subordinates have ever found a boyfriend? It doesn't involve feelings or names. Definitely, not to say that I will do this, but to clarify this relationship and idea from the perspective of Seok-won, focusing on practical actions. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 26. I don't want to die, I want revenge, Hammerhead, Magia Gang, Experiment, I want them to die. Lee Martin roared intermittently, and his whole personality changed suddenly, filled with almost substantive negative evil. It's like another personality. I want you to die. Lee Martin stared at Sukwon evilly. Sukwon pouted in disdain, heat ray focused on Lee Martin's shoulder, and a sizzling burning sound instantly sounded. Don't bark at me, I was scared by dogs when I was a kid. Lee Martin gritted his teeth and reluctantly tried to influence Sukwon with his negative ability. Sukwon raised his eyebrows slightly and punched him in the abdomen. Sukwon's current strength, even if it is not full strength, is very amazing. With a punch, Lee Martin's expression froze, his eyes bulged, his throat surged, and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Because the throat was pinched by Sukwon, both blood and vomit were stuck in the throat. The piercing pain in his abdomen and the suffocation from the blocked throat made his face swell as if it was about to explode. Although he also has super strength that is far beyond ordinary people, compared to Sukwon, it pales in comparison to Sukwon. There is also a difference between super strength and super strength. The super strength after superimposing Jessica Jones, Queen Maeve, Crocodile Loki, and Thor is simply not comparable to Mr. Negative, who is known for his strength. Not to mention that Sukwon has a super defense second only to Man of Steel. Lee Martin's dying struggle had no effect, his strength to break free was getting weaker and weaker, and the whites of his eyes had begun to roll up. Just when Lee Martin was suffocating and unconscious, Sukwon let go. Lee Martin sat slumped on the ground, no longer roaring, no longer evil, only gasping for the rest of his life. Advertisement. Tell me, why are you applying for the job? Sukwon's wave of convincing people with reason is very effective. Sometimes when you ask directly, 9 out of 10 the answers you get are lies, but it's different when you ask them after you've typed it, almost all of them are the truth. If not, hit it again, a few more times. Lee Martin was originally a member of an unknown smuggler group responsible for transporting stowaways with boats. On one occasion, the smuggler who was in charge of responding to them on the shore did not respond at all. Fearing that he would be arrested by the police, he forced the captain to pull the boat ashore. Unexpectedly, the ship began to enter the water, the crew jumped off the ship to escape, and the stowaways jumped into the icy sea water as if they were fleeing for their lives. When he went ashore to pick up the hut where the members were waiting for them, he found all members dead. He ran back to the headquarters of Eastern City, thinking of being stunned by the Magia Gang on the road, only then did he know that the Magia Gang had occupied Eastern City in Queens during the time he was on the boat, and the smugglers had also been eliminated. He was then taken to an underground cell, where he became a doctor's comprehensive drug test. In those days, he lived like hell, his body seemed to be slowly splitting, and finally he escaped. Black and white, the kind-hearted Martin Lee and the evil Mr. Negative, these two very different identities have been imprisoned in the same body from now on. The reason for applying for a job at Enitatong is also very simple. He needed a job to survive, and he came after seeing the job posting. Without delicate facial features, who would understand your 3 views? Sukwon would be in Camartage now if it weren't for the fear that this future villain might use ability to influence other employees. Lee Martin is a double-edged sword. If used properly, his ability is enough to be responsible for the initial development of Anywhere. Jessica Jones and the others are okay to be thugs, business development. Gee, that 10 orifices through the Jukiao, no nothing. Advertisement. With the bad, and that is beyond belief. I really did not malicious, but also not malicious, I just need a job. Lima Ding very unjust, nothing had to do to beat savagely, almost died. Who but his boss Sukwon is it? First of all, you have to have enough strength, your principles and bottom line will be respected. You do not show strength, he will not think you are friendly, you will feel bullied, and then to die bully you. This is human nature. Secondly, there is no legal less important, reasonable and unreasonable is very important. Since we know that Lima Ding is not a good man, a known danger and trouble may have occurred at the beginning put an end to off. It happened again regrets? Early Gansha went. I can make you stay, if you do and what not to do, I'll kill you. Control yourself, I'm alive. I will. Lima Ding hurried guarantee. Let's go back. Yes. Lima Ding Lu body, stumbled out of the alley. Sukwon Company did not return, but invisible to Putin in Nepal in the past. Advertisement. Kamartaj near Kathmandu in Nepal. Lima Ding said Maji Yagang boss is also Spider-Man villain, called the Hammer. Because sustained severe head injury, doctors put him into the skull of iron, so that he has the indestructible of iron. May and probably because the iron rule of the Queen's baby, fearing chaos regime change, so it went to Manhattan to find a job. Speaking of work, comics to Lima Ding May and on the establishment of charitable shelters had been a volunteer relationship with him is also very good. In addition, Make Lima Ding became Mr. Negative's underground cells also created two superhero. Cloak and Dagger. But in the movie universe, the birth of Cloak and Dagger because Roxxon Oil Company's an oil well explosion. Roxxon Oil Companies although unlike Stark Industries, Hanmer Industry, PIM Technology, Pioneer Technology focuses described as being introduced. But throughout the Marvel movie universe, Iron Man, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent, Agent Intuit Card, Daredevil, Cloak and Dagger can be seen in the company's logo and eggs. Comics Tony Stark parents have hampered the company's acquisition plan was assassinated. Definitely, may also have served the cause of the company's CEO Howard Stark was green before. More cattle is Roxxon Oil Companies also sued Thor, Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. have led to court with them. Thor eventually sentenced to ban oil companies close Roxxon and all equipment. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 27. Roxxon Oil Company exemplifies the power of capital very well. How about superhero? What about the official organization of the United Nations? Can only stare. Sukwon was very inspired by this. Found super hearing made Sukwon quickly identify and lock Kamartaj's location when he arrived in Kathmandu. Boom. The sound of the sonic boom roared, and a cloud of sound caused by the acceleration only lasted for a few seconds before dissipating in an instant. In the training ground of the ancient buildings with distinctive period characteristics, dozens of magicians wearing ancient robes are practicing magic under the leadership of Mordo magician. Neat and orderly. Zizi a golden light appeared in the eyes of the disciples, and the ancient one magician in a golden robe walked out of the portal. Teacher. Mordo magician greeted him. Ancient one magician looked up at the sky, there are guests. Mordo magician immediately raised his head, only to hear a roar from far to near, and a figure came quickly in the air. Advertisement. Seeing that it was coming in an instant, the other party didn't mean to slow down at all, but it was getting faster and faster. Mordo magician frowned and glanced at Ancient One magician without any instructions, took a step forward, and released magic with both hands. A huge amount of circular magic shield opened instantly, covering almost half of the training ground. The Shield of Seraphim, known as the most defensive magic. Avengers Alliance 3 Iron Man, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange used this magic when they crashed on Titan. Seeing the huge magic shield that suddenly appeared, the corner of Sukwon's mouth raised slightly, he dived quickly, and punched directly into the center of the huge magic shield. Kakakabang. The Shield of Seraphim, which is known as the strongest defense, was broken inch by inch under Sukwon's punch and shattered. The huge amount of impact made Mordo magician step back a few steps, and the nearby disciples were also shocked and screamed in shock. Ding! Combat detected, drop reward, soul astral, Mordo magician. With the sun on his back, Sequan slowly fell. If at the moment there is a red cloak behind him swaying in the wind, then he is a punch Superman. A Superman who shatters the most powerful magical shield of Seraphim with one punch. No problem. Hello, Lord of the Void. Ancient One magician nodded slightly to Sequan with a small smile. Sequan raised his eyebrows slightly, as expected of Sorcerer Supreme. I really want to know what else you know, such as, can I return home satisfied? Ancient One magician responded with a smile, I hope you are satisfied. Shall we change places? Advertisement. Good. Sequan agreed, and the Ancient One magician waved one arm, and in an instant, a mirror surface with countless raw muses enveloped the two of them. Dimensional mirroring. In the mirror space, Sequan's mind sounded the reminder of the drop reward again. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, Ancient One magician. It's much more practical than soul astral. Sequan turned his hands, and the surrounding buildings, no, to be precise, the surrounding ground quickly arched. In the blink of an eye, the arched ground on the left and right sides and the building have been closely aligned, forming a semi-enclosed space that covers the sky and the sun. The Ancient One magician looked surprised with his hands behind his back, which made Sequan wonder what she knew. Knowing that you are the Lord of the Void, knowing that you are here to fight. Do you know that your purpose is to get a way to manipulate the time gem? Do you know that you can easily obtain the ability of others? Fighting, Sequan is not cowardly. Don't look at the Ancient One magician's endless powerful magic, but as long as he has the ability of dimensional teleportation and replica Superman, he is equivalent to being invincible. What's more, he can also get the opponent's ability from the battle. The more times you fight, the stronger your own strength. Advertisement. It's really tricky, or what he cares about is the Ancient One magician's exploration of the future, this kind of feeling that I don't know what she knows, it's very uncomfortable. Possibly similar. Dimensional mirroring, is it learned from magicians cut from the void? Ancient One magician asked curiously. Sequan half smiles, it's you. Me. Ancient One magician frowned and shook his head slightly, impossible, what I've made is the most correct decision in countless futures, and I can't appear in the void. Sequan smiled relaxed when he heard the Ancient One magician's words. Ancient One magician is aware of the multi-universe, because of the time gem and time magic, it is called the Master of Time. So she knows the void and knows that she will become the Master of the Void in the future, which is not surprising to Sequan. Surprisingly, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One doesn't seem to be fully aware of the time variation authority, and it is very likely that the most correct decision of the countless futures she said is the script arranged by the sacred timeline. It's like Doctor Strange probes the future and discovers that there is only one way to defeat Thanos. But is it really so? There may be many ways to defeat Thanos, but none of them are the predetermined results of the divine timeline. So those futures, those may have all failed because they were clipped by the time variation authority. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 28. Why was the Ancient One magician killed by Caecilius? Because she sees the potential of Doctor Strange, and sees that he is the best successor. Only when she is dead can Doctor Strange grow quickly and take on the responsibility of the Sorcerer Supreme. She may have known for a while that Caecilius would betray, but didn't stop it because it was the best outcome. Otherwise, with the strength of the Ancient One magician, how could Caecilius escape Camartage? After all, Caecilius was not alone when he left, and there were many followers around him. If the Ancient One magician can't find such a big movement, what multi-universe can they defend against, and protect the Earth with a hammer? Therefore, the fate of Ancient One magician was actually controlled, but she recognized this result and chose to accept it. The Ancient One magician is so powerful, and its fate is still under the control of the mortals such as the Time Variation Administration and the Legacy, which is absurd at first. After all, there are ordinary people in the Time Mutation Administration, and the one left behind was stabbed to death by the female Loki Sivir. And the strength of the Ancient One Magician does not need to be repeated too much. In fact, to put it bluntly, the Ancient One Magician is not strong enough. There are countless Ancient One Magicians in countless parallel universes and timelines, and although they can relate to the multi-universe, they cannot relate to the core of the multi-universe. On the other hand, the Legacy, the variant of Kong the Conqueror, started the multi-universe war a long time ago, and finally won, merging the multi-universe timelines together and controlling the multi-universe through the divine timeline. Although it is a mortal body, it is one of the core life forms of the multi-universe. Advertisement. The core life is the cornerstone of the multi-universe. The number is very small, and it has a pivotal ability that affects the multi-universe. According to observers, there are a total of 4 cores, namely Sthnig, Necromancer Merlin, Conqueror Kong, and Scarlet Witch. Speaking of Kong the Conqueror and Scarlet Witch alone, one ruled the multi-universe, and the other broke the rule of the multi-universe. The core life is evident. Although it is said that the female Loki Sivir killed the remnant and stabbed the multi-universe with one knife. In fact, when she didn't kill the people left behind, the multi-universe had already changed, and the cycle of the sacred timeline had been broken. And this time is exactly when Wanda officially became Scarlet Witch and practiced black magic. The two are no different. Sukwon wasn't sure if it was female Loki Sivir or Scarlet Witch Wanda who started the multi-universe. It's even possible that the multi-universe was opened by Doctor Strange, who cast a spell to make the world forget Spider-Man's true identity. But one thing he was sure of, the Ancient One Magician probably didn't know as much as he did. After all, the future that the Ancient One Magician can see is at most the future that the Legacy can see. And he can see a future that no one left behind can see. Ancient One Magician knows that he will become the master of the void in the future, and most of the time, he will know the void and his own identity when he probes other people. If she could detect the void directly, she wouldn't be so surprised that she might be cut out and appear in the void. Have you been to the void? Sukwon asked with a smile. Advertisement. Ancient One Magician shook his head. Then how are you sure you haven't been cut by the Time Variation Authority? The Time Variation Administration, was it originally called this name? Dude, I'm straight roar dude. How could the Ancient One Magician not know the name of the Time Mutation Authority? Sukwon was more relaxed. Do you know why I'm here? I have a time gem on this timeline. Ancient One Magician was surprised that there were 2 time gems at the same time, but she was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Master of Time. After being surprised, he quickly reacted, do you want to learn the time magic in the Book of Cagliostro? Sukwon shrugged non-committally. The Ancient One Magician was a little curious why Sukwon didn't learn from the other self in the void. After all, he had already learned dimensional mirroring. I can lend you the Book of Cagliostro, but only at Camartage, you know, it's about the future. If the Book of Cagliostro is not in Camartage, Caecilius will not be able to summon Dormammu through the black magic in the book. Next time, I want to see your magic even more now. Good. The Ancient One Magician smiled brightly and tapped his right foot on the ground. Advertisement. In an instant, the ground rolled like a toppled domino. Sukwon ducked, and the system prompt sounded. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, Ancient One Magician of Cedarak. It is also the Crimson Magic Belt, and it is the magic weapon that controls Himiko. This is magic. The Ancient One Magician approached Sukwon lightly and gracefully, and the fan-shaped ring of Ragator stabbed sharply at his shoulder. Boom. Sukwon's shoulders were slightly back, and she gave Ancient One Magician a wicked smile. That's it? Ancient One Magician smiled, and the ring of Ragator with both hands was a combo against Sequan. Boom bang 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 dash. The two of you come and go, fighting fiercely into a ball. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 29. Although Ancient One is named Magician and uses magic, including her, all magicians of the Kamartaj family have a heart for melee combat. Like the self-proclaimed magician, Loki, who uses 2 daggers as an assassin in one hand. Changed jobs, but not completely. While novice Loki is still asking how to play melee, veteran Ancient One is already oh. I don't need magic, hey, it's just for fun. After all, the trouble is, the Ancient One is really good at melee magician. Especially the lightning 5 consecutive whips, so fast that the super speed can't see the whip, and can only see the golden light of energy. Lightning 5 whips? Ancient One, are you polite? Boom. Ancient One kicked out and backflipped to distance himself from Sequan. The Lord of the Void is really powerful. Facing the praise of Ancient One magician, Sequan shook his head regretfully, are you short of money? Ancient One magician was stunned, although there are not many, there is no shortage. Why do you ask? Not short of money, not short of money, you are on special effects. What wind of Vadim, shield of Seraphim, holy sword of Vishanti, thunder of Bosset, ancient body of Hogs, shape of Achan, you have arranged it? Advertisement. Especially Cedarak's crimson magic belt, you use it, you don't need me to use it, you don't need me to pretend to be. The dignified Sorcerer Supreme has no energy to compete in the face of the dimensional traveler. What about the responsibility to protect the Earth? Are you lying flat? Let's go, I'll invite you to drink the first cup of milk tea in autumn next time. Sequan waved his hand lonely and left from the mirror space. Ancient One magician also left the mirror space in confusion. Sequan's reaction made her feel like she had let him down. The question is, what have you done? Moro magician greeted him with concern, teacher, are you all right? I don't know. Ancient One magician thought for a while with a weird expression, and asked, do you know what the first cup of milk tea in autumn means? The first cup of milk tea in autumn? No, I don't know, it should be milk tea, right? Modu magician was also stunned. The teacher asked the milk tea as soon as he came out. Do you want to drink milk tea? But don't you drink regular tea all the time? Ancient One magician nodded and asked again, are we short of money? Money? We are not short of money. Teacher, that person, you said he is the master of the void, what is the void, and what is the purpose of his coming here? Mordu magician couldn't figure out what the teacher meant, so he changed the subject and asked about the mysterious visitor who shattered the shield of Seraphim with a punch. The void is the end of the multi-universe timeline, the purpose of the void Lord Sequan. Ancient One magician shook his head, he thought he wanted the book of Cagliostro, but he just tried to fight and left inexplicably. Advertisement. He shouldn't be malicious, but you still have to maintain a certain level of respect when you see him in the future. This Lord of the Void is stronger than I thought, and it's unpredictable. Yes. The strength of the Lord of the Void has been vividly shown in that punch and the teacher's reaction. So far, Mordo magician has not heard of anyone who can break the shield of Seraphim with one punch, not even a teacher. The New York branch of Nadu Tong Express Logistics Co., Ltd. Sequan studied dimensional mirroring and soul astral for a while, packed the valuables in the safe into a backpack, and went downstairs. Martin. Sequan waved to Lee Martin, who didn't know when he changed his clothes. Lee Martin shivered subconsciously, and hurriedly trotted over with a smile. Boss, do you have any orders? Sequan handed the backpack over. Martin Lee was stunned for a moment after opening it, and asked in a low voice, are you going to dispose of it? Sequan nodded. Give it to me. Lee Martin is very familiar with this kind of work. Isn't it the realization of stolen goods? In the past, when the smugglers organized people to smuggle people, many people would use valuable things to offset their money when they were short of cash. Sukwon wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but he ducked, then moved to the side and brought the other shoulder closer. There's a shoulder injury over there, but it's not healed yet. Interested? Sukwon patted it with satisfaction. Go, remember to come to work tomorrow morning. Advertisement. Yes. Lee Martin said goodbye to Jessica Jones and Roar, and walked away with a backpack. Jessica Jones took Sukwon's arm and walked aside, and asked in a low voice, "Did you hit him when you told him to go out?" Sukwon, what did he say? Jessica Jones shook her head. I'm not blind, can't I see if I'm injured? Although he changed his clothes, he can still smell a faint smell of blood. He's miserable enough. How miserable? You don't know, he was the owner of a zipper factory in your hometown. He and his wife lived a modest life. Later, he was suppressed by officials, so he came up with the idea of living here. After finally saving enough money, his wife came first, but ended up making a new love here. He smuggled here and saw many smugglers die in dark, cramped cabins, some from severe dehydration, some from smuggling. I finally saw hope, but the boat fell into the water and overturned. More than 200 people died. There was only one survivor, and that was him. Sukwon looked at the somewhat sad Jessica Jones and didn't know what to say. The fact that his wife found a new love, or that he was the only survivor after more than 200 people died, are all sympathetic lies. If there is no reason to convince people, and then ask after the fight, Lee Martin should also say the same to him. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 30. A sad Jessica Jones found Sukwon's reaction very flat, even a little disapproving. This is too cold-blooded, too unsympathetic, right? His wife ran away, he almost died, and he was bullied by a boss like you when he was looking for a job. Aren't you going to explain? Jessica Jones looked at Sukwon. Explain this stuff and make me look like a sinner. Explain. Explain a hammer. Sukwon beckoned to call the Devil Claw Girl and Aunt May over, ignoring the dissatisfied Jessica Jones, and talked in detail about the company's main business, flash delivery. Flash delivery, one-to-one urgent delivery, refuse to place orders, and instant delivery in the same area. From pickup to delivery, only one customer is served at a time. Point-to-point delivery, the service time is faster, the certainty is higher, and the security is better. Strive to achieve door-to-door delivery within 15 minutes, and express delivery within 1 hour in the same area. In terms of delivery fee, delivery distance and item weight will affect the fee. Regular items start at $15, within 5 kilometers and 5 kilograms. Excess mileage fee, for every additional 5 kilometers above 5 kilometers, the fee will be increased by $10. Overweight fee, 5 to 20 kilograms for each additional 1 kilogram, the fee will add $2, more than 20 kilograms, each additional 1 kilogram, the fee will increase by $5. Advertisement. Delivery time, within 5 kilometers, the delivery time is within 45 minutes, for each additional 5 kilometers above 5 kilometers, the delivery time increases by 30 minutes. Valuables start at $100 plus 1% of item value. Other standards are the same as above. Explain the business content and formulate the charging standard. More than an hour has passed by the end. Sukwon looked at Aunt May. After get off work, do I need to take you home? Aunt May shook her head and said with a smile, I can go back by myself. Then go back to rest early. Sukwon didn't force it. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, early morning. When Sukwon came downstairs, Aunt May, Martin Lee and 2 other employees had already arrived. Lee Martin's work efficiency was very fast. Sukwon handed the cashed money to Aunt May, and asked Lee Martin and the Magic Claw Girl to escort her and accompany her to the bank to open an account for the company. In the next few days, Sequan went to the Void to find Thor the Frog to get rewards, while continuing to recruit people and purchase related equipment, such as work uniforms and transportation. In a few days, 7 more people were recruited one after another, all of them from China, and the brown ones all wore uniforms neatly on their bodies, which was quite capable and professional. Void, closed in Thor's bottle. After obtaining super endurance, super defense, self-healing, super vitality, and Thor uniform, Sequan finally got what he wanted and obtained the power of Odin. Advertisement. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, power of Odin, Thor. The moment he obtained the power of Odin, Sequan clearly felt an indescribably powerful force emerging from his body. This powerful and violent divine power is like a cloud of thunder in the sky, restless as if to destroy everything in the world. Call out. Sequan came to the ground, the violent power of Odin unleashed, and the dazzling thunder of Tsitsize flashed around him. Bang, the ground arched and exploded, and the inspired Mjolnir broke out of the ground and flew straight to Sequan's open hand. Open the system and extract Thor's uniform. The moment he held Mjolnir, the system helped him change his outfit for a second. Boom. The thunder was deafening, and the electric light flickered. At the moment, Sequan is wearing a black Thor uniform, holding Mjolnir in his hand, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and he is truly divine, mighty and domineering. Brother! A startled roar sounded from behind. Sequan turned around and saw the old Loki carrying the bag, whose expression changed from surprise to disappointment to shock. Beside him, followed by a stunned tall woman. Who is he? The tall woman whispered to old Loki. Advertisement. He is our king and the Lord of the Void, you have to respect him, without him, I will not save you. The old Loki looked at Sequan with a dazed look in his eyes. It seems to have returned to the days of his youth in Asgard. It seems that he saw his stupid brother who made him miss him so much. Want to try? Sequan handed Mjolnir over with a smile. Old Loki may be qualified to lift Mjolnir. All but Thor, Captain Steve, Black Widow, Vision, Jane Foster, Thor the Horse, Thor the Frog have raised Mjolnir. Not to mention Odin and Hela, the goddess of death, the previous owner of the hammer. Even the Hulk and Red Hulk were briefly recognized, lifting Mjolnir. Axis of good and evil in the big event, the characters of Thor and Loki were reversed, and the kind and noble Loki raised Mjolnir to defeat Thor and became Thor Loki. In Marvel vs. DC, the hammer fell to the ground when Thor and Shazam fought, and Wonder Woman lifted the hammer easily. In Justice League vs. Avengers, Zheng Lian and Avengers Alliance also gave Superman the shield of Mjolnir and Captain in order to defeat the big boss. To exaggerate, anyone in the comics can lift Mjolnir, but Thor can't. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 31. The old Loki looked at Mjolnir, who was handed over, hesitation, stretched out his hand, and took it back. Forget it, I've tried it countless times before, and the results are the same. Is there anything special about this hammer? Can I try it? The tall slender woman asked curiously. Don't waste your time, this is Mjolnir, only those who have been approved can lift it, said the elderly Loki. Mjolnir. Thor's hammer in Norse mythology. The tall slender woman's eyes lit up, eagerly looking at the mighty and handsome young king. Sequan has Mjolnir still on the ground, please start your show. The tall slender woman spreads her long legs, holds Mjolnir's hammer handle in both hands, and slams it upwards. Mjolnir didn't move. She continued to exert force with some unbelief. Although she was a woman, her strength was not much weaker than that of ordinary men who had been trained since childhood. But no matter how hard she tried, the hammer would not move, as if it was connected to the earth. Advertisement. She couldn't help but wonder if the king did something, otherwise how could a broken hammer not move? He the old Loki laughed with schadenfreude, and took out a few things from the bag that he straddled and handed them to Sukwon. Stacks of dollars, gold rings, a gemstone necklace, and an electronic collar. This collar should be the controller of the Time Variation Administration to control the time crime. I don't know if it can still be used. The elderly Loki only found an electronic collar, not a small controller to use with it. The previous Palm Treasure time controller that did not know whether it was out of power or broken should also be able to operate and control the electronic collars, provided they can be used normally. The main timeline of Loki's personal drama Loki can be played with enough by this thing. No matter how far he runs, as long as he gently twists the controller, Loki will instantly return to the time position before he did not run. Almost every time criminal caught in the Time Mutation Authority wears this to prevent them from escaping. What's wrong with her? Sukwon put away her things and looked at the woman who had given up fighting the hammer. Mentioning herself, the woman took the initiative to speak. "Hello, Your Majesty, I am Dottie Underwood." Dottie Underwood, a somewhat unpopular and unfamiliar name. Sukwon has seen Agent Kate and knows that she is a Black Widow cultivated by the Red House, a villain on par with Peggy's agent. What did you do? Sukwon wondered about the events surrounding her clipping. Dottie Underwood shrugged. I killed Peggy. Advertisement. No wonder it gets cropped. The death of Peggy's agent will directly affect the script the Divine Timeline assigns to Steve Rogers. As the original Black Widow, Dottie Underwood did not inject any serum, but he still had strength and ability, otherwise he would not have become Peggy's agent's lifelong enemy and killed her. At the same time, she is also the first person Sukwon sees in the void other than Loki. You will be mine from now on, is there a problem? Time Variation Authority, Void, Helios. Dottie Underwood knew exactly what she was in, and if it wasn't for the rescue of the elderly Loki, she would be dead now. To live, no one wants to die. As a spy who was raised as a child with no ego but only missions, the past has dissipated with the trials and tailoring of the Time Variation Authority. But the long-established beliefs and habits have not disappeared. The emptiness in her heart and the days in the future make her need to find a new spiritual sustenance. She needs a goal, someone to tell her what to do. It is my pleasure, Your Majesty. Dottie Underwood showed no hesitation. To be able to survive in such a precarious place, to become the Lord of the Void, to become a king, even if there is some moisture, his strength is beyond doubt. Moreover, he saved himself, but also took in himself. Advertisement. No one is more suitable to be his new target, new sustenance, and new object of allegiance than him. Sukwon was not surprised by Dottie Underwood's allegiance. The Red House's method of cultivating spies and agents, the Black Widow cultivated is one of them, and they are all machines with an empty and lonely heart. No command means no value means denial of their existence. So Natasha Romanoff joined S.H.I.E.L.D. after leaving the Red House to work for Nick Fury, doing almost the same spy work as in the Red House. Finally, I joined the Avengers and regarded the Avengers as my home and spiritual sustenance, and my heart regained the affirmation of self-worth. Her sister Yelena Belova also believed in Mrs. Hydra with a vacant heart when Natasha Romanoff sacrificed for Soul Gem when the Red House was destroyed. That is, Valentina Allegra de La Fontaine's lie, ready to take revenge on Hawkeye. Simply put, every Black Widow has psychological problems, they can't be true leaders because they can't lead themselves. But they are excellent obedience and executors. If they have a master, they will obey the master, and if they don't have a master, they will find a master for themselves. Obedience and execution are their living habits and ways. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 32. Sukwon patted Dottie Underwood on the shoulder. Her performance was very submissive, without the slightest dodge or resistance. This is the truest expression of her inner surrender. Want to leave here and see what the world will look like in 50 or 60 years. Dottie Underwood, who had just regained his spiritual stability, was stunned. His brain had lost the ability to direct his actions, and he stood there like a wooden block, staring at Sukwon with his two eyes dumbfounded. What does this mean? He can leave the void? Dottie Underwood turned to look at old Loki in disbelief. Yes, he can. Old Loki confirmed her guess as usual. Doesn't it say that the void is the final end? Doesn't it mean that no one can leave the void? I don't read much, don't lie to me. For us, the void is a cage from which we can never get out. Either die or die. But for him, the void is the back garden of freedom to come and go. Now you know why I collect that useless garbage from your mouth. Useless junk refers to dollars and gold and silver jewelry. Dottie Underwood took a deep breath, suppressed his shock and restlessness, and calmly said his answer. Advertisement. I follow the arrangement. Sukwon held Dottie Underwood with one hand and called Mjolnir back with the other. You only have one chance to betray me. Sukwon's voice sounded. Dottie Underwood just wanted to express his position, but suddenly found that they appeared on the roof of a high-rise building. Looking from afar, I can see the buildings in the distance row upon row, the streets crisscrossed by vehicles, and the pedestrians are constantly coming and going. As far as the eye can see, it is prosperous and lively, beautiful and charming. It was you who gave me a new life, and I will absolutely, 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 not betray you. Dottie Underwood may not know the important thing to say 3 times, but she knows how to express herself better. Have you heard of leap of faith? Sukwon asked suddenly as he walked to the edge of the roof. Dottie Underwood shook his head. Jump down. Good. Dottie Underwood didn't ask anything, and without any hesitation on his face, he ran with long legs and jumped directly from Sukwon's side. This building is more than 10 stories high, you will die if you jump down. However, Dottie Underwood jumped without hesitation and jumped without hesitation. Although she knew that she must have thought that this was a test for her, it was impossible for her to fall to her death, but this decisiveness and obedience were truly amazing. Advertisement. The wind roared, and Dottie Underwood looked at the ground getting closer and closer, without any fear or worry on his face. Just when she was about to lose her fragrance, a pair of strong arms supported her from below. The sudden stop of the fall made her groan slightly in pain, but a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She was right. Even if it is a towering building, as long as you speak, I will jump off without hesitation. This jump has gained trust and proved its value. This is Manhattan in New York, one of the frontiers of this era. You go shopping by yourself, buy some decent clothes, and come back here to find me after shopping. I have a task for you. Sukwon took out the bank card and told her the password. The cash in the void does not necessarily come from which timeline, which universe, even real money may not be spent. Good. Dottie Underwood took the bank card with a smile, chose a direction, and left with anticipation. In the void, Sukwon asked her if she wanted to leave and see what the world would look like in 50 or 60 years. How did she answer? I follow the arrangement. Just now Sukwon asked her to go shopping by herself, buy some decent clothes, and come back to find herself after shopping. How did she answer? Good. This is a further manifestation of the relationship. The establishment of any relationship is from unfamiliar to familiar, from restrained to calm. Advertisement. She gained initial trust and proved her worth, and formally established a solid relationship between superiors and subordinates. This familiar model will naturally make her mentality and behavior gradually relaxed and calm. When she comes back, Sukwon is going to inject her with super soldier serum, so that she can expand her territory and train her manpower. The training method of the Red House still has some merits. Sukwon was about to fly up to wait for her, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly found a foot exposed behind the trash can not far away. Someone hiding behind a dumpster? Sequan walked over curiously to find out, but the person behind the trash can seemed to hear that he was approaching, shouted in a panic, turned around and ran away. I didn't see anything, don't chase me. Sequan laughed dumbly, not knowing whether to praise the man for being smart or stupid. If you run, you will run away. What are you shouting? I was not going to chase you, but when you shout, it seems that you really see something shameful, and you can't do it if you don't chase. Isn't this 300 taels of silver in this place? Figures staggered, positions changed. Sequan appeared directly in front of her the moment the shout fell, blocking her way. What? The girl in jeans and a baseball shirt was caught off guard, hit Sequan with her head, and fell back on the ground. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 33. How did he get in front of me? Sky looked up in horror and looked at the mysterious man in front of him in disbelief. Just now, she witnessed the woman who left and the man jumping off the roof one after the other. I thought I was going to die. The result, the man who jumped off later landed first and caught the woman who jumped off first. This is not normal. This is not normal. How can anyone jump from such a high place and have nothing to do? And he was clearly behind him 1 second before, but suddenly appeared in front of him the next second. It was weird, like Ghost, which made her feel incredible. Oops. Sky found that the other party was looking at her playfully, her eyes were full of surprise, which made her have a bad premonition. Help, help, someone help me, help! Roar shouted hysterically, hoping someone could hear him and help him. Sequan looked at her performance with an odd expression. Advertisement. An orphan, a young and beautiful girl, wanders the streets, and can only protect herself by being vigilant at all times. But I didn't do anything, I didn't say anything, and you acted as if I was going to silence you and do for rectification on the spot. Isn't that a bit too much? Besides, what's the use of calling for help? Although there will be people passing by in this alley between buildings, and some people will hear your roar shout, but few people will mind their own business. It's not that people are cold-blooded and ruthless, but that they don't want to put themselves in. Who knows if the bad guys have guns and will they shoot? Do you think it's a joke when you go out with change? When your life is at stake, do you expect others to save you? Expect the bad guys to be merciful and let you go? What do you think? You have to run. Run out, survive, and you earn. If you can't run out, the worst is to end up with staying. Wouldn't this be an option? Stop shouting, no one will come to help you, calm down, let's talk. Sequan took the initiative to step back and motioned for her to get up first. Don't move, or I'll shoot. A sonorous voice unexpectedly sounded from behind Sequan. Did the slap come so fast? Seeing Sky, who was full of surprise, get up and walk around herself, thanking her for the rest of her life, Sequan silently turned to look at the messenger of justice with a gun. Isn't this Maria Hill, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Commander-in-Chief, Level 9 Agent, SHIELD Director Nick Fury's right-hand man? Advertisement. Sequan really didn't expect that Chen Yejin, who was killed halfway, would be her. You go, leave it to me here. Maria Hill stared at Sequan intently, motioning Sky to leave quickly. I'll go to the police. Sky was very loyal. Maria Hill said solemnly, I'm the police. But you go quickly. Well, thank you for saving me, be careful, he's dangerous. Sky glanced at Sequan, who was not at all flustered, reminded him if he meant something, turned and ran away quickly. Maria Hill didn't put her gun down or let her guard down. It seems that her appearance is not entirely a coincidence, so cautious and vigilant, it is not at all like the reaction that a S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent should have when dealing with such a small case. Sequan, the boss of the New York branch of Nadutong Express Logistics Company, is that you? Maria Hill asked in a deep voice. It's me. Maria Hill held a gun in one hand and took out a document. FBI, come with me. Do you think I don't know the usual routines of S.H.I.E.L.D's missions? How many black pots has the FBI carried over the years? Maria Hill, Commander-in-Chief S.H.I.E.L.D, is that you? Do you know who I am? What a coincidence, I know who you are too. Advertisement. You don't have the abbreviation S.H.I.E.L.D yet, so it should be the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, right? Maria Hill stared at Sequan with a frown, and the vigilance in her eyes grew stronger. He even knows his own identity. It seems that the investigation of him is not careful enough and not deep enough. I'm curious why you're investigating me. Sequan recalled what he had done, and he probably didn't do anything worthy of the personal attention of Commander-in-Chief Maria Hill. I'm also curious why you know about Homeland Strategic Defense, S.H.I.E.L.D. Maria Hill thinks the acronym S.H.I.E.L.D is really good and worth promoting. Why don't we change to a quiet place to talk slowly? Okay, my office is nearby, I have tea and coffee there, and it tastes good. It's too much trouble, let's keep it simple. Sequan waved his hand gently, and a prismatic mirror surface suddenly appeared in the space beside him, rippling layer by layer, which was truly surprising. Glancing at the stunned Maria Hill, Sequan walked straight to the mirror, submerged in it, and disappeared. This Maria Hill blinked her eyes forcefully, walked towards the mirror, and tentatively stretched out her hand. The palm is not in, gone. Maria Hill forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and just wanted to withdraw her hand to prepare, but her wrist was caught on the other side, and she was dragged indirectly. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 34. On the other side, the same high-rise buildings, the same alley. Maria Hill, who was dragged in, stumbled to her feet and subconsciously shot Sequan next to her. Boom. This shot is aimed at the leg, and Maria Hill wants to create more favorable conditions for herself in the strange and unknown situation. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 5 points. Sequan looked at the trouser legs that had been shot. Girls, looks determine fate, body determines life and death. Maria Hill has a good figure and good looks, so pay for it? Maria Hill's eyes widened in surprise. It's okay to lose money. Tell me first why your legs can block bullets? Boom bang 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 dash. Maria Hill obviously didn't know how lucky she was, and she didn't believe in evil and fired several shots at Sequan, emptying her magazines. Shots were fired in the forehead, throat, heart, abdomen, and even indescribable places, vividly deducing what it means to be daring and petting. Very well, it's not something that can be solved by losing money now. Sequan was expressionless. The strong sense of oppression actually made Maria Hill, the SHIELD commander-in-chief, dare not fight with her, so she stepped back a few steps. Advertisement. You. Kneel down, I will spare you not to die. Sequan spoke coldly, red eyes that made him look like a terrifying Mephisto. Maria Hill's throat wriggled, plucking up the courage to overcome her fear. Impossible, I definitely wouldn't. Boom. Sequan stomped his feet like ancient one magician, the ground rolled, and Maria Hill, who was caught off guard, knelt down with a thud. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment. Just as Maria Hill was about to get up, the ground rolled again, and she was held in front of Sequan like a wave. Looking up, Sequan waved. Boom! Maria Hill felt herself floating. No, it wasn't a feeling, she really floated up, and she saw self at Sequan's feet. I am dead? Does a person really have a soul when he dies? In addition to being surprised, Maria Hill's first reaction turned out to be, "Didn't you say that you will spare me if you kneel down? Although it is passive, but I kneel, how can you go back on your word?" Maria Hill is not afraid of death, but she is unwilling to die, so will. Advertisement. I shouldn't have done anything worthy of your S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation, so why investigate me? Sukwon raised his hand, the ground bulged quickly, forming a stone chair. He slowly sat down, and looked at Maria Hill floating in the shape of a soul. Jessica Jones. Maria Hill will know Sukwon and will investigate Sukwon because of Jessica Jones. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hazard Assessment Report. You know this too. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Hazard Assessment Report is a list of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assessments of persons with special abilities and dangerous goods. Whenever a superpower appears, S.H.I.E.L.D. will send a team to investigate and submit a report on asset evaluation and storage. This is followed by a comprehensive threat assessment and psychological assessment. S.H.I.E.L.D. will prioritize the recruitment of psychic into the S.H.I.E.L.D. or Avengers program. Those who fail to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. will conduct long-term surveillance. And for those with a high index and psychological problems, S.H.I.E.L.D. erases the threat. Our investigation of Jessica Jones found that her emotional and psychological state was unstable, and if she continued to keep in touch with Trish Havoc, the presence of her family would make her social relationships and emotional and psychological state more stable. But, you showed up. You took her in and gave her a job, so we looked into you and found you're suspicious. All your money is from the sale of gold, silver, jewelry, and jewelry without formal procedures and sources. We recovered some of them for investigation and found an unbelievable situation. Advertisement. There was a wedding ring and we found its owner, but the owner of the wedding ring was wearing another identical wedding ring. The owner of the wedding ring has never lost the ring, nor has he ever ordered an identical ring. Maria Hill probably felt that she was dead, and she couldn't rest her eyes until she knew Sukwon's identity, so the S.H.I.E.L.D. commander's posture gradually rose again. Definitely, it's not important. What's important is that we have conducted an in-depth investigation of you and found that we have not found any traces of your previous life, nor any traces related to you at all. It's as if you appeared out of thin air and didn't live in this world at all before. Can you tell me who you are? Sukwon said calmly, I'm someone you can't mess with. Maria Hill was not reconciled, and continued to be moved and understood. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s duty is to protect the people from special events and superhuman beings. I don't want to provoke you, I just want to know your identity, the purpose of taking in Jessica Jones, and confirm that you will not cause harm. You should know better than anyone how harmful a super person like you is to ordinary people. I hope you understand that this is not a personal grudge, it is my duty. No, from the moment you shot, it was a personal grudge. Also, don't reason with me when I lose my temper, I'm deaf. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 35. Maria Hill doesn't know how long a person becomes a soul after death. She just wants to find out who Sukwon is before disappearing. Now, it's hard. Aren't you trying harder? Seeing Maria Hill dying, Sukwon was a little disappointed. Can you say that? Maria Hill looked expectantly. Will not. Then what's the point of me working hard? Maria Hill said angrily. Sukwon shook his head, that's not what I said. Sometimes you will never know what despair is if you don't work hard. So don't worry about things that can't be solved today, because it may not be solved tomorrow. No damage to you. Advertisement. Ruthless, with such a bad personality, it's just. Wait, maybe it won't work out tomorrow? Can you solve it? Let's not talk about it. Tomorrow, I still have tomorrow. Maria Hill's IQ and experience suddenly came online. She glanced at her corpse, although there was no ups and downs, no heartbeat, but no trauma, no bleeding, so. Since Sequan knew that I was the commander-in-chief of S.H.I.E.L.D, he must have known how troublesome it would be to kill me. The girl I just rescued, the Bureau will find out through her that my death is related to him. No matter who he is, no matter what he wants to do, he definitely doesn't want S.H.I.E.L.D to target him now, so. Maria Truth was only one hill, showing a confident smile. Illusion? Magic? Or some other means? Although I don't know how you did it, you didn't really kill me, did you? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was correct, and Maria Hill simply floated directly into her body. But the result was not what she expected. Once, twice, 3 times. No matter how she tries, no matter how she makes her soul fit her body, the result is that the bridge returns to the bridge, the road returns to the road, but it cannot truly be integrated. Sequan looked at her like a fool. No, you don't really think I dare not kill you, do you? Advertisement. Do you think Nick Fury would agree if I traded you a living Captain America? A super soldier serum with a 100% success rate, would Nick Fury agree? It's exactly the same as your S.H.I.E.L.D's aerospace carrier, but it doesn't belong to your S.H.I.E.L.D's aerospace carrier, will Nick Fury agree? 1 isn't enough for 2, and 2 isn't enough for 3. It's just not enough for Ronan the Kree spaceship. Nick Fury has dealt with him before and knows how valuable spaceships are. So, dear Madam SHIELD. Commander, yes, you are important, but not that important. Maria Hill was stunned. The living Captain America, the super soldier serum with a 100% success rate, the aerospace carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, and even the alien spaceship. These, can you do these? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Maria Hill doesn't believe that Sequan can really offer these conditions, but she has to admit that any of them are worth replacing her alone. Will Nick Fury switch? Maria Hill didn't want to test human nature, because human nature is the most irresistible test. In the face of such conditions, Nick Fury may not agree to live by himself, but if he is dead, she will be moved. You really have something. Maria Hill couldn't help but want to verify. Sequan directly took out the only dose of super soldier serum left in the system, which was originally intended for Dottie Underwood, but now. You can try it yourself, provided you do me a little favor in the future. Advertisement. I promise. Maria Hill is not stupid. If it fails, the big deal is death, which is not much different from the current situation. If successful, he can become a super soldier and become the new Captain America. The super soldier serum with a 100% success rate, if he can take 1 dose, he can take out more doses, and at the same time, the other ones may also really exist. For that alone, let alone a few small favors, as long as he doesn't overdo it, Maria Hill can help wipe his ass on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. well, help him with the aftermath. Sequan grabbed Maria Hill's body and threw it at her. At the moment when her body and soul overlapped, Maria Hill, who had tried several times, was surprised to find that she was resurrected. Psst. Before Maria Hill could react, Sequan had injected the super soldier into her body. The pain that the body seemed to be torn apart made Maria Hill kneel directly on the ground, her mind went blank, and she lost the ability to think. Convulsions, rolling, excruciating pain. Anything that makes you beautiful, the process is painful. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 36. Sequan had no intention of killing Maria Hill from the start. As the Commander-in-Chief of S.H.I.E.L.D, Killing her will inevitably lead to related events, and the time variation administration will definitely reset the timeline, and then he will face another her, or another her. And killing her now would also increase the risk of Dottie Underwood being discovered by the Time Variation Authority. Definitely, the most important thing is that S.H.I.E.L.D is a big eater. Those inexhaustible and inexhaustible large-scale materials in the void can make a lot of money by selling them casually. Is there a better monetization channel than this? At the same time, digging Nick Fury's corner and making Maria Hill her own is the best choice. This is the pattern. As for her offense just now, Seok-won decided to write it down, record it, kind of taking a picture, so as not to forget about it later. False pattern, the overall situation is the most important, and the interests are the first. The real pattern, the money must be compared, and the judgment must be reported. There was no end, birds flying and rabbits walking away. Maria Hill on the ground moved her eyelashes slightly, struggling to open her eyes. Advertisement. The strange changes in her body made her wake up instantly, and the surging power of the new life made her like a dream. It worked. The super soldier serum did the trick. It's unbelievable that his serum is 100% successful. Excited, Maria Hill just wanted to get up and experience all the extraordinary things after becoming a super soldier, but suddenly found the neat clothes around her. Maria Hill, who finally reacted, shrank her body and glared at Seok-won. Aren't you going to explain? It's not shameful to sell one's soul and principles, but it's shameful not to sell for a good price. I gave you a price that you can't refuse, and you have to keep your ignorant mouth shut. Seok-won's words were very rude. Maria Hill's embarrassed blushing changed, and she put on her clothes silently. That's right, either Nick Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D, it's not as clean as you think. Don't think I'm going to pull you into the water. It's better to follow the wind when the wind comes. It's not that there is no dust, but that the dust is allowed to fly. I'll be my sunshine. With my help, you can do what you want. It's better to say than to sing. Maria Hill didn't believe that he would be so kind, but what he said was right. He did give him a price that he couldn't refuse. I want the super soldier serum and what you said before. Advertisement. Do you want to? Do you think you can do whatever you want when you are beautiful? Yes, it is true that you can do whatever you want, but the premise is that you have to satisfy Lao Tzu. I like to make friends, but I don't like to make offerings to ancestors. Maria Hill asked calmly, what do you want? That's right, the opening is what you want, who do you think you are, and you don't know your position. I can tell you the truth with a smile, or I can turn my face and tell you what the rules are. Money. Money? How much? Maria Hill was a little stunned. If nothing else, the value of the super soldier serum with a 100% success rate is not measurable by money. Seok-won was half smiling, and a crimson magic belt instantly wrapped around Maria Hill's wrist, pulling her towards him. Let's talk about the transaction later, let's try the effect of the serum first. Maria Hill's reaction was quick, her arm muscles stretched, her long legs slammed into the ground, and the surging power made her feel like she had become a strong man. It's a tug of war, it's a contest of power. Maria Hill didn't think she could win, she just used the opportunity to test her strength limit and get familiar with her new self. Advertisement. The friction of the shoes against the ground made a creaking sound. Seok-won wrapped Cedarak's crimson magic belt around his wrist in circles, and gave a smirk to Maria Hill, who was blushing and struggling but could only approach. Boom! Maria Hill stretched out, was punched in the lower abdomen, and was dragged to the ground by Cedarak's crimson belt. Cover up! Maria Hill lay on the ground and took in the cold breath, the corners of her mouth also blossoming with joy. The all-round strengthening of the super soldier serum has given her a very significant boost to her strength and fighting ability. So although this punch made her feel a lot of pain, it did not cause substantial damage. Sukwon retracted Cedarak's crimson belt, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Infinite Nesting Dolls dropped the Super Soldier Serum again. Dottie Underwood Serum is available again, and in the future, Maria Hill will have to be beaten by herself if she wants to buy serum. After all, the Super Soldier Serum is just a bait for her to defect, and it is not enough for herself, so how could it be easily sold to her? Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 37. It was the same alley, where the connected prismatic mirrors twisted and surged, and Sukwon and Maria Hill walked out of the mirrored dimension. I will stop investigating you and seal your files with Jessica Jones. Maria Hill took the initiative to speak, but Sukwon was non-committal. My number is already on your phone. Maria Hill took a deep look at Sukwon and turned away. She needs to spend time digesting the tip of the iceberg revealed by this mysterious man, and she also needs to adapt to her new self after becoming a super soldier. More importantly, she doesn't believe this man is selling himself things whose value cannot be measured in money, just for money. To cooperate with him, you need to be cautious and cautious, otherwise, you who have already stepped into the abyss will likely be dragged into a deeper abyss. Sukwon recalls Mjolnir, who was left on the roof before the leap of faith, waiting for Dottie Underwood to return. When she came back, she changed her outfit, stockings, a long skirt, a windbreaker and a blue fisherman hat on her head. She looked stylish and elegant, beautiful and coquettish. Advertisement. Holding Sukwon's arms, the two walked out of the alley and walked into a nearby high-level hotel. The next day, Dottie Underwood, who had become a super soldier, went to a place called Port of Madrid-Po. The Port of Madrid-Po is located in Southeast Asia and is both a port city and a port state. The center of the island is a plateau, and the edge of the island is a cliff. The city is divided into upper and lower urban areas, and there is a huge disparity between the rich and the poor. The life of the upper class is corrupt and modern, while the poor live a hard life, stealing and kidnapping. Historically, this place used to be a gathering place for pirates, with a strong pirate culture. So far, it has refused to extradite any criminals. It is a paradise for many fugitives. It is also one of the commercial cores of Southeast Asia, with numerous hotels and shopping malls, which are extremely prosperous. In Falcon and Winter Soldier, Sharon Kate of Blacken wears the vest of an ability broker to operate here, developing and selling super soldier serum and other weapons. The Flagbreaker organization, which is almost all super soldiers, got the serum from here. Puerto de Madrid is also associated with many superheroes and villains in the comics. Downtown is an oasis of slums, a rare place for joy, the Princess Bar. Advertisement. The owner of the bar is a friend of Wolverine, and Wolverine also took a stake in the bar under a pseudonym. The villain Lion's Mane once set up a pirate stronghold here and secretly controlled it, and he was later defeated by hired heroes such as Wolverine. The Port of Madrid-Po then fell under the control of the Hydra organization, under the direct management of Mrs. Hydra, and soon it became the center of the world's terrorist activities. S.H.I.E.L.D and Iron Man are dispatched to end Hydra's dominance, and with the help of Wolverine, they will defeat their opponents and become Huhu, the crime boss of the underworld of Puerto de Madrid. Huhu's name is Huan Jieshan. He was born in a very wealthy family in Singapore. The family runs Huanchi International Bank. She went through a kidnapping, and the leader who kidnapped her wanted to brainwash her, pull her in, and add a financial member to the team, but his brainwashing was sabotaged by X-Men. However, brainwashing still played a role. She lost part of the concept of right and wrong, and only relied on basic morality to judge right and wrong. She is an excellent fighter who can use swords or firearms proficiently, and at the same time wears a highly defensive uniform, which is basically the same as that of the Spirit Disc. Although he has become the ruler of Madrid-Po Port, who is very principled not to touch the exclusive goods and slave trade, and the main opponent has also become the underground Hydra organization. Later, Wolverine's son Daken managed to take the Dominion from her, and she lost power. Her former men were either killed or thrown into Daken's hands, and the port of Madrid-Po was rioted again. Daken's plot is eventually foiled by Gambit, X-23, and who is back as the leader here. Advertisement. During this period, who also fell in love with Gambit, and the relationship between the two was very harmonious, but she rejected Gambit's invitation to go to Paris to stay together for a long time, and finally broke up. In addition, Hawkeye had stayed at the hotel here, and was framed as a murderer. The monitoring route of the hotel showed that it was indeed Hawkeye's doing, but it was later confirmed that it was Mrs. Mask's impersonation. Mystique also once wanted to make this a country where mutants gathered, and made a drug that can enhance the power of mutants popular here, but it was finally over. Nick Fury also has a safe house here. In short, for major organizations and individuals, the port of Madrid-Po is an extrajudicial place vying to rule first. Madrid-Po port is far from New York, far from the center of the story. Even if it is turned upside down, it will not affect the script of the sacred timeline. Let Dottie Underwood go over the road to explore the road first. When the time is right, let the headquarters of Nadutong Express Logistics Company appear here, and create this timeline or this universe, your own home base. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 38. Anywhere Express Company. Outside the door, it was raining heavily. Inside the door, Jessica Jones and Devil's Claw are fighting fiercely. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 5 points. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, ulnar bone spur, magic claw. Hearing the sound from the system, Sequan went upstairs to the storage room, and took out the time controller and electronic collar. He's going to the New World to see if he can get this thing fixed. Regarding the New World, he had two options. The Flash and Fantastic Four. Vibe Cisco Ramon in The Flash is a little tech expert. The Flash Barry Allen and Reverse Lightning Albert Swan are experts in time, and they almost cried and fainted in the toilet when they played the timeline. In Fantastic Four, there are Mr. Fantastic Reed, Marvel's first smart man, Skullmaniac Richards. Although Reed Richards in the movie version is not the Wolf, but after fixing the time controller, there should be no problem. Pick one of two. Sequan chooses beautiful women, ahem, he chooses Fantastic Four. New York, Columbia University. On the campus, Sequan, who had recovered his super hearing, stepped on the green lawn and walked towards a man and woman sitting under a tree not far away. Advertisement. The woman has long blonde hair and a delicate face that makes her look like a Disney Barbie doll. All she needs is a princess dress. The man is strong, with a bald head. Susan Stone and Benjamin Jacob Graham. One is Reed Richards' girlfriend, the invisible woman of one of the future Fantastic Four. One is a friend of Reed Richards, the Thing, one of the future Fantastic Four. Different from the last time I crossed the world of Black Robe Picket, this time I wore it a little early, and the future Fantastic Four had not graduated from college yet. Hi. Sequan beckoned Roar to come to the two of them. Benjamin's face was sullen, his eyes a little displeased. It's easy to guess his unhappiness. After all, Susan is too beautiful, and he definitely doesn't want to see his good brother's prospective girlfriend being accosted. Yes, prospective girlfriends. Reed and Susan have not yet officially confirmed their relationship. Susan nodded politely in response, "Hey, what's the matter? Guess where my heart is?" Susan was stunned by the unpretentious opening remarks, "The left." Sequan shook his head and said with a smile, "Wrong, on your side." Giggle Susan couldn't hold back, and the silver bell-like laughter rang instantly. "If you don't want to give me my heart back, then tell me your name." Susan suppressed a smile and said, I don't have a place to pretend your heart, but, hello, my name is Susan. I have a poem I want to give you, only 3 lines. Advertisement. Really? I'm looking forward to it. With the heart infarction just now, Susan was really curious about what kind of poem this bold and humorous boy would read to herself, especially when there were only 3 lines. Your name. I've heard of it. The shortest love poem. That's really 3 sentences. Susan's laughter sounded again, more hearty than before, happy and somewhat unscrupulous. Hey! Seeing his brother's would-be girlfriend being so happy being teased by a stranger, Benjamin, who was so heartbroken for them, finally couldn't hold back and shouted at Sequan. Sequan looked at Susan knowingly. Is he your boyfriend? He's my friend, Benjamin. Susan introduced with a smile. I don't like you, you'd better leave now. Benjamin said directly. Susan apologized, sorry, we're waiting for another friend. His boyfriend. Benjamin tried to let Sequan know that the famous flower had an owner. Susan glanced at Benjamin unhappily. Whether Reed would become his boyfriend or not, it was not the reason for him to forcefully interfere with his feelings and freedom. We're not together yet, she explained, not for Sequan, but for herself. Benjamin is not qualified to decide on her emotional belonging. Benjamin, this is counterproductive. Sequan chuckled lightly, the sun can't make everyone like it. You say it's warm, I say it's dazzling. Benjamin's face was a little ugly. Advertisement. There are many people who don't like me, how old are you? Direct to direct, this wave, see who is more straight. Benjamin stood up and glared at Sequan. The burly big man seemed to rush over and fight at any moment. Bastard, do you want to be beaten? Sequan disagreed, if I say something that hits your sore spot, you must say it, and I will concentrate my firepower to attack in the future. You're dead, I'm going to beat you up today. Benjamin was completely furious, waving his fists to start. Enough. I'm leaving. Susan got up with a sullen face and was about to leave. Wait, where are you going? Didn't we make an appointment with Reed? Benjamin said hastily. The appointment was half an hour ago. He's coming soon, trust me, he's coming soon, Benjamin explained to his friend. I'll call him right away. A mouth that loves you, and countless details that don't love you. Sequan added with interest. This sentence is said to go to Susan's heart. It is undeniable that Reed is a genius, and it feels good to get along with everyone, but he values experiments and research far more than himself, which is why she has been hesitation to try him. Now, no hesitation. Reed likes experimenting, he likes research, so go for it. Benjamin likes to worry about his brother's feelings, so let someone else worry about it. The old lady is not waiting. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 40. I agree, but you have to pay us $200,000 first and provide us with the equipment that may be needed during the repair process. If it is not repaired, we can return the money to you, and we can sign a non-disclosure agreement. Reed thought for a moment, then gave the answer. I will contact you. Sequan nodded and turned and walked away in a dashing manner. He doesn't seem to ask for your contact information. Benjamin asked blankly. Reed was silent for a while. No. Then how did he contact you? Benjamin touched his shiny bald head and said hesitation. I said, he wouldn't deliberately trick us, right? What time controller, $200,000, he just fooled us. Reed was silent again, as if it's not impossible. The sun is setting, and the night is rising. High-level hotel near Columbia University. After running a few street gangs, I unknowingly got the $200,000 that was to be paid to Reed, and Sequan, who also got more than 20 points, just came out of the door when he accidentally saw him coming from the direction of the school. Susan. Susan also saw Sequan. It's you. So coincidentally, where are you going? Sequan asked with a smile. Susan smiled and nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental, I just walked around casually. I'm going to dinner, I can't eat without you. Advertisement. Susan? Sequan's words made her stunned. So direct? We haven't gotten to this point yet, have we? Sorry, I have something to do, so Susan was about to decline. Sequan said with a smile, there was a man who wanted to invite the woman he liked to dinner. At first he said, can I invite you to dinner? The woman told him, women don't like questions. Understood. This should be similar to the routine of the previous heart attack. Susan asked with interest, then what? Then the man said, go to dinner with me. The woman denied, too much a man. The man can only say in a gentleman's manner, can you have a meal with me? The woman told him, another problem. Finally, the man said, I'm going to eat, I can't eat without you. Sequan looked at Susan, who had already covered her mouth and chuckled, and said with a smile, can't you? Then let me put it another way. It's a pity not to decorate with such a beautiful skin of yours. Susan couldn't help but slapped him lightly, I don't even know if you're complimenting me or hurting me when you say that. Not yet? Then I'll change another one. Looking at the black dress on Susan's body, Sequan pretended to be serious and said, your dress is very beautiful. I want to invite it to dinner. If you are free, you can come with me. Giggle, I thank you for it. Can you ask it for me and agree to my invitation? It said yes, and Susan looked at Sequan, I'm free. That's great. Sequan smiled and stretched out his hand, Susan smiled and raised his hand to be held by him, then took his arm. This wave of invitations is very showy, and the final invitation to hold hands is full of direct ritual. Advertisement. Don't think that girls don't know what you are thinking, especially a girl of Susan's level. What kind of invitation routine can you say you haven't seen before? As soon as you speak, she knows what you're thinking. Straight men may think it's not just an invitation to dinner. You know what I mean. What am I doing with those bells and whistles? Isn't it bad to be straight? But get ready to focus. What girls fancy are these bells and whistles? Isn't that what the so-called fun is? Even if the result is the same, different processes can make the same result feel different. Just like the matter of men and women, the result is the same, but the process is different, and the feeling of the result is naturally different. Boys also want girls to take the initiative. Why can't girls ask boys to be bells and whistles? Why are scumbags loved? Because he knows everything a girl wants, he knows everything. Why do you say you have to be thick-skinned to chase girls? You are thin-skinned, even if you know that girls like bells and whistles, you are embarrassed to say it. Don't be embarrassed to do it. Have a hammer? I know the truth, but I can't do it. It was me who was right. The restaurant is not fancy, the taste is not outstanding, but for Sequan, the food is delicious. You ask Susan? He, she patronized and smiled, not paying attention to the taste at all. Sequan is full of firepower, and various short stories and copywriting emerge in an endless stream. The most important thing is that he is neither flattering nor reserved, and some short stories that can draw the distance between men and women are also generously handed out without being obscene at all. Advertisement. His witty and generous personality and exotic handsome appearance made Susan's affection for him rise steadily. Especially compared to someone Yan value. Although he looks a little charming, he is unshaven and slovenly, and his appearance will be discounted no matter how high he is, and it is not that high. What about Sequan? He is tall and straight, his temperament is correct, and his handsome foreign face exudes confidence all the time. Someone only does this when it comes to experimental research. But what's the use of this? Is it possible to stay in the laboratory every day after being together? Character. Not to mention that someone is a straight man, and he can't say anything in 3 sentences. What about Sequan? Susan feels that she laughs more in one day than she has known someone for so long, even double it. And it's that completely relaxed, heartfelt smile. How does this compare? Give it up, destroy it? Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 41. The moon and stars are rare, and the neon lights on the street are colorful and bright like a galaxy. At the door of the hotel, Susan retracted her hand on Sequan's arm, fluttered her golden hair, and said with a smile, "I'm very happy today, and it's a pleasure to meet you." "Me too." Sequan nodded with a smile. "Should I invite you to sit up and have a cup of coffee?" Susan smiled playfully and shook her head. "It's too early, but I'll consider accepting your second date invitation." The 3-date rule. The first date is to determine each other's feelings and feelings. If it goes well, you can look forward to the second date. If it doesn't go well, then say goodbye to each other and will not make another appointment. The second date is to deepen the understanding of each other, reconfirm and consolidate the feeling, and weigh whether it is suitable to be together. If it goes well, you can hold hands and say goodbye when parting. The third date requires some thought, and it is also the most critical. Whether you can confirm the relationship between male and female friends, and whether you can go further, depends on the results of this time. Note that 3 appointments do not refer to exactly 3 in number, but to the goals and progress of each appointment. Invalid dates don't count because the relationship isn't making any progress, it's just standing still. Definitely, dating for certain purposes is outside the scope of the 3-date rule. Advertisement. It seems that Susan is the kind who is ready to be serious. Sequan nodded with a smile. "I'll look forward to it. Then I'll go back to the bedroom. Good night." "Good night." Susan waved goodbye. Sequan watched her disappear from sight, and turned into the hotel with a chuckle. Love. 2 men and women who have never met can be in a hurry because of the games on the wine table. Some love, cheap and disgusting. Some people spend hundreds of thousands to marry the love of their life, and some people spend hundreds of dollars to buy wine, and even experience the love of others with just one mouth. Tell me, what is love? Falling in love at first sight is easy, but falling in love is hard. Sequan believes in love more than love. To be honest, Susan's departure did not disappoint him, but was a little happy, because she had serious consideration, unlike herself, who just simply wanted her to be beautiful. Pull away. The main purpose of Sequan's coming here is to find Reed to fix the time controller. With Reed's talent, it should not be a problem to fix it. The problem is that after it is repaired. Most of the time, whether a person is strong or not depends mainly on the strength of ability and combat power. Advertisement. The tech side is usually not considered strong and cumbersome. The simplest example, a variant of Kong the Conqueror, the Legacy. Anyone who sees him being stabbed to death by female Loki feels weak, but is he really weak? End the multi-universe war, rule the multi-universe timeline, create the time mutation authority, and control the free will of all creatures in the multi-universe. Is this weak? Maybe he is a mortal without super ability, maybe he is a scumbag who was stabbed to death by a knife, but he has achieved a lot of things that people with powerful ability can't do. Mr. Fantastic Reed, he and Kong the Conqueror, or Legacy, are of the same kind. His ability is just that his body can stretch freely like glue. In terms of ability alone, it is not strong. But this stuff is smart. In the comics, Reed formed the Reed Council with countless people in the multi-universe like a legacy. The aim is to eliminate all threats. They even imprisoned Doctor Doom in many parallel universes. What's more, in some parallel universes, many Mr. Fantastic have already collected some top artifacts in their respective universes. For example, Some Mr. have directly obtained the Infinity Gauntlet. A planet devourer from a certain parallel universe wanted to invade the Earth, but after being known by the Reed Council, 7 Mr. were sent directly, and each Mr. also held an ultimate eraser in his hand. Although the current Reed has no ability and has not become Mr. He is definitely smart enough. If he can fix the time controller, he will probably be able to copy it, and he will definitely get into a lot of trouble with it. Advertisement. Sukwon didn't want to leave this world on his front foot, so he built a time controller on his back foot, running around in a multi-universe. This contradicted his plan. Besides, Maria Hill is waiting to be fed, and there is more than one time controller that Reed needs to repair. So many large supplies are waiting to be refreshed by his smart brain. Therefore, Sukwon needs an ability that allows Riordan to be his own tool man. That is, spirit ability. When it comes to mind ability, the first thing Sukwon thinks of is Professor X, Charles Francis Xavier. Sukwon is going to take a trip to a world with Professor X and get his ability before letting Reed touch the time controller. If you're lucky, it won't take much time to go back and forth. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 42. The moonlight poured on the sea, and when the wind blew, the water surface was turbulent, and the moon in the water became a broken piece of jade, floating on the water surface, breaking the original tranquility. The Caspadina, a huge and luxurious cruise ship, swayed indistinctly under the dark night sky with the rippling of the sea. A figure emerged from the sea, his eyes filled with hatred, and quietly climbed onto the cruise ship, took out a sharp dagger, and found his target of revenge. 3 people sat on the sofa in the deck lounge area. On the far right is a young man in a gray suit. His name is Torrent. He is a mutant with the ability to create cyclones, tornadoes, and hurricanes. On the far left is a blonde woman wearing a white dress and boots. Her name is Emma Frost, codenamed White Queen, also a mutant, with both the ability of Mind and Diamond. In the middle of the two is a middle-aged man in a white suit. His name is Sebastian Xiao, codenamed Black Emperor, the controller of Hellfire Club. The mutant of energy release ability. "Hello, Doctor." The sudden move roar made the 3 get up instantly. Xiao recognized the identity of the other party, and reached out to stop the torrent. "Little Eric." Xiao called out his name with a smile. Advertisement. Eric Lane's hair, the future Magneto, has the ability to controlling magnetic field, and is also the first Marvel character. He's here to kill you. White Queen stared at Eric, his mind ability released, and read his thoughts. Magneto's enemy of life, mind ability. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, diamond form, White Queen. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 5 points. Over the Caspadina cruise ship, the invisible Sukwon thought, and his body instantly turned into bright diamonds. Unfortunately, it's not a mind ability, but the diamond form is also good. Although White Queen's mind ability is slightly inferior to Professor X, it is also one of the best in Marvel. Its second ability, the diamond form, is nearly invulnerable, able to withstand blows of great force, without fatigue, without water and food, and immune to the mental attacks of other telepathy. The practicality is still very strong. At least there is no need to worry about being spied on the memory and controlling the body when contacting with the mind ability person. It's a coincidence that Sukwon's place after crossing is here. I originally planned to use super listening to confirm the progress of this world, and then go to Professor X, but I heard the following conversations. Advertisement. Black Emperor Shaw, White Queen, Rapid Current, the future lurking in the sea Magneto. Isn't this the story of Magneto in X-Men, the first battle who seeks revenge from the Black Emperor Xiao, and is stopped by Professor X after he fails, so he joins the mutant team established by Professor X and the CIA. The White Queen is here, and Professor X will also come, So what are you looking for? Just wait, the mind ability will jump into the bowl obediently. On the cruise ship, Eric, who was dug up by the White Queen with his mind ability, covered his head in pain and threw the dagger in his hand towards He Huangxiao. Snapped. The diamond-shaped White Queen grabbed the flying dagger, threw it into the sea, and then slammed Eric out. With a thud, he fell directly into the sea. Being able to smash Eric into the sea with one palm, the White Queen's power is obviously far beyond ordinary people. SHHHHHHHHHHHHH. Several flares flew out from the distance and lit up, and the U.S. Coast Guard boat suddenly appeared, shouting loudly on the radio. "We are the U.S. Coast Guard, don't try to drive away, stay where you are." Searchlights shone on the sea, and the guards approached the Caspodina in several speedboats. Ding. Advertisement. Combat detected, drop reward, telepathy, White Queen. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, telepathy, Professor X. On the Caspodina, the White Queen used psychic ability to detect the situation on the Coast Guard ship, and found Professor X Charles Xavier, who was also a psychic ability. They have a telepathy. White Queen reminded Black Emperor Xiao, trying her best to stop the detection from the opposite side. On the Coast Guard boat, Charles Xavier, who was neither paralyzed nor bald, pressed his finger on his temple, and said in a surprised tone, "I can't sense Xiao, can't find Xiao, something is blocking me, this never happened, there are people like me on that boat." The battle of the mind ability is also a battle. There are two almost equal telepathy in a sea area. Charles Xavier and the White Queen were both shocked, but what they didn't know was the telepathy in the sea, but it wasn't just the two of them. Suquan, a new telepathy who has superimposed the two abilities, is going to give them a surprise, just take it as a gift of parting. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 44. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, 5 points. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, controlling magnetic field, Magneto. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, absorb and release energy, Black Emperor. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, create any form of wind, rip current. Suquan, who listened to the continuous sound of hammering, smiled happily, his face flushed red. Magneto's controlling magnetic field, Black Emperor Shaw's absorbing and releasing energy, Riptide's creation of any form of wind, plus Charles Xavier's psychic ability and White Queen's psychic ability and diamond form. This time it was full of pots and harvests. Magneto, YYDS. Boom. There was another loud explosion, and the cruise ship was completely shattered into two halves under the frenzied bombardment of the anchor. Take me, Xiao, Xiao. White Queen floated on the sea near the cruise ship, hoarse, and shouted roar aloud in grief and indignation. Advertisement. Too bad she didn't get any response. Beneath the cruise ship, a submarine was breaking free from Eric's magnetic field control at full power. Inside the submarine, He Huangxiao's expression was terrifying, and the torrent on the side didn't even dare to breathe. The White Queen was his right-hand man, and it was the White Queen who pushed him away at a critical moment just now, and he was able to enter the submarine. But the White Queen herself was carried into the sea by the anchor's chains. The cruise ship has been destroyed, Eric and other enemies are eyeing, the situation is critical, and the arrow has to be sent. And that powerful and mysterious mind ability. Did he leave? Will it suddenly get into his head and control him? Fear, or rather fear, drove Black Emperor Xiao to give up White Queen without any hesitation. After all, even if the White Queen was caught, he could save him, but if something happened to him, it would be over. We'll save her, I promise. He Huangxiao spoke in a low voice, not knowing whether he was comforting the torrent or comforting himself. The fire lit the sea, and the flashlights on the Coast Guard speedboats had already shone on the White Queen's face. White Queen was born into a wealthy family in Boston, the second of 3 daughters and a brother who loves. His father was a ruthless businessman, and his mother abused psychotropic drugs because of family pressure. In life, there is always a period of time, in silence, in waiting, in perseverance. Waiting for a spring to bloom, waiting for a tree to blossom in spring and autumn. Advertisement. Waiting for the thunder that has never happened before. She waited, and after crying and saying goodbye to her brother, she decided to leave home and find her own way. She became the White Queen of the Hellfire Club and became Xiao's right-hand man. But now, the sea is cold, and her heart is even cooler. There are cracks in everything, and that's where the light comes in. Just as the White Queen was about to close her eyes, her light appeared. A young and handsome man with a special temperament quietly appeared in front of her, floating in the air, floating in front of her. He stretched out his hand. Come. This voice, it's you. White Queen's eyes widened in disbelief. It's him. It's that mighty psychic ability. It was the mysterious person who had the strength to solve all of them, but let them go out of the way, making them falsely alarmed. Looking at his outstretched hand, with slender fingers and obvious knuckles, the White Queen swears that these are definitely the most beautiful and attractive hands she has ever seen. Okay. She nodded heavily and jumped out of the sea with all her strength, like a mermaid yearning for a new life, grabbed his hand and seized the opportunity to leave the ocean. Advertisement. Call out. The evening wind blew the turbulent sea, and several speedboats of the Coast Guard rippling with the waves, the lights strafed back and forth on the sea, but no one was seen, only the deep sea, quiet and terrifying. The White Queen, all wet, fell to the ground, and the water droplets from her hair dripped on the soft carpet. She was stunned. Looking up and looking around, this is a spacious and gorgeous living room, which seems to be the living room of a hotel suite. Warm, comfortable. Drink. Sukwon sat on the sofa beside the carpet, poured a glass of whiskey and handed it to the blank and horrified White Queen. White Queen took it and took a sip, took a few deep breaths, and asked, "What is this place?" "New World." "New World?" White Queen whispered softly, and suddenly, an incredible look appeared on her face. "New World? Could it be? Is it really the New World I was thinking of?" Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 45. The next day, afternoon. Cafe near Columbia University. The sky was clear like a piece of blue paper, and a few thin white clouds floated slowly with the wind as if they had been scorched by the sun. The White Queen sat by the window facing the street, lightly touching the golden afterglow wafting in through the window. The sun is warm and bright, dispelling the haze in her heart, making her feel warm all over her body. On the table, 7 or 8 magazines and several newspapers were pushed aside. There was no mutant in this world, no Hellfire Club, nothing she knew. The time is also different. From 1962 to 2005, 43 years passed by in the blink of an eye. For example, the wind from the Nanshan Mountain blew away the grain piles, and the water from the North Sea drowned the tombstones. The vicissitudes of the years. The past has become a memory, the future has become the present. Grasp the present, look to the future, this is a brand new beginning. What should I do? The White Queen looked at the quiet young man across from him. This mysterious and powerful man who gave her a new life is her new king, a new object of allegiance. Sukwon put down the coffee cup and said slowly, "We won't be in this world for too long, we're here to find someone named Reed Richards to help me fix a few things, even though he's still an ordinary person now. But has the most intelligent brain in the multi-universe. He's in this school, find him, give him these things, and..." The slender fingers nodded his head. "What's mine is mine, don't touch, don't move, don't grab, understand?" Advertisement. Understand. Although I don't know what it is, he is only responsible for cultivation, and don't have other thoughts that shouldn't be there. White Queen nodded and picked up the bag on the side, ready to get up and leave. There is also the living expenses I left for you. Your task is to keep an eye on him and make sure there are no accidents in the process. Yes. Watching him lift the coffee cup, White Queen nodded with discernment, turned and left the coffee shop, and walked into the gate of Columbia University. It can be said that the short time crossing last night exceeded the goal. The combined power of White Queen and Professor X's mind ability is amazing. Maybe you can try to control Helios. If you succeed and turn it into your own watchdog, then you can be considered a veritable Lord of the Void. The ability of Magneto controlling magnetic field is also particularly important. After controlling Helios and completely controlling the Void, the Master of the Void can't still be in the underground castle, right? Engage in infrastructure, Magneto's ability, who else is it? There are also those abandoned spaceships that are abandoned in different corners and have repair value. They need to be recovered and managed uniformly, and this ability is also used. As for the ability of Torrent and Black Emperor Xiao, the former is not very applicable, and the latter is biased towards passive ability, which has little effect on the construction of the Void. By the way, on the system panel, the absorption and release of energy by He Huang Xiao and the release of strong light from starlight are combined with energy absorbing and electricity, and the unity is absorption and release of energy. 5 minutes later, Sequan checked out and walked out of the cafe, teleporting to the Void in a remote alley nearby. Advertisement. Okay. Did I fall into the Loki pile? As soon as Sequan appeared, he found that there were a group of Loki with different appearances and costumes standing around him on the 3 floors and the 3 floors. Wearing a crown of antlers, a suit, a green vest, and a tie, President Loki pushed the others away and came to Sequan, proudly raising his head and opening his arms. Welcome to my country, I am the king here, Loki. I'm the king here. An uninformed Loki murmured angrily. No, I am the king. FK, I'm the king. The king is mine, you guys don't want to rob me. True all betrayers. Before Sequan could speak, they had already demolished each other and betrayed each other. You are not convinced, I am not convinced, arguing and arguing, there is a faint stance that you want to do something. This wave is where all Loki thinks the edge is on me. Psst. Advertisement. In the chaos, I didn't know which Loki couldn't hold back, and stabbed the other Loki secretly. The stabbed Loki's eyes widened in disbelief, and he waved his hand and stabbed a melon-eating Loki. You're doing a sneak attack. You can't afford it? You little hot chick. You have no strength. You don't dare to confront me head-on. You are playing a fart. Eating melons, Loki scolded and followed suit and found other onlookers. Can't I be stabbed by myself? Sequan didn't say a word. Talent. What a talent. Watching the Loki's indiscriminate killings, Sequan has every reason to suspect that this is their regular welcoming ceremony. Well, the basics are not 6. Enough. Seeing more and more Loki lying down, President Loki finally shouted and came out to turn the tide and stop the farce. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 46. There was no sound, everyone kept their current posture and did not move. The whole picture seemed to have been pressed the pause button, and it was completely still. President Loki smiled smugly. See it? This is my deterrent. This is my dominance. I am the real country. Psst. The sound of the weapon piercing the body sounded abruptly and harshly in the silence. The proud President Loki followed the voice and yelled angrily at a Loki who was killing Loki beside him. Didn't you hear me say enough? The murderer Loki slowly withdrew his weapon. I heard, my hand slipped. President Loki stared at him coldly and walked over. The suddenly appeared dagger flashed coldly, and the knife fell from his hand. The murderer Loki's arm holding the weapon instantly fell to the ground. Slippery. Then cut it off. Appeared, Marvel's broken hand. Sukwon discovered that Loki is like chocolate in a box, never knowing what the next one will taste like. Advertisement. Who would have thought that a good welcome ceremony could turn into a farce of cannibalism? Who would have thought that President Loki chopped off the killing Loki's hand, and then might be bitten off by another Loki, the crocodile Loki, in the near future? It is true that the way of heaven is reincarnated. Who will the heaven forgive? When other people fall in love, they are either looking for the opposite sex or their peers. Loki is different, he is looking for himself. In Loki's personal drama, I thought I could see a male Loki and a female Loki intrigue, betrayal and counter-betrayal, but I saw a lonely, two Loki wrapped in a blanket, and they fell in love. Fortunately, the female Loki finally returned to relatives, love to love, kicked at the critical moment, and saved a little of the image of Loki with betrayal. Recalling that Loki, who just debuted in the past, controlled the Asgard weapon destroyer to kill the quartet, vowed to kill Thor, led the army of Chitauri to attack the Earth, and turned the superhero on the Earth around. Look at now. Nima, he is just a funny young man, he has absolutely nothing. President Loki looked at the wolf and saw that no one was competing with him, and turned his head to stare at Sukwon. What are you laughing at? Kneel down and see your king. Sukwon suppressed a smile and nodded honestly, you're right. To meet the king, Bruce Banner almost knelt down to Black Panther when he went to Wakanda. So, there is nothing wrong with what President Loki said. But no problem, you are kneeling. Advertisement. President Loki's brows furrowed. I said, kneel down and see your king. Yeah, you're right. Sukwon nodded solemnly in agreement. I'm asking you to kneel down and see your king, which is me. Before President Loki's stern warning was finished, his body suddenly fell to his knees with an uncontrollable thud. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? President Loki's eyes widened in disbelief, and he found that an invisible force enveloped him, making him unable to move at all. You said, kneel down and see your king. I personally agree. Well, you're right, I'm your king, so, kneel. Lele alone is not as good as all Lele, so you should kneel too. Sukwon looked at the other Loki, raised his hand, and controlled the magnetic field in them. All Loki knelt down, their voices uniform. Damn, what have you done to me? No, it's Helios. Let me go, come, if you don't want to die. Advertisement. President Loki's anger instantly turned to panic when he saw Helios appearing in the distance. He shouted with a panicked expression and struggled to break free. The same goes for the other Loki. Seeing Helios is like a mouse meeting a cat, voices panicking out of tune, or threatening or begging for mercy, or Coop trying to get Sukwon to let them go. Isn't this your country? Why are you afraid of it? Sukwon made fun of President Loki as if he didn't know how dangerous Helios was. It's different. President Loki shouted, it is a living storm. As long as it enters here, any matter and energy will be swallowed up by it. It is the death god in the void, and it is an existence that is absolutely impossible to defeat. Let me go, I don't want to be killed by you. I don't think so. Sukwon turned to look at Helios. If there is anyone in the void who should be the least afraid of it, it is definitely Loki. After all, the female Loki may be the only one who controlled Helios among the time prisoners who were cut in. The possession magic of female Loki is also a kind of spiritual ability. She is Loki, and Loki in the main timeline is also Loki. President Loki and other miscellaneous fish Loki are also Loki. In theory, they should all have this ability. Just like the female Loki in the play, Loki in the main timeline also activated this ability, and the two joined forces to successfully possess Helios. It's a pity that, except for female Loki, these Loki in the void, even the real old magician old Loki of the 9 realms don't have this ability. It is mainly illusion-like magic. The Loki also specialize in arithmetic. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 47. There is a big terror between life and death. Loki in the main timeline also realized the magic of possession when Helios killed the old Loki and turned his head to kill him and the female Loki. So many Lokis here, why don't you try it with Helios, in case anyone can make it? Anyway, these Loki, including President Loki, didn't like Sequan. Keep them, maybe they will make some fools in order to compete for his throne. Why don't you give it a try? Sequan moved a little, but gave up anyway. No female Loki. Although Loki, the main timeline in the play, succeeded in the desperate situation of failure or benevolence, the power of love is also indispensable. At that time, the female Loki held his hand. He must have felt through the female Loki how to use the possession magic or some principles of the possessing magic. At the same time, because he was completely open to the female Loki, he was able to succeed at a critical juncture. There is no female Loki teacher now, and the success rate of these ineffective Loki is too low, so let's keep it as a coolie. Covering the sky, dark clouds rolling, dust flying, flying sand and rocks. Helios was getting closer. Advertisement. Purple lightning flashed, and the wind blowing over made the Lokis squinted and shut their mouths, their faces pale. What a strong sense of oppression. This is Sequan's first time facing Helios. President Loki said that it was the death god in the void, and it was very close, and its approach was like the approach of death, which made people collapse and make people desperate. Sequan stared at Helios intently, and his mind ability burst out. Buzz. The power of invisible invades the body like a cloud storm. Success, or failure. Helios in the comics is an entity that spans time, exists in different timelines, and can cause huge amounts of temporal disturbance and destruction of the overall temporal dimension. It can expand to attack the target, adding size and strength by absorbing the target's body into the body. Once it occupies a point in time, it spreads out to engulf adjacent temporal realities, and it also negates the time ability, preventing temporal energy from traveling to the end of time before it existed. In other words, it cannot be traversed before it exists to destroy it or change it. It is the first creature to escape the time limit. Advertisement. Its empire was larger than that of Kong the Conqueror, stretching over billions of years until humans appeared on Earth. Because of it, Kong the Conqueror never attempted to expand his empire into further eras, and for this reason Kong the Conqueror also created a time barrier to prevent it from entering his realm. After Kong the Conqueror's death, someone accidentally freed Helios, then, threatening the realm previously ruled by Kong the Conqueror and other temporal realms of the timeline. It is worth mentioning that the person who released Helios is called Terminator, and her real identity is Ravna, the admirer of Conqueror Kong. In the drama version, she is now the female judge of the Time Variation Administration. To fight Helios, the Terminator and future self-apocalypse resurrected Kong, offering the time key against Helios, a time creature in a parallel world, time, keeping them locked in eternity in battle. Helios and Conqueror Kong in front of him don't have so many grievances and hatreds, maybe it's not time yet. After the remnant was killed by the female Loki, the Time Variation Administration changed instantly, and Kong the Conqueror went online. Now, the era of Kong the Conqueror has not yet arrived. Why didn't Sequan go directly to the Time Mutation Authority? The most important reason is that it is useless to kill them now. As long as the people left behind are still in control behind the scenes, these people can reappear in an instant. If you want to control the Time Variation Administration, you must first have enough people to take care of the timeline and maintain normal operations, in other words, to replace those left behind. But as soon as the legacy dies, the various Kongs will instantly decide the outcome of the new multi-universe war, which means that Kong the Conqueror will instantly go online and launch an attack. Advertisement. Sequan didn't want to waste time and energy on Conqueror and other Kongs. To fight outside, you must first be safe inside. Without a strong enough foundation, there is no need to launch an attack on the Time Variation Authority. So Sequan can operate anywhere in the outside world, and hit the idea of the port of Madrid Po. He wants to develop manpower and train a super soldier legion under the watchful eyes of the Time Mutation Authority or the Sacred Timeline. It's not that he's cowardly, or that he doesn't dare to fight, the main reason is that it's unnecessary. You already know how to win, and you don't want to waste time on the sidelines. Closer to home. Controlling Helios is the key to completely mastering the Void, and mastering the Void is the foundation of mastering the Time Variation Authority. Therefore, Sequan didn't pay attention to the reward of listening to the drop prompt of the system, nor did he feel any change in himself, and concentrated all his energy to launch waves of invasions against Helios. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 48. Hey, I can move. President Loki, whose face was ashes, suddenly grinned and found himself free again. There are always people who don't know how to live or die, that's Helios. President Loki, who secretly complained, looked at Helios and prepared to run away. When he saw it, he was stunned. That guy didn't die? Etc. Helios seems to have stopped, he can actually make Helios stop. President Loki's shadowy figure stared at the figure, thoughtful. Are you stuck in a stalemate? If he defeats or controls Helios, am I going to be ruled forever? I am the king. Kill him. As long as he is dead, no one can threaten his rule and kingship, and everything will be back on track. Even if he still has to face the threat of Helios, he can still be as comfortable as before and dominate. Now is the best chance. President Loki stood up slowly, his hands quietly clasped the two daggers, ready to use his proud skill, backstab. Advertisement. However, the other Loki thought the same way, even one step ahead of him. Go to hell. A Loki held a spear in both hands and stabbed the guy directly in the lower back. That idiot. President Loki cursed inwardly. As soon as that guy dies, Helios has no opponents, and he will definitely not let them go. Okay. Sequan, who was concentrating on dealing with Helios, suddenly felt a very weak energy emerge from his body. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Combat detected, drop reward, disease immunity, Loki. Behind him. The gun-wielding Loki looked at the tip of the gun, which was only an inch away from the opponent's back waist, but couldn't get close. He retracted it in disbelief, and stabbed it hard again, with a posture of never giving up until he stabbed him in the waist. Here we go again. Sequan once again felt a faint energy emerging from his body, which was the energy absorbed by absorb and release energy. Frowning, turning his head, the red heat ray directly pierced the head of Loki, who backstabbed himself. Loki slowly lay on the ground with a sizzling burning sound. Not far away, the other trashfish Loki fled in all directions, but the monks can't escape the temple if they can. Where can they go in the void? Advertisement. The red eyes looked at President Loki, who had not had time to escape. President Loki's expression froze, and embarrassedly squeezed out an ugly smile. With a puff, kneel. Okay, you can stand up and kneel down. Sequan took back heat ray, turned around and continued to attack Helios. He had a hunch that Helios could no longer hold on. Buzz. The dam burst, and 1,000 miles were poured out. Sequan tried his best and tirelessly launched the attack, and finally successfully entered. When you can easily enter, you should understand that it is not that you are powerful, but that everyone has widened the road for you. What I admire is not the diggers, but the fearless wideners. Sukwon's hard work was not in vain. Elio's mind neck was huge, and he was resisting vigorously, trying to drive out his mind power. Having no time to look at the unknown pasts in Elio's memory, Sukwon hurriedly controlled its mind and made it fall into an unconscious state of sleep. At the same time, it is forced to modify its memory so that it will only obey its own commands from now on. It's done. Everything is done. Sukwon clenched his fists excitedly, ready to share this joy with President Loki. Lele alone is not as good as all Lele. What? You say he is not happy, what does that have to do with me? Turning around, Sukwon didn't even see the shadow of President Loki, he could only say that he was indeed Loki, and his life-saving awareness was top-notch. It's a pity, I missed this opportunity to be happy, and I'm afraid there will be no chance to be happy in the future. Under the gloomy sky, Sukwon strolled in front, and Elios, who used to symbolize death, followed behind him obediently. Advertisement. This picture is like a king patrolling his territory with monsters, which is both eerie and harmonious. Pieces of gold and silver jewelry flew out from various hidden corners under the control of the magnetic field, suspended beside Sukwon, and moved with him. Sukwon turned on the system, and the Loki's indiscriminate killings and the battle with Elios dropped a lot of battle rewards. There is still 16 points left before you can upgrade the detection range of the battle again. Super strength, super endurance, super defense, cold immunity, super vitality, self-healing, these basic abilities have been improved to varying degrees. 4 new abilities have been acquired. Disease immunity, virus immunity, energy projection, time negation. Disease immunity and virus immunity, as the name suggests, is immunity to various diseases and viruses, and energy projection is ordinary magical energy attacks. These are all standard abilities of Loki. Negative time, this is worth talking about. There are 2 core abilities of Elios, one is to absorb all kinds of energy and substances, and the other is to deny time. The great thing about denying time is that it can prevent time energy from traveling to the end of time before it existed, that is to say, it cannot destroy it or change it before it exists. To put it simply, no time traveler or anyone from the Time Mutation Authority can change Sukwon through time. He is an established absolute being who can change his future, but not his past. Using the Time Mutation Authority as an example, the Time Guardian can cut him, but cannot change him by resetting the timeline. If there are 10 people around Sukwon when the timeline is reset, these 10 people will be cut out as a time branch. After the reset, they will continue to live according to their predetermined fate before the time branch appeared. But, Sukwon will not. Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 49. With the ability to negate time, it is impossible for the Time Mutation Authority or others to use the past timeline to affect the current Sukwon by traveling through time. Likewise, it is impossible for the Time Variation Authority to sneakily cut and reset the time branch associated with him, creating a whole bunch of Sukwon with different timelines. Not only that. If he captures the Time Variation Administration now, even if the Legacy takes a shot or Kong the Conqueror goes online, it will not change the result. You can only defeat him head-on, and you can't use time to restore everything to the way it was. The only uncertainty is whether this given is only for him originally, or whether it also includes the associated effects caused by him. If the former, the front foot brought people in and occupied the Time Variation Administration. The person left behind by the back foot or the Conqueror Kong used time to make small moves. Except for himself, all the people he brought were beaten back to their original shape and disappeared. Isn't that a waste of time? There is nothing to worry about on the front, both the Legacy and Conqueror Kong are essentially ordinary people. It would be a pity if the army of super soldiers that they had worked so hard to cultivate dissipated in one day. Who would manage the Time Variation Administration? Really bear Commander hands on? Moreover, the time variation administration does not belong to any point on the timeline. If it is not restricted and managed, it is possible that just after killing Kong the Conqueror, another Conqueror Kong will appear in the next second. To a certain extent, the time variation administration does not have the time concept that common sense thinks. Therefore, even if the time guards are ordinary people, they can work for hundreds of thousands of years. Advertisement. It is also a different kind of immortality. Having become an absolute time setter, several of Sukwon's worst fears were solved. Next, you can build the void in a big way. Well, let's start with the garbage classification. Sukwon summoned the old Loki and the young Loki with his psychic ability. Seeing Elios behind him, the two were terrified. This is Elios, the death god in the void. Everything that has been cut in will be devoured by it. Such a monster, you say you have conquered it? Isn't this Arabian Nights? Well, when they saw that Elios really obeyed Sukwon's orders, they didn't believe it, and they believed it. It's a fact, it's a fact. Just like Sukwon can go in and out of the void at will, just because they can't do it doesn't mean Sukwon can't do it either. Bounded by the underground castle, Thanos helicopter and Holy Place spaceship, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Serpent's Shield spaceship, Ronan the Accuser's spaceship, large spaceship planes of unknown origin, various types of cars, etc. All stacked in the same area by Sukwon with Magneto's ability. Advertisement. President Loki and other Trashfish Loki were also called over by him one by one with his mind ability. It's okay to come if you don't want to, it doesn't matter what you said anyway. Professor X's mind ability can control the opponent's actions. President Loki and Trashfish Loki panicked one by one, their faces pale. They were not surprised that the old Loki and the young Loki were also subdued. Surprisingly, Elios was captured. This is the death god in the void, the only master. The empty sky has changed. The smile on President Loki's face when he faced Sukwon's gaze was too humble, for fear that the other party would be dissatisfied with his escape and fed him to Elios. Sukwon divided the President Loki and the Trashfish Loki into two groups and handed them over to the old Loki and the young Loki to manage. The elderly Loki is in charge of the large garbage, confirming the extent of damage, and checking whether there are valuable technologies or materials inside. The young Loki is responsible for small garbage, searching for valuable materials such as cash, gold, and silver jewelry, and making detailed classification and statistics. Under the command and leadership of Sukwon, the void, which had been repressed and hopeless, showed new signs of enthusiasm. Without the threat of Elios, there is no need to worry about work, and for days on end, the hard-working Loki have created huge amounts of wealth for Sukwon. It is no exaggeration to describe the harvest as a mountain. Advertisement. Therefore, picking up junk can't make a lot of money, and the junkyard that monopolizes the market is the king. From picking up junk to collecting junk, and then to the scrap station that monopolizes the market, Sukwon is taking one step at a time, making it bigger and stronger, and creating greater glories. I'm leaving for a few days, and I'll leave it to you here. Sukwon picked up the full backpack and explained to the old Loki and the young Loki. We know what to do. Old Loki and young Loki nodded. Wait, you just said you'd be away for a few days, can you get out of the void? President Loki, who didn't know whether he passed by accidentally or deliberately, was suddenly dumbfounded. Away for a few days? Make it clear, this is a void that can only be entered and cannot be exited. Leave. Where to leave? Marvel, Omniscient and Almighty, watching battles at the start 50. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. President Loki knows there is a chance to leave the void, and he should be honest for a while. As for the future, he's not the legacy of a special feeling for Loki. Tool man. One more is not much, one less is not more. Which throne is not full of bones? Sequan ignored the excited President Loki, disappeared right in front of his eyes, and went to the world of Fantastic Four. Columbia University, a laboratory on campus. Wearing a white lab coat, with messy hair and a beard, Reed Richards stood in front of the experimental bench and focused on repairing a critical part on the time controller with a magnifying glass. His assistant, and only assistant, Benjamin, stared hopefully at the screen of the time controller. Their eyes were terrifyingly red after several days of fighting almost non-stop. Success or failure, here it is. On the side of the test bench is a high-end leather sofa that obviously does not match the environment here. Wearing a small white suit, the White Queen leaned back against the sofa with her legs crossed, reading a book leisurely and comfortably. Call out. In the corner of his eye, a figure appeared out of thin air. White Queen hurriedly got up and put down the book. Master, you are back. Sequan, who just appeared, was directly dealt with by the White Queen's roar. Advertisement. Master. Am I traveling to the old world? Glancing at the book on the sofa, good guy, China 5,000 years. Okay, just for your hard work, I have to give you a big thumbs up. Sequan smiled and put down the backpack and picked up the book. Do you understand? I can understand, but I don't understand. After taking a photo of the book, Sequan said proudly, this book actually only talks about one thing. One thing. Right. Great China, protected by the dragon soul. In this game of chess, I played 5,000 years. Sometimes I fell asleep when I was tired, and someone overturned my chessboard. I sorted it out again, and they still had to play chess with me in peace. Because I don't feel at ease to play chess, I will be kicked out. Or disappear into the context of history. Thinking about the game of chess over the years, I have played it hundreds of times over and over again. I'm not too tired, I just want an opponent. 5,000 years ago, like the ancient Egyptians, I faced a flood. 4,000 years ago, I caressed bronze like the Babylonians did. 3,000 years ago, I thought about philosophy like the Greeks. Advertisement. 2,000 years ago, I went to war like the Romans. 1,000 years ago, I was as rich as the Arabs. And now, I'm up against Americans. I have been in the world for 5,000 years. At the platter table, my opponent has changed several rounds. You ask who am I? Listen. Huaxia. Sequan meaningfully returned the book to the White Queen, looking at the focused Reed Richards and Benjamin. How's it going? There should be results soon. The White Queen's voice just fell. Benjamin, who was originally so quiet that he didn't even dare to breathe, pushed Reed Richards excitedly and shouted wildly. It's on. It's on. It's on. Reed, we made it. We made it. The display of the time controller lights up. Reed Richards raised the corners of his mouth slightly, pretending to be calm as he installed the time controller. Don't worry about being happy first, we'll be considered successful after the test is okay. Definitely no problem. Benjamin swore to promise, and suddenly found Sequan, who suddenly appeared. You, when did you come? When you yelled green and green in excitement. I'm clearly shouting that it's on, it's not green, it's green. Benjamin explained angrily. Advertisement. Well, it's pretty bright. Sequan looked at his shiny bald head and said solemnly, it's hard work, go back and wash your hair well, it's all oily. Although life has attacked you, you have a firm grasp on your temperament. You are bald and stronger. What a mess, I tell you, don't think you're great if you have money. Benjamin is a little straight and a little silly, but he is not stupid, and he can naturally hear Sequan's ridicule. Sorry, money is really great, money can really do whatever you want. Sequan hooked his fingers, the zipper of the backpack opened automatically, and a diamond ring floated out. Give it to you. If you have a girlfriend in the future, you can use it to propose. Benjamin was stunned, and Reed Richards, who had the time controller installed next to him, also widened his eyes in surprise. Even the White Queen showed surprise. "Why are you looking at me like that? I can even take out a time controller, so it's reasonable to have super ability." The time controller can also be explained scientifically. Super ability? Are you telling me about the science? Is this reasonable? That is to say, the current Reed Richards and Benjamin have not yet encountered a solar storm to become fantastic and the thing, otherwise they must feel reasonable, so very reasonable. P.S. The data in the past 2 days is a bit sluggish. Brothers who don't collect it remember to collect it? Also, what kind of world do you guys want to see, what to get or accept the heroine? You must say it in the comment area, so I can adjust it in time. It is only limited to European and American sci-fi and super ability categories. After all, it is an American comic, so that the style does not match.